Saturday night evening chat, evening chat. So, yeah, that's about it. What do you guys want to talk about?
Chocolate.
No, let's talk about oranges.
No, chocolate.
No, we've already talked about chocolate.
I want to talk about.
How about we talk about guns?
Guns
are always nice.
I haven't gone outside yet today.
You haven't gone outside yet today.
What are guns?
Oh, actually, yeah, I did. I went and got fuel and beer. Sorry.
Spoken like a true couch potato, Foos.
What are guns?
Yeah, what are guns? That's exactly the question you need to ask in California. Yeah, those things you can't own in California. That's what.
Hold on, be right back.
All right. What ship do I want to play?
Do you have a Yamato?
So you just been doing chats all day?
Me? Yeah. Just doing chats.
Yeah, I've been listening off and on throughout the day and hopping on them. And
I'm getting over this this whole doing the early show, early watch every morning, because I'm not doing that next week. I want to sleep in.
Screw you. I'm at work before that thing even starts.
I know.
Heck, tomorrow morning I'm gonna be up at 6 o'clock working.
Well, Foos, remember, you're on Central Time. I'm on Eastern.
Yeah.
So technically, while it's 6 o'clock for you, it's like 5 o'clock for me. I'm gonna be asleep.
No, it's 7 for you.
Is it?
You're ahead of
that's
me
right.
in time.
Yeah, I am ahead of you. See?
Yeah.
My brain is
now
fried
my boss.
From doing the early watch. I tell you.
Yeah. See, my boss, and he's gonna be behind me. You know, he's not like that. He's in a mountain time zone. Yeah. So.
All right.
Anyway. I was going to get out and shoot today and kind of be productive. And then it's like 42 with 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And I'm like, fuck that.
It was like 53 out today, and I didn't feel like going out.
Oh, you wusses.
It was 35 last night.
Of course.
It's 20 degrees here.
Oh, well, that's just, that's lovely summertime weather.
It's like 70 degrees here and it's cold. Sorry, fine.
That's fine.
Where are you? The Arctic North?
I am in the Great White North, known as Minnesota.
Dude, that's like a heat wave for you, isn't it?
No, above freezing is a heat wave.
Yeah. And where the range is, there's really no wind stop, so it'll be windy there. And I said, screw it.
When we were talking on Match Chat about ranges and whatnot, I was holding my tongue not to be an asshole because, I love shooting in my backyard and I don't have any problems with rapid firing. Anybody telling me to stop rapid firing can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, but if you really think about it, your range fees are higher than mine because you have property taxes.
Believe it or not, the property tax on that land is dirt cheap.
Is it less than $25 a year?
No, it's $60 a year.
I still have you beat on range fees then.
Well, okay.
Well, Yeah, you might have them beat on range fees, but does your range have a comfortable couch, a television, all your own food, and your own toilet?
Well, he has to pay for most of that.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't need a couch and whatnot when I go out to the back. I wouldn't mind having like some sort of, barn or something out there where I could just, put some stuff in to have a couch or something. But I don't need it. I mean, I just go out the back. I go out there like once a day just to weed and get rid of all the weeds that grow up that pop up where I shoot, just so that I have a clear line of fire, because the weeds grow like wildfire out there. So, but I didn't get a chance to shoot today, so I was sad.
Because you were lazy, like me?
No, I just didn't get a chance to.
Because you were lazy like me?
Shh! Don't tell them that.
I think they already knew that.
I think they did too, actually.
Yeah,
no
but
surprise.
I'm gonna check and see what the temperature and wind and everything's like that tomorrow. And since I got to be up early, I might as well, kind of be productive.
Remember,
shoot. I need to go shoot. I need to practice so much.
Remember, I have 30 acres that I can play around on. As opposed to, one lane at a range. So.
Well, the place I shoot at is 38 acres.
All right. Well, that's better.
But I don't. Only about maybe 2 acres of is where I go shoot, because it is her backyard. I don't want to fuck everything up. Even though she said I could go back and I could go up the driveway and shoot, but that's for rifles. I don't shoot rifles that often.
But you're an AK builder. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, I don't shoot rifles that much. Honestly, I just don't.
That's because you're a competition shooter for handguns. That's the problem.
Yeah. Like, I've thought about selling, like, a bunch of my freaking rifles.
Well, you did sell that one to me.
Yeah, but I thought about selling a lot more than just one.
Yeah, I know. But I am glad
Like,
you did sell me that one. Because that you really helped me out with that one.
Yeah. Dude, that's one thing that's one good thing I like about the gun community and stuff like that. We help each other out. I wasn't using it, so I was like, shit, might as well.
Remember, you put the children's receiver on it.
Well, it was already built. I just forgot that that one was the children's receiver.
Yeah, which
is fine.
Yeah, I got the East German furniture on it now.
I need to see a picture.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the butt pad and the sling swivel to come in the mail.
Yeah, you're still waiting for your butt pad.
Yeah, butt plate. Excuse me. Once that kit comes in, I will definitely show you pictures. Until then, not so much. Hey, Knives.
Yeah.
How's that SKS coming?
Shut up.
Hey, how's your SKS?
It runs. That's about it.
With brass?
Yeah. It's the only SKS that will use brass ammunition. That's probably why I got it for $150.
Well, good evening to everybody.
Uh-oh.
Good
It's
evening.
Theodore. Running for it.
Uh-oh.
Ouch.
Am I that dangerous?
I don't know, are you?
I don't know. You guys need to run, right? Or does run afoot mean something else?
Not sure.
No, okay.
I have unfiltered wheat beer in front of me, and I'm happy.
I'm a little bit visually choked, have problems. This person here looks like it says Fine Ape. Is that the name of this person?
Yes.
Okay. And Fuss.
It's Foos. You know me, Theodore.
Bruce, of course. Sorry.
I'm just fucking with you. I don't care. I've been called a hell of a lot worse.
No, I'm just trying to
better
read them to see all who's here. And what's the name of that other guy? He used to always put porn up and do all sorts of things, but he was always on Gun Channel.
Flippy.
Flippy. I haven't seen Flippy in a while.
Flippy. I think his wife finally muscled him.
Well, I saw him in the chat earlier.
Was
in the
he?
chat earlier.
Was he?
Yeah.
So he is
Well,
alive.
that or maybe it was yesterday.
No,
So we
man,
do
he
have
just took a
proof
break.
of life.
He got burnt out.
How could he get burnt out? That boy is so high strung, you'd figure he was on, either cocaine or sugar all the time.
Built up a tolerance to the Coke.
Well, I think he finally built his AR and finally got it done. Maybe he got all the parts in finally.
Too far back.
I'll be back. I gotta go bust a mission real quick for some cake. Half off.
Is it chocolate?
No, yesterday was chocolate.
Today's vanilla.
Nah, red velvet.
Ugh.
That's the
I
shit.
think that is the sound of Night Strike coming in his pants.
No, that's the sound of repulse.
Oh, I love
Because
red velvet.
I know where red food coloring comes from, and if you know where red food coloring comes from, you will never want another red velvet cake ever.
Is
Where
it
does
the
it
crack
come
of your
from?
mama's ass?
No, it comes from the abdomen of beetles.
Huh?
Sweet.
So I've been eating Beetlejuice?
Yes, that's what it means.
Beetlejuice?
So what you're saying is it's a
It's just-
renewable resource.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. But see how they make the food coloring, and you won't want to eat it.
I don't care.
I saw
See
that, and I was
whether-
like, no bueno. I don't want any more. I never want to eat another red velvet cake again.
Screw you, Island.
I don't like cake anyway. I like pies.
Mm.
Pies are fantastic.
Depending on the pie.
Yep.
I'm not going to say it. Nope.
No, go ahead because it's what everybody's thinking anyway.
No, because you
Pussy
know
pie?
what? I'm good.
Pussy flavored pie?
Fish pie?
I really do like pussy flavored pie.
Huh.
It's awesome.
Yep. So what were you not going to say?
I'm not going to say it still.
Oh, okay.
But since we're on the topic of pie, cherry pie.
Ah. Cherry pie is good. Chocolate cream pie is good. Unless you were meaning something else by that, and then what a pain in the ass that is.
Take it however you will. I don't care at this point.
That's the one thing I never figured out about, the Muslim suicide bombers. They're supposed to get like 30 virgins. And I thought, what a pain in the ass that would be.
Yeah, you have not only. I don't understand that either because, it's hard enough to please one woman here in the United States. Can you imagine trying to make 30 of them happy?
Well, not only that, virgins. Oh my God. Jeez. Yeah. But I guess if you have a good life insurance policy and you're a dead corpse, you'd make them all happy.
Yeah, I'm not going to try that. Thank you.
No, I'm not going to try it either.
I will. I'll make dead Night Strike dead or a corpse.
Well, if that happens, then that would mean I would be Dead Horse.
Oh no.
No, you'd be Dead
You're one of
Strike.
With a Y.
Yeah.
There we go.
With the Y.
Well, the conversation gets worse. Okay.
Well, when you say that shit,
It's
that's
gun
what
channels.
happens.
What do you expect?
Yeah, I know.
No, it's not gun channels. It's a lobby chat. What do you expect?
Nah, true.
Uh-huh.
Flippy's not here. We all have to kind of each put in a little more to make up for the loss.
Correct.
Just don't start screen sharing porn, otherwise G-Webs will jump in and yell at you.
Oh yeah, well, we didn't need that anyway.
Wait, he
But-
actually did that?
Yeah, he
yeah,
did it
he
one
was
time.
for a while,
Oh my
about
god.
a year ago.
Yeah, that's where
I wasn't here, but I heard about it.
Yeah. And it was every night something, you know?
Yeah, I was flippy, yeah.
What the reason I wanted to maybe do is to catch and see if Yankee was around, because Yankee put up a YouTube thing that I vehemently disagree with completely.
What is it?
He was talking about the gun community, okay, and putting things up on how YouTube and Facebook don't want things that are from the gun community anymore and everything. And first, he started with the first video of berating every one of his viewers, calling them kids who are on the short bus.
Hold up. I want to stop you there. Well, of course he's going to berate his viewers because he's a liberal.
Well, no,
Okay.
that's just what he does and how he gets viewers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
that too.
And then he sits there and talks about it, and I'm sitting there going, if you want, having content is a nice thing, but if you want to overcome Facebook and overcome YouTube, all you have to do is have a lot of viewers, because YouTube makes its money by the fact of all the people who go there and get and see all the advertising. So if you have, we need more people interested in guns to view more things from Gun Channel events. And that would stop YouTube and Facebook from trying to censor or eliminate people from, posting their things, Do you ever watch Yankees YouTube channel?
All the time. I
Right.
enjoy it.
A lot of times I do enjoy it. But
I used to, and then I just started focusing on my stuff. So
well, he said something else too that I didn't know. He didn't post anything in the links. He said that
that's
the
also
guy-
what Yankee does.
what?
He gives you facts and statistics, but he never gives you any sort of source.
Correct. Who's the guy who's doing the trip to all the gun shows in his van?
That's G-Webs.
That's
G-Web.
G-Web.
That's G-Webs.
And he said that G-Web had a YouTube channel.
Yes.
Gun websites.
Well, I know gun websites, but that's not a YouTube channel, is it?
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah, it
YouTube
is.
channel.
I didn't know that.
It's
Right.
called, his YouTube channel is Gun Websites, and he calls himself G-Webs, which stands for Gun Websites.
All right. See, not knowing any of that information. Okay. I want to join as many YouTube channels and view as many gun channels and give them support as possible so that YouTube is forced to promote and show gun channels, gun websites, or gun content. So I will go and try to look for G-Web's YouTube channel.
If that's the case, you need to subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Which is which one?
Night Strike with a Y.
Night Strike 1.
Put it in the, si-
I'll put it in the
put it in the
side
side
chat.
ch- put it in the side chat, and we'll click on it, and I will link on it, and I will subscribe to it.
There you go.
And I
That
will
one.
watch your content too.
Oh God, don't do that. Don't
Night
do that.
Strike's content is not made for internal or external consumption.
Well, internal and external, sure, but there is a warning label at own risk.
Well, hopefully you do something about guns on your channel.
Well, it's more of a
No.
just talking about guns as opposed to using them.
That's fine. Talk about them. I'm trying to learn more about them. So the more the merrier, discussing them and discussing laws around them and what people use
That's
them
mostly
for is a
what we
good thing.
do. We try and keep it gun related, but sometimes we have gone into politics and whatnot.
Well, you
And
have
sometimes
to.
we talk about the bad laws that try to happen, and trying to let people know not to let those laws happen if they can help it. That's kind of what hit or miss is. But as the show is implied, it's either a hit or a miss.
That's fine.
Usually the second one.
I just
No. We've had more hits than misses.
See, I just subscribed to your channel. Now I'll be able to see the stuff.
And I'll get an email about it later.
Well, the thing is, if you have 1 million subscribers, okay?
Oh, I wish.
I'm just saying, if you had 1 million subscribers, then YouTube is going to take you a whole lot more serious.
I wish
I
I
don't
could
think anyone will
get
take that
20,000
serious.
subscribers.
Well,
Foose, you're on hit or miss. What are you're supposed to be? You're supposed to be helping me out, not being detrimental.
Oh, wait. We're supposed to be nice to you on your own show?
no, he's saying you're supposed to be nice to him when you're not on his show.
We're not on his show.
About his show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And on his show, I'm supposed to write. Okay.
Face
Yes.
palm.
On the rag.
And Knives is gonna chime in and say, "Hey, when do I get to get in on hit or miss?"
I don't give a fuck.
Well, at least he's honest.
What, you don't think I am?
No, you're just an asshole.
I'm an equal opportunity discriminator.
Isn't everyone?
No.
Okay. You see a good-looking chick and you go, damn, she's fine. You see an ugly chick and you go, oh my God, get away from me. You're discriminating.
No, I'm not.
Technically, you are, because you've voiced a preference, so you're discriminating against what preference you like.
No, I think that just means he's chauvinist.
No.
Shit.
Chauvinist is, to be male chauvinist, the term means that you may think that men are superior to women.
We are.
Well,
Because we don't bleed every month. No, I'm kidding. That's even
Wow. There you go. There you go. He proved my point.
well,
that's even wrong for me.
anything that
Wow.
bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die should be feared. Is that what the story is?
About right.
There you go.
Okay. So he fears women. He doesn't think he's superior to them.
I'm scared to death of them. You kidding me?
Yeah.
What? You're doing something wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, wait.
Well, you already
What's the
asked
answer?
the question. You mean, can you
You already
ask?
asked the question. Yeah. That was the question.
Can the cute girl cook?
What?
Can the finance chick cook?
Some of them can.
Because that's fucking rare.
Okay, so let me put it to you this way. Really, really good-looking chicks that can cook, like, I mean, they're incredible chefs, and it's incredible.
Are already taken?
No, they're gay. You could say they're already taken.
Yeah.
Or what I'm saying is, a really good-looking chick who can cook, you don't stand a chance with. Ah, that's horrible. I don't even know you.
No, that's right. You've probably seen me, so you're about right.
Have I?
I'm going to stand next to my noodles.
Okay, so
Now you have.
let me see you. I don't see you.
So yeah.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I got to turn my camera on.
Too late.
Oh, come on. Now I can do it. Now you can show yourself.
All right, there I am.
I don't see
There
you.
we go.
Where? Oh, there we are. Okay, down there. Okay. You're not that heavy.
280 pounds.
Yeah, but it looks like
But
you got a little
I
bit.
could also squat.
You got a little muscle going there too, though.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Squatting about 5.5. So
What do you mean by that?
550 pounds.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty damn good.
Whenever I was younger, I was skinnier and could lift more. But that's whenever I was younger, about 18 years ago.
Okay.
It's too many Spree that just like this.
What is that you're eating?
That was Spree.
What is Spree?
It's a hard candy.
Oh, okay. So what do you guys have planned for a Saturday night besides being here?
Is there anything else?
I don't know.
No.
Another hour or so, I'm going to go watch a movie.
What are you gonna watch?
For the weekend, people are all visiting and stuff, kids, and when we're watching. Shit, I forget what the name of the series. There's 3 movies. Return of the King is the third one. Second one that we're going to watch,
Lord of
He's-
the Rings thingies.
Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
And we have the extended versions.
So
Oh, wow.
they're 5 hours instead of 3 hours each.
Yes. Yep. So I'm going to take some tramadol and have a couple beers and watch a movie. Which is always fun. Actually, I've been pretty good about only taking one of the tramadol. You know? And then you have some alcohol with it, and it gets you pretty relaxed. So what is new with guns?
Not much.
I saw that trying to remember the name of the company that has the lever action guns.
Henry?
Henry. Yeah, they just came out with a new lever action 12 gauge. I saw.
No.
Yeah. I guess they're getting into shotguns, and so they just came out with, I saw in their thing, a new lever action shotgun. I guess everybody dropped off, huh?
No, Fine Ape's here.
Fine Ape is okay.
Yeah, just looking at the Henry website. Lever action 410.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like the old Marlin 410.
They're gonna do why in 410?
Don't have to change as much because it's still, a 410 is only a 45 caliber. So, and the throw will be about the same size as a 30-30, so they don't have to change their entire mechanism.
I wish they would come out with the 20 gauge.
Yeah, you're going to have to modify a lot of stuff in there.
Well, 410 is expensive and hard to find. So
There you go on the side.
Yeah, I'm going to have to write them and ask them to make one in 20 gauge. It's like I said, 410 is expensive and hard to find.
I have 2 more containers.
Unless you guys know a good source for 410.
Nope.
Yeah.
Walmart usually has a couple different boxes of it.
Yeah, but isn't it pretty expensive?
Compared to 12 gauge, yes, but it's not as popular as that. It's the economy of scale.
Yep.
Hmm.
I have someone's asking me what's a good semi-auto shotgun. 590 is decent. There's of course always the Benellis. There are your I have the, is it a Mossberg? Yeah, Jerry Mitchell edition. Yeah, Mossberg. Stogers are fairly decent. Am I still in here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still listening
All right.
to you.
No, my gun channels my browser on gun channels just puked. Just making sure I was still in here since I'm hosting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to go get something to eat. Sounds like food time.
All right.
You guys take it easy, and hopefully I'll check back. I'll probably check back and enjoy more tomorrow. Then, But,
yeah.
Always good. Take it easy.
Yeah, so the Mossberg 930, that's what I have, the JM edition. Sorry. And that's Ohio 45 is asking.
Yeah, it's the same as the 930, except it's got a bigger charging handle, fiber optic front sight.
Something like that, yeah. And barrel button. I have 22-inch barrel. I think it's a 9+1 or 8. Yeah. Or 8+1. 8+1. Then 24 inches, 9+1. Woohoo! Got my taxes did today.
Sending money to the government, or the government sending money back to you?
That one.
Always a good time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to be needing a new roof, so that's where it's going to.
Yeah. Well, the roof's something that you definitely isn't a waste of money. That's not what I wanted to phrase that.
It is whenever you are wanting a different place. And the new roof will not increase your house
Value.
just because of the location I'm in. Because it's all I could afford back in 2007, and my salary's gone up 50% since then. So,
well, you got a good enough realtor. They should be able to. Well, it should be at least a bargaining point with whomever is trying to buy the house that, hey, it's got a new roof. You ain't got to worry about this for another 10 or 20 years.
Right. That is true. Yeah, I mean, this house is built in 99 and they put 10-year shingles on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking 7 years over its warranty is decent.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, 8 years over its warranty.
Yeah. Thing is, with most of those, like my folks have always, or people in my family, usually anytime you need to shingle a house, it's everyone gets together, shingle it. And so had a lot of experience with different kinds of shingles, and some of them are, oh, well, these are 30-year warranty, or they're a transferable lifetime warranty, only to find out that, 10 years down the road, this company filed for bankruptcy and or pulled some kind of paperwork mumbo jumbo to where, oh, well, we're not Roofs International Limited, we're International Roofs. So we don't have to honor those warranties or anything like that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go with a Tapco or something like that that's been out there forever.
Yeah, I know I got to redo mine in a couple of years. Because they were replaced in...
Mine, it's going to be... I think it's going to be maybe 18 square. I mean, it's not a big roof. Maybe even less than that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good thing. But I'm going to have them, instead of shingling over the shingles, I'm going to have them pull it down to the decking, because I did at one time I did have a water leak.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have them rip that up. And I have a feeling that whenever this house was built, they didn't put any tar paper down. So I'm going to have to do that and then get everything squared away.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the ones in my house were replaced in like 07 or 09, something like that. But whomever did it, because I've got a small little patio that's got a roof over it, so there's valleys coming off the main part of the roof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, instead of laying them down or weaving in the valleys so the water runs down and smooth, it's like they started at the bottom and worked their way up, so water that comes down goes under the shingles.
Oh, shit.
Yes. Fortunately, they just shingled over it, so there's still several layers of protection, and this house was built in like 52 or 53, so...
Yeah, it's decent then.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine was built in 99, and it was I didn't realize it whenever I bought it, but it was a HUD house whenever it was first built.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not built to highest quality.
2x4s and discount particle board.
So, oh well. I've just been looking into it as I've been renting and not actually, owning to get any money out of it. And since I did that, I realized that I'm much happier with the house. So. It's always funny how you look at things changes your how your outlook on things are. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good house. little over 1,000 square feet. It's 3-bed, 1 bath, and it's just me here. So the only thing that really sucks is that it's in the middle of town.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Yeah. So it looks like those Henrys are fixed chokes.
Autoloader is Glock 26. Oh, shit.
What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Yeah, hanging in there. Is anybody else's gun channels just like on crack?
I don't think so.
See, I always open up, I always have the front page open, then I'll open up the lobby room in the new tab.
Yeah.
And I went back to the front page, and you know the PVC patches on the front page?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was like 10,000 of them.
Holy crap!
I mean, I was
I didn't notice
I was scrolling down the page, and it was like 10,000 of those pictures. And it just kept growing and growing. Went back to the top of the page, and where it shows everybody's room, where it scrolls left to right. That thing was going like 500 miles an hour. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I haven't noticed. You got to work tonight?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be getting ready, or go back here and get ready for it. I noticed you started this just a little bit ago, so
Yeah, I'll go ahead and run
you
it.
go. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just started shortly after Matt's chat, so.
Sure, as soon as I pop in, you decide you want to split.
Of course.
Nobody's splitting yet.
How you doing, Heavy?
Ah, not bad. Just chilling out. Got off to work. I can had dinner and I'm just chilling.
Okay, now my lobby page is fucking going nuts now.
What happened? Did we get hacked or
Of
something?
course, I haven't looked.
Oh, I don't know. I just know that front page was doing some weird shit.
I know Night Strike freaking fixed my page, my channel page pretty quickly. It wasn't much. It was just like the
Mine's
text,
fine.
the text chat area. The text chat area was like all goofy and stuff to where like the side where all the mods are, the mods and the people in there, the users are at was like an inch, very small. It wasn't like it used to. So then he went in there and fixed that for me. So I was like, I got on one day and I was like, what the hell is this? And then I was having all sorts of like YouTube problems and stuff like that. I don't know. It was just everybody on the internet or something. So when are you going to do the whole mission and action plan there, Pink?
What do you mean?
From my chat, you'd be like missing in action,
Oh.
sneak in, grab us, and fly out.
I thought you were gonna make a comment on the midget hookers half off or something.
I was laughing my ass off at it, but then I got diverted by that super sick bill. And I think I've come down to the reasoning behind that SB 1322, which is that law that was put into effect saying that it legalizes, everybody's calling it legalization of prostitution for minors. I think the point of it is that if they're underage people caught any act of prostitution, like soliciting or providing or whatever, that they don't get arrested and thrown in jail and have something on the record. The state feels that, well, then we need to take control of them and put them in our foster system kind of thing. Kind of make them a ward of the state. That's what I'm gathering from what I read of it. It still fucking pisses me off to no end, but yeah, it's happening. So like my whole thing is like, okay, I can see this is what I'm hoping is what they want, is that if they catch kids out there fucking up doing that stuff, prostitution or whatever, that instead of arresting them and having something on their record for when they grow up and decide to do something with their life, it won't affect them so much. At least that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen, but I'll have to read through the whole fucking thing still.
Yeah, the way I read it, made turned the state into the underage kid's pimp.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that too, but oh well. So yeah, Major Tucker's half off. That's hilarious. And you're right. Anyway, so getting on a happier note, I really don't have anything awesome to say except for I will not be watching the Super Bowl this year.
I never watch it. I'm always at work.
It's a hell of a party generally, wherever I go, because like I always find the best place to go watch Super Bowl. But well, one, I'll be working. Well, no, I'll be off by the time the game starts. But I don't know. I'm just fucking the NFL's turning into the WWE. So seriously, man, it's all scripted now. At least that's how it appears. So I don't know. Oh, fuck it. I'll probably still end up watching it. Look at who's fooling me? I'm not fooling nobody. Well, you don't watch it because you're generally at work, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, Heavy, did you do anything productive today?
I worked. I got up and
That didn't answer the question.
Well, whenever I'm at work, I'm productive. I'm actually a good employee. No, not really. I mean, I just did my job. Other than that, that's it. What about you, Foose? You do anything productive?
I went outside long enough to get beer and fill my tank up with gas.
That can be construed as productive. You didn't
got the
procrastinate.
essentials.
Yeah, you didn't procrastinate your business. You were efficient about it.
So,
What's
Foose,
up?
on production class, was it the magazines can only be filled to 10 rounds.
Load 10 rounds. Well, your first mag, if it's loaded and holstered, can have 11. Then of course, whenever you rack it in there, it'll be 10. But yeah, as you're shooting, your magazine can have only 10 rounds. Like if you do a table start or something like that, or a gun is unloaded at start, and you put a magazine with 11 in it, you are going to get bumped to open. So.
Okay. So that's why people have an extra mag in their back pocket to load one round, pull it out, and then put back in their back pocket. And then.
No, that's called the Barney round. That's usually for single stack guys because they have one in the chamber, then the magazine full. Guys, what we usually do is we have one magazine that we put 11 in, and then we go and put the mag in the gun and charge the firearm. And so we start off with 10 in our magazine.
Okay.
And the whole reason production's that way is because when production was created back in the 90s, it was underneath the Clinton gun ban or magazine ban. So you couldn't go out and buy magazines that had more than 10 rounds. So they didn't want to go ahead and they didn't want to have something where it's illegal. They wanted to be able to go ahead and just buy stuff on a Saturday or Sunday or throughout the week or whatever, and then shoot that weekend.
So there must be, I was going to say, I don't know if I'd want to switch to production class or not.
You have to hit a lot more alphas.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll stick in limited then.
You guys should be hitting nothing but alphas. Come on now.
Shit, there goes my front page again. Here, let me screen share this.
All right. Holy crap.
Yeah, you see what mine's doing? Well, now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now it's going so fast that the pictures aren't showing up.
Yeah.
Look at the gun pedal patches.
Wow. Yeah, mine's not like that.
Yeah, mine's just going fucking ape shit.
Hey, now I resemble that comment.
Yeah. I mean, look.
You're fine.
I'm still scrolling.
But you look fine while doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm still scrolling. There, I'm down to the bottom. And it's taxing my CPU to where I can't even go back up yet. Gee. There we go. Now it'll do it to the lobby page here pretty soon. I have to keep refreshing either back and forth.
See, that doesn't happen on mine. Mine just gets all freaking slow and like won't load ever. I have to kill the page and then try to go back in by opening up a tab again and all that nifty horse shit.
Yeah, the front page is loading for me. It's just all the pop-out chat and that.
Although I will know that notice that the scroll for the chat, the actual text chat, and the scroll to see who's in the lobby, they're all right next to each other now rather than the way they used to be, where you could scroll down the chat, and if you wanted to see who was in, you could leave the chat where it was at and scroll down to see who was in.
Now in the bottom right chat room where you pop it up, they're separated.
Unless I
Yep. It's about 25 after. I better get my ass in gear. So,
All right. Have a good day.
yep. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, Hank.
Later.
Okay, this
So we got a question out in the lobby. It's a no problem. Anyone can suggest what are the top 3 Army surplus rifles I should start out with for under 500.
Right now, K31. Great rifles. What else?
Doesn't J&G have some Chinese SKSs for like 3 something?
Yes. So that's 2. Third would be one of those Czech Mausers.
Okay.
Or you could go a pistol route and get like a CZ83 or 82, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion.
So really, I haven't paid attention to mill serps. Or the ones I've been paying attention to are well over 500. I know you can still get Mosins for what, 2 something?
Yeah, but they're going to be. I still think they're going to be around for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the K31s definitely is worth a hell of a lot more. Same with those Mausers, and several of your pistols that are around right now.
Well,
They're worth a lot more than what going for.
yeah, even though we're not technically military, I know those Italian police trade-in Beretta 92s or 2Ss.
Mm-hmm. I'd still consider that.
Well, it's a military pattern. It's because it's pretty much just regular 92, except with the heel release, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's see. So. Smoking that shit up.
Mr. Knives, back from your cake run.
Hey,
So did you eat all the cake?
excuse me.
Did you eat all the cake?
I just get one of those hosted those cakes.
Ah,
I forgot what they call them. So what you guys been up to?
nothing.
Just sitting.
More or
The
less.
crickets.
Pretty much crickets.
Wow, guys. Just yay.
Yeah, it's we're happening tonight.
Yeah, woo. No, I
So
had,
happy.
hey, what's up, Knives? Just talking about, well, kind of about you and me. Pinks was in my chat. Pinks was saying he was going to do a Mission Impossible, or not a Mission Impossible, missing in action type thing. He was like, sneak in, grab Heavy and Knives, fly out. I was like, when are you going to do that?
I missed that chat, dude.
Well, you know, it happens.
Yeah, I gotta go listen to it again.
Oh, he just did it in the text chat, the comment section of the YouTube channel.
That
He
sounds
doesn't-
good.
So
Oh, do you see all the shitty stocks they putting out right now?
that what?
The stocks for
No,
the ARs?
no. Oh, do you mean the Thorson stocks?
Yeah,
The ones that look like they're Monte Carlos type stocks?
yeah.
Like a plastic check mark?
They got some new ones. I forgot the other company. Hold on.
There's one, I think it's called Hammer Grip or Hammerhead or something like that. It's like a chunk. It's like a chunk of aluminum that you mount where the pistol would go, and it kind of sticks straight back. And you're supposed to kind of use that like a rifle stock. Kind of wrap your thumb around the top of that and hold it like a rifle stock.
Battle Arms is coming out with a vert stock.
The what?
Battle Arms is coming out with a vert stock.
A vertical stock? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
I'll have
I'll
to check
look
it out. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the bullet button 2.0 thing. Because that actually falls in with like the law of California right now as written and fucking described in the law. So because you actually have to disassemble, specifically remove the rear takedown pin, hinge the upper receiver up off the lower receiver so the firearm can't function, and you drop the mag. So that's probably all I'm going to do. Because
There you go. Have
$100
probably save for later.
$100 will get me 2 of those, and it'll be cheaper than the Thorson stock. Let's see.
Is someone eating candy?
Wow, what are you hearing?
Yeah. Was my mute not working?
Has anybody got any toys?
Nope.
So everybody's broke.
Nope.
Got a new upper on the way.
What do you get?
Let me bring it up here. Got a Spenta Precision billet upper.
Spinta, the one for last night.
Yep.
There's a lot. There's a lot of new people last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were. It's good.
Yeah. According to G and Dead Horse, that was kind of the point. Let's try and get a lot of new people in.
So what's everybody's next purchase? Firearm related.
Slingshot. I might need to register it.
Might need to, yeah.
I might need to get a permit for the little BBs.
Yeah, that video.
Tax stamp for each one. Robbie says another open gun.
Knives, why did you link the same link twice?
Oh shit! Did I?
Yes, sir.
The Hangouts. Or are you talking about internal?
The internal. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with the California legal stock in there. They just got that stupid bullet. Well, their version of the bullet button or the fucking whatever where you got to disassemble it thing. I do like the idea of that takedown pin though. That takedown pin's pretty kick ass. But is it going to work on all uppers or just their uppers?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that? Are you talking about that one that has like the extended so you could grab it and open your AR pretty quick?
Yeah, well, it also has evidently. It's like if you twist it one way, it's takedown to. It allows the upper to fully unhinge or hinge open. So and then they have another. If you twist it the other way, it just barely lets it rise up. So it disengages the gun from firing, and you can drop the magazine, put it back in, and then lock it. Push it back down and put it back into place. So you're quicker. It's quicker. But that being said, it's like I don't know if it's proprietary to theirs because the only way I see that happening is the reason you would twist it or whatever is because they cut like a notch out of it. Like they took a normal takedown pin and they probably milled in a notch to where when you twist it and you pull it out, it's like I don't know if it's extended or because you twist it and you pull it out, a piece slides out, like it's got a mobile piece in it that like a center pin or something that comes out. And then that way it catches on the upper receiver's pinhole, to keep it from flipping all the way open or what. So, or if they have a specific, their upper receiver is specifically designed it, like you have a notch, you twist, you pull it out, and then it only allows it to go so far. So I don't know. So I'd actually have to get my hands on one, look at it. So that's something I'm going to have to look at the gun stores because, if they have it, it's going to be selling out here in Cali anyway, hopefully soon. But it probably won't come out until summer.
Wow.
Foos is playing his videos again.
Not mine.
Oh, who are you watching?
Michael Leary. Hold on.
Is that his name? Michael Leary. You gotta sound like you're trying to squeeze one out when you say his name, or are you just stretching?
Actually, that's me sitting up from the couch.
Oh yeah, I got you on that one, brother.
So this is on U.S. practical shooting. One of those days I'll have Mark 7.
What's a Mark 7?
This is a Mark 7. Running by itself on a Dillon 1050.
It's got that Autobot thing on there. Make it automated.
Yeah. You could pump these out to 2,800 rounds a minute.
Oh wow.
An hour. Sorry.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't hand loading anymore. This is ammo manufacturer.
Yeah, that's production. That's manufacturing production. Producing, yeah. That was
So he has it on 1,800 rounds an hour.
that's pretty nifty.
Yeah,
Some of those
that's
things
a lot.
Yeah, it is.
I'll show you here in a second. Trying to show you what I was watching. I can find it on my phone. I can't find it on the freaking webpage. What the hell?
How build your own custom. Yeah. Is Knives back yet, or is he still gone?
Right here. This is what I was watching.
falls on their ass.
Ooh. That's never good. Dropping mags on a concrete floor.
Oh yeah, it's not.
It's feed lip.
It's all not healthy. Probably why you guys throw on those base plates, right? So they fall base plate first, butt first into the concrete.
They still turn.
Well, it happens. But I mean,
Yeah, because a lot of times when you dry fire with some rounds in it, so it still makes it top heavy.
oh,
So
okay.
they'll still turn. Yeah.
Well, then if you're gonna dry fire and stuff, throw some pillows down or something, and just reload at the pillows.
Yeah, a lot of times whenever I'm doing mag changes and I know I need to, like, if I'm standing and doing it, I'll do it over the corner of my bed so they'll land on my bed. If I'm doing it in, just like whenever I'm running around, I'll let it hit the floor, but I do it on a concrete floor. So
You do it on concrete, or you don't do it?
I mean, not concrete, on a carpeted.
Yeah. The reason I say the pillows down is because, like, the brief time I wanted to learn how to be a show tender, and you had to flip bottles and all that stuff, I would practice over the couch. The only time I really had to worry about it was going behind the back. That's about it. I actually got pretty good for a little bit. Yeah, didn't pursue it though. I was like, I'm done with it.
Oh shit, this is funny. Oh, great. As soon as I find it. Okay, here. This is absolutely great. He's building the wall. Get down there now. Turn those vagina costumes inside out so that they look like tacos.
That's freaking
That
hilarious.
is hilarious. Awesome.
Hey, multi-purpose costumes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys, tactical shit. They're out of St. Louis.
Oh, I thought they were
And they call
like Ferguson or something like that. Yeah, I follow tactical.
Well, yeah,
shit, so.
yeah. Well, Ferguson's right outside St. Louis.
Well, yeah, it's like I don't know if they're in the St. Charles area or whatever, but yeah, I get what you're saying. So yeah, I follow them. I follow them on Instagram and on YouTube. Like, actually, that bottom link that Knives showed was tactical shit reviewing with Stag Arms new Cadillac, and I think that's actually the worst of them, because at least with the Thorson you can put your thumb around it, and the reason that you can put your thumb around it, because it's like styled like a Monte Carlo stock, is that the web of your hand is higher than a certain point, which no longer makes it a pistol grip. So it's like, I'm like, okay, cool. And it's actually way more comfortable. In fact, here, let me.
The last one I put it was Stag.
Yeah, that one sucks. I wouldn't spend a penny on it.
I would agree with that.
It's not just because it's Stag either. It's
because the way the stock is, it's like a thumb hole stock, and then they close up that thumb hole, so it's a big freaking boat oar.
Yeah, pretty much. And like, like every tactical shit's like TJ from tactical shit's like sitting there. Look, I can hold it and I can move it, but you can see his hand shaking, trying to hold onto it because he doesn't have his thumb behind there to help support it.
Right.
He's like, and I can move it, and his hand's shaking, and I'm like, dude, stop pushing it, dude. It's obviously not going to
Yeah,
work.
but if it sucks, they'll say it sucks.
Well, they're talking about trying to make it part of the. They want to bring it in and start selling it at the store, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Here, I'm going to show this.
Ouch.
The thing with this is that I don't know if you guys can see that or not.
Yeah.
These. Here, let me go up here and see if I can. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That'll work.
So basically, it makes it into a. Yeah, you're going to have to scroll. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, they're like $135 right now. It comes with a buffer tube cover, so you can't put a stock on it. That's just a cover. It goes over your buffer tube that you already have. And then you put this in where the pistol is, and it turns it into a California compliant rifle. The cool thing about these is these are extremely comfortable. I actually got my hands on one of these. Now, I didn't get to shoot with it, but just by picking it up, it's very comfortable. It's very similar
Because
to
you're putting your shoulder. Because you're putting your shoulder on the same thing your hand is on. It's a stock, not a pistol grip.
Yeah. Well, that and if you notice, it arcs up. It looks kind of like a Monte Carlo stock, like the shape of the bottom part of a wood Monte Carlo stock, right? Because you can get your hand way up there, that puts it above the limit, the line. I think it has to be above the trigger well, the top of the trigger well. Yeah, that's what it is. If your hand is above the top of the trigger well, it's no longer considered a pistol grip. So that allows you to get away with it. It's whatever the stupid laws are here in California. That's the way it is. But those are actually.
So what do you? I heard that California is basically saying fuck you to the federal government and with all the sanctuary cities and crap like that. And I heard that to leave the union or something like that.
Yeah, that'll never happen. They're going to threaten to do it all they want, but they're not going to do it. They're just whining and crying right now. If California secedes from the union, one, a lot of people will be like, bye, Felicia, get the fuck out of here. Two, they won't be able to survive. They depend so much on federal money. Like it is ingrained into their system. If they do it, school unions are going to suffer. Like the schools are going to suffer. Police will suffer. Fire will suffer. The government agencies that are all screwed up now will be even more screwed up. Millions of people will be fired.
They wouldn't have the government agencies. Those agencies would have to be pulled, and then the government, and then the.
Well, no. I'm talking about the state and county government. State and county governments will be just like millions of people will lose their jobs. They won't have the money for their welfare system that they love so much. They would have to
become Mexico.
Taxes. Well, they would have to increase the taxes by like 50 to 75%. Well, I still think that's lowballing it to make up for the money that they're getting from the federal government.
Well, now just to further along the discussion here, who's to say that if California were to succeed, that they'd still consider American money legal tender? They could just internalize and print their own money, and collapse shortly thereafter.
Which is, they can try.
Yeah.
But then everybody else's economy is based on the dollar. The only thing that's saving us in like countries like us and China is that our debt is to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, their debt is to themselves. So like other countries that base their economy off our dollars, their debt is far worse because then their debt is to us, which is ironic because we're probably in debt to them back to ourselves. So, I mean, it's it's a fucked up way things are running. But yeah, California would fall. It would literally fall. I mean, who are they going to say? Oh, let's join Canada. Well, how's that going to happen? You know, fucking. Also, we also have to look at
join
militarily. We have to look at it
probably
militarily.
join Mexico.
We'd have to look at it militarily too. We've got bases over here. We're not giving up those bases, and we're definitely not going to let people that.
Is if Canada, I don't know, Canada, California tries to succeed, we'll go in there and go, yeah, no, you're not.
Well, it's already okay. For one, I know Californians are special people, but
Yeah, you are.
Mm-hmm.
people in charge, dickhead. I'm giving you the finger right now, by the way, Foos.
I expect more from you.
Good. Okay, so I said Californians are special people and all, but it's written in our California Constitution that we are an inseparable part of the Union of the United States. So we would actually have to go against our own Constitution. So they would actually have to go to court or go to Congress. Congress would have to do a 3/4 vote to secede from the Union. Then it would have to go to the governor, who has already said he's willing to sign off on it, would sign off on it. And then it was going to go immediately to litigation. Because the United States government.
The state.
It'll be the federal government versus the state Supreme Court. Then it will go to the federal Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, Federal Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, whatever, however you fucking say that. And then it'll go there, and then it'll go to the Supreme Court. And then from there, I mean, it's litigation now. And once it gets past California says, no, fuck you, we're seceding. Peace out, dudes. Then the federal government can employ eminent domain on California.
Right.
And it would become a federal state. Because of our military bases and the ports.
It'd become a territory again, wouldn't
it? Yeah, because nobody's going to go to war over it. They're just going to go through a process and yell and scream and rant and rave. And then
BLM's going to take care of it. For your Bureau of Land Management. They're going to take it all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these people are talking out their asses. I mean, because really, California is not going to be. I mean, California is a large economy, but it won't be able to do shit against fucking federal government power.
Isn't California larger than like 100 other countries' economies?
It's like the 5th or the 7th largest. I think it's the 5th or the 7th largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
We also have 1/10 of the population of the United States. So, I mean, even if they got all that stuff, they would still have to make it a ballot measure because then the people who live here would have to vote to secede from the Union. It would have to be the people. And if they do it without the people, then it's definitely an infringement upon upon the sovereignty of the United States, and then that becomes even more of an issue.
And not only the sovereignty of the United States, but sovereignty of California.
Yeah, that too.
Because if it's in the Californian Constitution, it'd be against themselves, not just not of the United States. And yeah, we're getting feedback, Knives. I think it's Knives. Nope, it's Heavy.
It's not me. Ta-da!
Mr. Knives. Shit, I tried to meet Mr.
I think it was me.
Yeah, it was you.
Yeah.
My computer's kind of laggy.
Blaming me. I got a headset now. I ain't like it used to be, man.
I need to buy one.
I think
A new one.
This one cost me like $15. It's that one, the one Matt told me about. What is it, the Sage or something? Yeah. It doesn't say on it, but yeah, it was like 15, in between 15 and $19
Oh shit!
on Amazon.
I
You
took-
pick them up cheap.
Whenever I went out and got mail, I didn't even think about opening all my damn mail. I just did my used my W-2 and got my taxes done. Shit. Sweet. Hopefully I don't break this one.
Break what one?
I'll show you.
Hey, Heavy, check that link I just put up, the last one. Can I buy that shit?
You can buy whatever the hell you want. Why the hell not? You're having a blackout.
The barrel, how you call that? Not the brake, the fucking.
Oh,
The muzzle
God.
device.
Is it pinned?
It doesn't have to be pinned.
Can I have that?
It's a 16-inch barrel, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's a 16-inch barrel, it's legal. You're allowed to have muzzle brakes. You just can't have flash hiders or compensators. Specifically, A2 birdcage flash hider or compensator. You can have muzzle brakes, though. Muzzle brakes are legal.
Yeah, it says right in the title.
Make it. If it says it's a muzzle brake, then it's legal. Do you have a lower?
Okay. All right.
They should shoot that to you because it's not considered a firearm. It's just an upper receiver. So if you wanted to buy it, go for it.
This is what I have. So this goes into the tripod. My phone right here, and I'll hold it on me while I'm shooting to record me.
Okay, and it goes on to your tripod? Okay.
Tripod, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. I had one just like this sitting in my car, and I hit something or something fell on it and broke this bottom piece. So I've already had one of these. So. And this is iPhone 6 with a case and 6 Plus, but that'd be stretching it.
I've got a Galaxy S5 with one of those Otter cases.
Yeah, this may be a little small for you.
How tall is your tripod, though?
Hold on.
Heavy B, are you there?
I am here.
I am sorry for inciting the spark of secession in California. I apologize. I was just saying that as a joke yesterday. I had no idea there was actually a movement going on in California to do that.
It's not really a movement. It's a small group of people that are bitching and whining. That's all it is. It's like those idiots thinking that them marching on the inauguration is going to somehow make Trump not be president. They're morons.
So
But the problem about morons is that, yeah, they're not going to do anything until they are told by everyone they're not getting their way. And then the problem is they turned violent.
Yeah, whatever. They'll call the herd.
Wow. Just hope they don't do it in San Bernardino, right?
Again, whatever. They'll call the herd.
So can't we just give all the people who want to leave Alcatraz Island and say, okay, there you go. Here's your little tree fort. Now, don't bother us. Go away.
Right.
Yeah, that would be. Oh, you mean have the state secede? Yeah.
No,
You know
no,
what?
just okay. Everyone who wants to secede, there's ferries going to Alcatraz Island. Here you go. Once you're there, you can't come back here without a passport. We don't recognize you as a country.
Yeah, they could do the same thing where it's at, but it's not going to happen. Honestly, all they have to do is go, oh, okay, no more government funding. They'll be like, what? What do you mean we can't be free of you guys and not get your money? That's not cool.
That's how it works, bucko.
Yeah, so it's stupidity. It's a bunch of ranting and raving by a bunch of little children. It'll never happen. And if it does happen, it gives me a reason to leave. And sue the state of California for moving expenses.
Hey, now if you're going to leave California, you need to leave those Californian ideals where you found them there.
Hey, man, they say fight fire with fire.
You know, and people, I had this discussion with some other people, and they mentioned that California, for all intents and purposes, which I don't believe this at all, but they say that California is a republic and not a democracy.
Oh, we're supposed to be. It says right there on the flag, California, the Republic of California, California Republic. So I've always taken it more of as like, the People's Republic of China kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's more of a democracy than it is a republic. That's for sure.
Well, it's more of a People's Republic of California. That's all.
So I am 5'10"ish. And that's goes up to about here.
Okay, how high can he lift that any higher, or is that as high?
No, that's all the way up.
It's all the way it can go.
Yeah, but I mean, if you angle it, if you're like this, it's going to be plenty. It's going to have enough field to catch you. I'm right here shooting. I'm going to be further away.
Might need to get a taller one. I'm sure they make them.
I've used it before. No, I've used it before and it works just fine.
Hey, whatever works for you, right?
Yeah, it works. So, and usually whenever I run it, it's quite a bit lower because I want to catch more footwork and stuff.
Is that the one you got off of Amazon?
Yeah, this piece. Yep.
Where'd you get the tripod?
Whenever it was a Walmart special. Whenever I bought a Walmart special spotting scope.
Aha.
So.
Well, I am not going to buy a spotting scope, so.
Yeah, I mean it's just a camera mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it rolling like this in my car, and piece broke right down here. So I'll just keep it on here. For now. So yeah, it'll work.
I really hate the new chat update. It literally crashes
so
every single browser I have.
It jacks with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just installed Windows and got it working again on my laptop. And the new chat it doesn't want to work on a laptop either.
Hey, it kind of works on mine.
Yeah, it kind of
There's
works
no
like.
time.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be nice.
Knives, you're back.
My computer took a shit.
So I still have to take this rifle out to the range. I've only had it for a few months, not fully complete, because I haven't fully tightened down the muzzle nut.
Which one is it? Is that an AR?
Yeah,
Now, is that a 10 or a 15?
Anderson lower.
Okay, that's a
What?
15.
Oh, it's a 15. Yeah.
What's with the blue like condom on the tip?
Nothing. It just my brake isn't screwed in, so it's just letting me know that it's not screwed in. Because it's not fully complete until this is tight. Because I have a rule that if I build or buy a rifle within 24 hours of completing it, I have to shoot it. Well, I haven't shot this one, and I don't have plans to shoot it, so I leave it in an unfinished state. But it has the Manticore Arms rail on it. I actually really like it. Real thin.
Yay. Fancy, fancy.
No, it's not.
You sure said, "Why, thank you, sir."
No.
Just throw everything on the floor.
Whoa. What'd you say?
I said, just throw everything on the floor. Fuck it.
I'm single. Of course. Nah, that's Amazon package and then a box of 5,000 primers. Just the box, not the actual primers. And
I'm
need to go
just
out
giving
to
you shit to give you
recycle.
shit, man. I'm not being serious at
I
all.
know. I know. Because, if you're being serious and all,
He'll shoot his television or his computer screen.
Shoot his computer. Don't make me use this.
I peed a little. I gotta change my boxes. Hold on.
Is that your CZ?
Hey, you
my
can
PO
tell-
one.
That's a
HBO.
9mm,
Nice.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell by the
This is my
small
concealed
little hole in
carry.
the end of the barrel.
Yeah, didn't you know all he uses is 9mm in his handguns?
I have one handgun, two handguns that are not 9mm. One's a 32 auto. The other one is a 7.62 by 39.
I see what you did there.
What?
You said a handgun in 7.62 by 39. I see what you did there.
It is a handgun. What?
It's an AK pistol, right?
Yeah. It's a handgun.
Yeah. I can't fault you on that. So Heavy B, what else is going on in your neck of the woods? Anything And new or interesting?
No, not really. It's the same old shit.
Oh well.
Can we just split California down the middle?
Yeah, I like that. Split it down the middle from north to south, and everybody freaking west of the line is in California, and everybody east of the line is in free California, the free state of California. And we can have like real freedom.
So what you're saying is we need to send all the liberals and the potheads up north?
No, I said from north to south. That means it's split down the middle, east to west. Like if you are
Like a
west
butt
of
cheek.
the line. Yeah, like a
Hot
butt
dog bun cut, not a hamburger bun.
Exactly. Hot dog, nut hamburger. And if you're on the, the west side of the bun, you're a libtard. And if you're on the east side of the bun, then you're a free person.
Wow. I don't think you would expect the liberals to be on the east side, though.
No. You put them on the west side. Put them on the coast. Fuck them. They're already there. That way they don't have to move. It's fine.
But you're probably right. Nothing's going to happen.
People have been pitching about this stuff forever and ever. It fucking won't change. Californians are great for going, rah, do something. And then when nothing happens, they go, oh, well.
California's beautiful, man, but it's a crazy bitch in a beautiful body.
And that's actually kind of normal.
Forget who the hell said it. Some comedian made some comment about California. He says, like God just picked up the whole country, gave it a shake. All the normal, well-adjusted people hung on to where they were, and all the crazies and freaks just ended up falling into California.
Well, man, why you gotta? Not all Californians are like that. Some of us were born here, so we really didn't have a choice in the matter.
Well, I didn't say you were crazy. I said at the time that it was shaking, all the crazy people fell in there. Two crazy people can have a somewhat normally adjusted child.
Is that like two negatives equal a positive?
Yeah, something like that. No, two lefts make a right.
And three rights make a left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that.
So does three lefts. Three lefts make a left too. I mean, four lefts makes a circle. I mean,
No. Three lefts makes a right. Three rights make a left. So this only applies to turning.
NASCAR?
how'd you get a picture of my girl like that?
I took it last night.
No wonder why she's covering herself up. If it was anybody else, she'd just like show them off.
Wow. Foos, when did you become Flippy?
They were covered up.
Oh, right. Flippy doesn't use the covers.
Mm-hmm.
And he got quiet.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got an idea.
What?
What is it?
Why don't you just send all the liberals to California and see how long California stands up for a while,
What
and
was
all the
that?
free people leave.
Say that again one more time, slowly.
Sorry. How about all the liberals go to California? All the liberals in the United States, right? And then all the people leave and see how long California will stay sustained by itself.
Oh, kind of like do a hostage swap.
Yeah.
All the free-minded people that want to be free can go to a free part of the United States, and then like all the people from cities of everywhere, or the cities of all the big cities, all the states, go to California. I think.
Hey guys, you want to see naked chicks with guns?
What man doesn't want to?
Wow.
Ba-dum-bum.
Well, now isn't that kind of pedophilia could be there? Those didn't look like they were over 18.
That's true.
Oh fuck!
There
Is
you
she
go.
using those goddamn effects? I'm gonna be so happy when those fucking things are gone.
Yee! Aha! Aha!
What they don't know is I have it on my cell phone too.
Well, we do now.
Oh no!
Yeah, you said the loud part quiet and the quiet part loud.
Ah, that always happens.
You done
How
fucked
do
up
I-
now?
How do I tell them, since due to the unfreezing process, I no longer have an inner monologue? Austin Powers people, hello.
Yes, yes. Hello, I'm still alive, and I'm in a great amount of pain.
We don't give a shit.
Also, Austin Powers.
Yep. That was actually
Again,
probably one of the funniest
yeah,
parts of that movie. You don't listen. You don't need.
You don't watch movies a lot, Foos, do you?
I do. I just can't remember lines like that. I don't have that kind of memory.
That was the only time Will Ferrell was actually funny.
Wait, Will Ferrell was funny?
Yeah.
That one. He was also funny in Austin Powers, the second one.
That's the one I'm
Tiger
referencing.
Shaggy.
Yeah, that's the part where he's actually funny in.
No, he was funny in the first one too, where he got dropped into the fire pit.
And then Dr. Evil sends someone down there to shoot him, and he's like, "You shot me! Why did you do that?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was funnier with the cliff.
The whole
That
thing
was
was
like
pretty funny.
Those two times were like the only time he was ever funny in a movie. Because I don't find the rest of his stuff funny, just at all.
Not even Baby Jesus?
Huh?
Talladega Nights? You didn't like Talladega Nights? What?
No, I didn't like Talladega Nights.
Slingshot, slingshot.
Parts of Talladega Nights were funny.
I can't wait till John Wick comes out.
That's next month, right?
I think it's on the 4th. No, Tim says it's on the 10th.
What?
Tim says it's on the 10th.
Oh.
Bust the cap, bust the cap. Run for the police, run for the police.
Now it's the USPSA Grandmaster that is shooting IDPA. IDPA is just weird.
Why do you say IDPA is weird?
Just the rules. And just my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's something you probably don't have a lot of in your area, so you're not used to it because you're used to shooting USPA or something like that.
Actually, PA's IDPA was started about 30 minutes from me over in Berryville, Arkansas with Wilson Combat. And it's still like all the headquarters and stuff still over there.
Okay. I was wrong.
But yeah, there's not a whole bunch of that shooting around this area. A lot of people don't shoot around this area. I got a song stuck in my head. Well, at least lyrics, I should say. The devil's a loser and he's my bitch. Gino, yeah. Yeah, the old vests are pretty sweet. The old tactical fishing vests. Yeah, I think IDPA would get you killed in the streets quicker than USPSA. Because in the streets, there's not a whole bunch of cover. But not a whole bunch of cover. Where the hell did Night Strike go? When did he leave? Shit.
He snuck out. He says, "I'm out of here." And doesn't bother to tell anybody. He's probably
That
going to go drink
whore.
Mountain Dew and play video games.
Then try to stick a 545 AK mag in a 7.62 gun.
Yeah, I know. That sounds totally
I
like
mean-
something he would do.
Yeah. And then bitch complain that it doesn't work. And I was just testing them.
Well, you did a damn good job. Wow. You lost knives, too.
Hmm. I think it's the government.
It's the Democrats blaming it on the Russians.
Oh, okay. You know, I think I might splurge and get something with tax returns.
Well, what are you looking at?
I'm bringing it up. If my wireless mouse will work. And this distressed battle flag in metal. This is an 18-inch one. I may go to a 24. 2 foot long.
Where would you put that?
I don't know. I don't know. Because it's waving. So I don't know where I'd put it.
I'm sure there's something on the back that allows you to hang it on a wall.
Oh yeah. So I can either put it above the AK, put it somewhere over there, or I was thinking above the door.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Actually have to actually see it in the. They want to like go around and like put it up, like leave,
Yeah.
have somebody can look at it and see. But I don't know. That's more of like you want to put that kind of like front and center in a wall.
Yeah, but front and center. I mean, I could probably move my poster, move it to that wall. Could do that. I've just been wanting these wanting something like this for a while, and
I think it's cool. You know,
I think
you could even put it in your bedroom above your bed.
Backfire targets go.
Oh, well, never mind.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, you were going to ask. You asked me how much the Dylan 1050 with a Mark 7 is. Shit. Sorry.
I totally forgot.
So, just for the machine itself, you are looking at $2,400.
Oh, that's not too bad.
That's without the press.
And how much is the press?
Hold on, let me look. I think 17.
That's still cheaper than I figured it was going to be. For 10,000.
So you're looking at,
I got 4,200.
yeah, something like that.
Well, 25 and 17 is 42. So
And you could, it reloads, and it could go from 32 ACP to 30-06. Think of doing 30-06 at like 2,000 rounds an hour. It's crazy. So you could pay. There's two different prices. There's a 2,400, and that could kick you up to 2,100 rounds an hour, or you could go 2,700, and that could kick you up to 2,400 rounds an hour. and a little bit bigger tablet, and holder, and then it looks like the motor is a little bit bigger.
Get a much better one, like with the press included.
I mean, yeah, what I would do is definitely speed over 1400 RPM on 650s only for processing small calibers. Oh, okay. Does not include Dylan press. Wait. Oh. Yeah, you can even put it on a 650 and get 1800 rounds an hour. But you don't have everything. Like this, it has a decapping sensor, primer sensor, swage, powder, and bullet. So it'll sense all those. One of these days I'll have one.
2 G's for Dylan.
No, it's 27 just for the upgrade. It's not for everything.
Damn.
At least I don't think so. Well, let's see. Wait. Place order marks. No, back. Features. Okay. So, I guess I should be screen sharing. That'd be nice of me at least. So, 27. That's without a Mr. Bullet feeder. Dylan 1050. Decapping sensor. Decapping. Wait. Optical decapping sensor for RL. Primer. Low primer. Swaging. almost $6,200 if you get absolutely everything. Son of a bitch. Ooh. Or Mark 7's making their own press up to 3,500 rounds an hour. 10 station tool head. And new and mirror manufactured brass.
Well, will it be as good as a Dillon?
I would say, yeah. Balance. And it's 8,500. And that's it right there.
So it's like 3,000 more than if you were to buy it separate. But
Well,
just
this is
the
a
Mark
totally
7
different.
automated thing, and then the Dillon press.
Right. Well, that one, the Mark 7, I mean, the Dillon press is made for human operated, and it's putting it on, putting a machine on it. This is made from the ground up to be a machine. So.
It's built from the ground up to be an automated machine, I believe.
Yes,
right?
Yes, thank you. Automated machine, yeah. All you have to do is put brass, primers, powder. I mean, right here, right, this thing in the front, that's your primer hopper. This thing right here. Crap. And that's your powder. Your bullets are back there. The thing is, with bullets, you can only have like 200 or 300 in there, so you're constantly going to be pouring bullets in. Very strong and reinforced. Jog serves a very useful function. If at any time in the process you stop the operation of the machine, jog up or jog down executes a move of the tool head in very small increments. In this way, you can move the tool head up, fix a jam, and then hit run. The machine will pick up exactly where you left off and continue running, unless you jog up all the way to the top of the stroke, and then the machine can start at the beginning of the stroke again. To run a single cycle round, which is running the machine once for a single round. Running the machine completely in mode is by pressing that button, run. And end cycle will allow the machine to complete its operation
want to stop the machine, you press the stop button instantly. This is a digital stop as opposed to a mechanical stop. So once you press stop, the machine will not index any further. And then finally, there's a button on the bottom left here called Home. That's the button you use when you turn on the machine that actually programs the tablet to know this of your particular machine. We move on to the next screen. You have your monitor screen. Here, you can set your quantities of how many components you put into the machine. And you have primer, the quantities used. Those can all be set, or those can be bypassed. When the machine gets down to 10 in any of those quantities, the machine will execute an end cycle, finish the last round, and stop. You can see that you have the number of rounds that have been made and your effective rounds per hour count. Here you disable the counters. And again, you have the run end cycle buttons available on this screen. The last screen is a setup screen. This screen has the dwell feature to it. The dwell feature allows you to select how long you want the tool head to stay at the bottom of the stroke. In that position, the longer it stays down, the more power can be drained. And you can select what level you would like that at. At a level 0, that's pretty much running for pistol calibers. If you want to increase the dwell incrementally, you can do that from this screen. And that, in a nutshell, is the overall control of the Mark 7 1050 auto. Basic operate.
I use a lock and load.
I have a 550 I like.
Yeah. Going back, I probably should have, and went straight to a 1050. But I like the reason I picked lock and load was because you could swap out the different calibers fairly quick. But then again, I've kept it on 9mm for the past couple months. Well, probably about past month and a half, I should say.
I really haven't used mine much lately. When I first got it, I loaded a ton of ammo, and I've never shot all I had loaded, so it's kind of sitting there now.
How many do you consider a ton?
Oh, I probably have 1,000 of everything.
Oh, wow. I have 2,000. I need a case gauge of 9mm, and I have 2, 3, 4. I'd probably say 6,000 down here, and then another 2,000. So probably about 8. Probably about 8. I'd say 8,000 to 9,000 9mm right now.
And I don't know
how many you'd fit in an ammo box, but I filled ammo boxes full of them, and I had
A 50 cal to the top is about 2200 rounds.
Okay.
30 cal to the top, you're looking at probably about 1100.
But like I said, I used that when I first got it. I loaded a lot, and then I just kind of slacked off from doing it because I'm not shooting it all.
Yeah. I'm still
But I
loaded
did
because I plan on shooting the shit out of it this spring.
But I did get scared this fall, and I probably bought, I don't know, I bought 16 pounds of tight grip, 16. You know, I bought a bunch of powder anyway this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Yeah.
the only thing I'm a little bit light on is some primers, but I still probably have more primers than I'll use. So,
Yeah, I have, at one time I had like 24, 25 pounds of pistol powder. But I don't have that anymore. I've put them in cases.
now do you just do pistol calibers, or do you do rifle calibers, or?
Right now, 223 and 9mm is what I load the majority of, but majority of that's 9mm. I have dies for 308, but I don't reload 308. And then I have other dies for my other milsurps and stuff that I haven't, I do that on a single stage. And then I do have a 45 set up for a buddy of mine. Whenever he needs ammo, he gives me components and I reload it for him. But he may shoot, if he shoots 1,000 in a year, that's a bunch for him. So.
And then I probably go the other extreme. When I buy a new caliber, I automatically buy the dies. I've got dies I've never used because I've bought the gun.
Same
here. But if I buy a new gun, I buy dies for it.
Same here.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's the haps?
Absolutely nothing.
How was SHOT Show?
I didn't go.
Yeah. Anybody in here go?
No. No.
It's like the other night, Matt was talking about that 450 Ruger that he'd looked at SHOT Show. And I started researching that. That is an interesting gun. It is one of my local gun shops, Ruger, to build that gun. And they sold all that they could. And now it looks like Ruger's going to build it and produce it.
That's funny. What's that, like that Hudson thing that everybody's like crazy about?
To me, it's an overrated pistol.
I haven't even seen it. I mean, like, I just keep hearing his name, Hudson. So I was like, the guy from Aliens?
It's supposed to be a striker fired pistol on a 9mm platform, or I mean a 911 platform. I just me at all.
Don't they already have stuff like that? thought they already had like a 1911. What the?
But their claim is that their trigger pull would be the same as a hammer fired 1911. And that's what they're trying to sell that pistol on.
Dude, I'm freaking super excited to see what this freaking wall's gonna look like. It's like 4 hours away from my house. Wonder what security contract
Now is
Say what?
they've already started it?
No, I mean they're gonna begin production on it. I don't know like what day exactly, but I mean he signed the order to do it, so I wonder what like security contracting company they're gonna use to protect the construction workers out there. Whoever's getting that account, man, is gonna be freaking deep in change. Wish I owned a security company like that. It'd be awesome. The cartel's gonna be so pissed.
Do some good.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Because if, from what I've seen when I've worked down there, the way it looks like from my end, the biggest problem is, so you have like this wall, well, it's not even a wall, it's a fence. It has like slats like this big enough for your shoe to fit through. So they actually have like a little boot camp thing. They have anybody who's going to be a runner, they have them pretty much run this little like, you know, border wall boot camp in 80 seconds flat with like about a 50 pound pack of drugs on their back. So they have to be able to do that in 80 seconds flat, and they have like a mock border fence up there. So the only problem is not, you know, the wall is easy, the fence is easy to scale. You know, it's just the only problem is, you know, getting past border, which, you know, up until now they had their hands tied and couldn't do anything. So and by that I mean, so their superiors would order the agents to be stationed in the most obvious areas where people would cross. And, you know, I would talk to them and they'd be like, yeah, man, we've been ordered to stay here. We can't move. We can't go and hunt. We can't, you know, do anything. So pretty much, you know, even if they see a bunch of people hopping the fence down that way, there's nothing they can do about it. But what this wall would do is it would just be a flat face. There wouldn't be any like, you know, little crevices or crannies or anything to get good footing on. So unless you can, you know, I don't know how tall it's going to be, but you know, if you can get like a good, you know, 100-foot wall, you're golden. Yeah, even maybe taller than that, because they can even send vehicles over there right now. It's just very easy to get over. I've seen some big, huge, fat dudes, man. And if you just look at them, you're like, there's no way they can get over that wall. I've seen them like, it's just, you know, it's like anything. You just got to get a rhythm going, a little like, get good momentum and get a system to get over with. So that will definitely slow down the amount of business that's being conducted down there. So, I mean, they'll find another way, but it's going to make it hard on them. They're not going to, you know, it's not going to be easy.
Well, that's interesting because I'm up at the northern part of the country, and it's kind of interesting to know. So,
yeah, the U.S.-Mexican border is about 3.5 hours from me, and I've been down there on multiple occasions, spent the night out there. It's pretty crazy. I feel sorry for the people that have to live there. I'm sure they're going to actually like this because the people that have to live there right on the border town, you know, like we've talked to people down there and they'll say like, oh yeah, like I'll wake up and some dude's in my backyard, you know, I chase them off and they drop their pack of drugs or whatever it is. And, you know, and that's dangerous for them because you don't know, you know, what those people are doing there. There was this lady that I saw on the news that she said that she woke up one night and there was like a whole pack of them in her living room. And they were hiding out from Border Patrol. So hopefully this will protect them as well. So I'm all for it, man. I think it's a good idea. I mean, it's the most basic security structure, you know, but it's gonna be hard to get over it. So that'll be cool. I'm anxious to see what it looks like.
What I'm impressed with is he made that as a promise and he's kept it in his first week.
Yeah, that's and you know, I gotta say, I was a little doubtful on it when he first said he's like, oh, I'm gonna build a wall. It's like, you know, if you do awesome, but I mean, I was just blown away. Like he just said, like, look, we're actually beginning construction right now. I'm signing the order tomorrow. I was like, good for you, man. You know, and he kept his promise about a bunch of other stuff. And you know, right now you have all the hardcore, you know, bleeding hearts. They're all freaking tore up about this. But we're like, oh, the humanity. Where's your compassion?
Well, I've probably watched a dozen presidents come and go when I've ever seen actually do something in its first week. So
yeah, I mean, he's got I think he's got the stamina to do this, man. He's definitely a go-getter. So I'm pretty excited to see what comes next. And you know, already he wasn't even in office, and he already made some deals to keep people's jobs. So, but the thing is, and like I was telling like my buddy, because my buddy was like, dude, like I don't know why they're so upset with him, and I said it's just because it's Donald Trump. It's just because the left hates the right hates the left, and it's politics. Like even if he did something amazing, say that he totally wiped out, you know, hunger and homeless people and, you know, veteran suicide in the United States, people would still hate him just because it's Donald Trump. But if it was Bernie Sanders, they'd be like, we knew he could do it. So.
well, and I've seen it a lot of times, even on jobs I've been on. Somebody gets hired that's a real go-getter. People just don't like that type of attitude. And Trump is a go-getter. He's going to work his butt off.
Yeah, so far so good. Oh, I don't know if anybody knows anything about cameras, but I picked up this like antique camera the other day, and I got it on Craigslist. It looked really neat, and I guess it's like you know, it's one of those old school crank cameras. I'm like into photography, and I just thought it was pretty neat. It's in really good condition.
Now, is it 35 millimeter?
I think so. It's like one of those where you have to look down into it to get your focus.
I can remember my grandpa using one like that.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
But I'm not sure where you'll find film for it.
Even so, I got it for $10. So I mean, I think it's just kind of cool having a little piece of history. I think it's missing some parts though. But it's still neat to have. So what's going on in everybody's life? What's the haps? All that, huh?
Must be we lost everybody else. For me, it's just another night, another cold night in Michigan, but
Another cold night in Michigan, eh? Man, Gun Channels is not many people chat on here anymore, huh?
well, you know, it's been quiet for a couple weeks, but I blame that on SHOT Show. But busy, more bit. Of course, tonight I couldn't get it to work until now. I fought with.
You fought with what?
I fought with Google all night long to get it to work. Every time I'd get on it, it'd want to drop me off again.
Isn't Google like changing the app or something like that?
I don't know what they was doing. Of course, it could be my local Wi-Fi too. It sucks. So,
What kind of router do you have?
Top Link, I think it is. And the problem is I have satellite internet, and because I live in the country, it's all I can get. You can't get DSL or anything like that, and sometimes it has problems also.
Oh, gotcha.
That's like TV. We don't have cable TV or anything because there's not wires buried down my road.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem living away from everything. If you live out in the country, you're going to suffer something.
Yeah, but the positive part about that is that when you wake up, all you hear is this sweet silence.
And if I want to open my back door and shoot a rifle, it doesn't really matter either.
Yeah, that's awesome. I live, kind of out there in Arizona, but not anything like that. I'd love to live in a place like that.
Property north of Phoenix in Arizona, little place called Fountain Hills.
Yeah, it's not too bad out here.
Basically, it was bought for an investment property, and it made good money.
Hey, all.
What's up, man?
Hello.
I've been here before. It's been a while. So, heard you talking about satellite internet out in Phoenix. Is that Hughes you have, or?
Oh, myself? No, it's a private company. DMCI, I think it is.
Okay. I was curious. I used to work for Hughes Satellite a while ago through third party. Just troubleshooting, not installations, just over the phone stuff.
I think Hughes is offered in my area. I've looked at them before.
They're good, but I mean, it's still satellite. It works anywhere in the world, but it still can have terrible download and upload, especially upload speeds.
Well, and that's what I fight with now. So, but it's all that's offered where I live, so you take what you get.
Yeah, I got you. Caught some of the tail end what we were saying with that when I joined. I don't know. I kind of like being in the suburbs, but it is nice to be able to just go out and just shoot in the background. You know, it's in the backyard, whatever, and not have neighbors be like, "You're inside city limits. It's not safe," or I don't know. I can't do that where I live. Stupid 0-acre lines. 0 lot lines, rather. So actually, there was something I did want to ask, since I never owned an AR before, but this is the thing I saw recently at range, and I only seen this online, but I actually saw someone that had one of these. They're not full auto, but what it does is when you pull the trigger and then release the trigger, it fires to simulate.
The binary trigger?
Yeah.
A bump feed?
The binary. It was one of them. I was at a range just on last day of 2016 with a friend of mine, just filed a trip for the new year, and the guy just bought this AR. He didn't know what he had, and it was firing twice. And it turns out he bought one of these ARs that a binary trigger, didn't know he had it. The range officer, though, they kicked him out of there, unfortunately. Said they couldn't use that rifle anymore on their range.
An asshole.
Yeah. I was talking like, that's not class 3 though. It only fires when you let go of the trigger. Like, yeah, we still don't want it here. Like, okay, just saying.
Yeah, some of them get all bent.
It's a cool idea.
Oh, it's absolutely a cool idea. I mean, like, for people that don't have 50 grand to drop on a machine gun.
Probably 50 grand, but still for like a real like M16, yeah, to go for 1986, probably like at least 20,000, maybe less, but at least $10,000 minimum for class 3 weapons, and you can never really own it because it has to be either in a trust or I don't know. It's a good way to give you the same experience without actually being full auto.
Right.
Kind of wish though that there's something like that for older H&K guns, because like the G3 or the MP5 or the 90, the 53, 93, etc. Those have removable trigger packs. So I wonder if someone could design like a trigger pack for that for like one of those older H&Ks. That, I don't know if there'd be enough market demand for it. I just say that because I own a PTR 91. I like to make use of the second fire selector somehow without actually going full class 3, but I don't know. It's more gimmicky, but it'd be cool.
Absolutely, man. That'd be awesome.
PTR
91s are badass.
Yeah, they are. I took a hog with mine without optics. Sorry, with irons, but it was one of the private property where it's guaranteed, like what they throw you in the hog pen, but still took down a boar. Yeah. They feed steel cased ammo well too. I only had 2 issues where, and they're both ammo related. I had 1 light primer strike and 1 case where the primer was set in because the primer wasn't properly set in the cartridge. Both with silver bear ammo, which is a step above Wolf and Tula, but still cheap Russian steel cased ammo. It's fired 300 plus rounds of this stuff just fine. It's just 2 that had issues. So it's like not even 1%.
Well, I know for like the AK fans, they're looking forward to, like, I guess Trump like getting rid of the AK ban.
It's with Russia. We have bans on certain factories and models from Russia. I don't know what's going on because right now he's talking to Theresa May from England, and now he's like, well, we'll see what we want to do about these Russian sanctions and what to back them off. So I don't know. I mean, he's done a lot in 1 week. You never have the perfect president. Overall, he's actually done a really good job so far. He has put a halt to immigration from these jihadis coming from Syria and Libya and Somalia and all these other nations that
Want to blow us up?
Yeah, pretty much. He is, and like you guys were talking a little earlier about, he's getting the wall started. So, he's done a lot in 1 week. He's even, which I don't think, if anyone's mentioned here, is even made orders initializing the end of Obamacare, or the Unaffordable Death Care Act. Sorry, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. It's not really affordable, but he actually did make executive orders on that.
I know, dude. I can't wait till I can get my PPO again. It's gonna be so awesome.
I have it through my company, but it's just dumb that the way they try to marry you. And it's been that way for a long time in America. I understand there's no perfect healthcare system. With private care, you can pay to get ahead. In a country socialized, you just get it, but then you have to wait months on end for surgery and give up like 40 to 50% of your income in taxes. So you're still dealing with the world limited resources, but as private care and mixed charity care, I still think the best way to go. So if people, at least if they can't afford it, they can pay for it. If not, they can try to go through charity care or some other method. But what we have, just forcing people into these exchanges, like was tried in Massachusetts, which failed miserably under Romney Care, is not working on the federal level either, and is causing healthcare costs to explode.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But all that's changing. Just, I don't know how much stranger things are going to get, though. I mean, like, it's really good, but at the same time, I don't know, man. It's like Twilight Zone every day. It's the only way you can describe it.
You know, I kind of feel that way too. Like, I'm like, am I awake? It's too good to be true. Like, I think because at least for me, that's how I feel. Because like for the last 8 years, I felt like I was in like this constant state of bullshit. Like every day I'd wake up and, Obama would come out with some stupid new thing. It's just like, come on, dude. Like, really?
No, man. And even still, like, Obama actually did more in his last 3 days in office than he did in all 8 years, but it was all bad regulation, just little man-child outburst of, oh, well, we'll just choose to abstain from the UN resolution vote on the two-state solution for Palestine and Israel, which I'm not saying either one's right, but it's not done to make things better. It's done just that way you can go ahead and start another war in the Middle East and just stir up tensions, just like these last-minute Russian sanctions and everything else. It's such a man-child.
Oh yeah, he was crying, dude, on his way out. He was like, "I'm gonna make sure that I piss off everybody on the way out. That's what I'm gonna do."
That's so true. It sounds like it too. It's a good impression, yeah.
Yeah, and he did. He came to California.
How's it going, everybody? I'm gonna piss everyone off.
Yeah, my friend's brother was actually one of his escorts when they came to California.
Poor guy.
Said it was a cakewalk job, pretty laid back.
Oh shit. What detail was he?
I don't know the exact detail. I only found out about it afterward. He's been on his protection or his escort detail or whatever before when Obama into this area, so. Yeah, he didn't give me specifics. He just said he was on it, and it was pretty chill.
So they got like security detail. I heard that Trump uses a lot of his own private security because, with good cause, he doesn't trust a lot of the secret services and so forth. So he has some of his own people watching also.
Dude, the Secret Service is by far probably some of the best security in the world. I would say the best security system group in the world, honestly. And I remember Trump saying he wanted to use his people, but that ain't gonna happen. I mean, they may be able to stick around like Ivan and the kids and stuff, but around him, he'd have to get them all vetted. They'd have to be cleared, and if they didn't make the cut, they're gone. No questions asked. And there's not.
I gotcha. Just, I want to say like a repeat. It's not crazy. I don't care what it is, but I want to like a repeat like JFK. Like get a little too trustworthy. Next thing you know, you decide to take a drive in a limousine presidential car. Well, gunman bell tower, but yeah, I don't know, man. We have to wait and see.
Nowadays, they don't have convertible limos.
Absolutely not because of that.
Also, I mean, if somebody's willing to die to get their point across, they have a very high chance of success no matter what kind of security system you put in there. Now, granted, the higher or the better the security group doing the pre-sweep, the area check, the perimeter securing, I mean, all that. It's not just about the dude standing around them. It's about all the logistics and support and everybody else involved in it as well. I mean, they got counter snipers set out at intervals all over. These guys are all trained snipers, so they know exactly where the best nest would be, where secondary spots would be, and they cover those spots well. I mean, they generally end up taking those spots. So, you know, it's not likely to occur. I mean, somebody could make an attempt. Nah, it ain't gonna happen. Besides, he's got the best life insurance policy in the world. All the anti-Trumpers hate Trump, but you know, all the libtards and Democrats hate Pence worse. So if they kill Trump, that means Pence is in charge, and they definitely don't want that.
You're a genius. I didn't think of that.
I'm not a genius. I'm just repeating what I've been told, and it does make sense.
No, you're right. I have heard that. They actually hate Pence worse because I think Pence's a good guy. Sometimes, like, I've even heard there's concerns where they don't want have religious or social conservatives triumph fiscal conservatism. And I do think that Pence is much more of a religious social conservative than a fiscal. But even still, I don't know if it's necessarily true depending on his record, but he is a lot of both, and a lot of people don't like that. They're okay with one, not the other, and vice versa. Personally, I'm fine with it, but I actually do agree with you that is a good insurance policy. As silly as it sounds, it actually is a very valid point.
He probably would have been my choice over Trump.
He'd be a good president if worse comes down to it. The only thing worried about, I think, is a little bit more of a warmonger than Trump. But other than that, seems like a pretty good guy.
Well, he's kind of from my backyard, and I've watched what he did with Indiana. So I kind of like him.
Seems like a good guy. Oh, right. I think Heavy, yeah. I was thinking the last time we had attempted presidential assassination, correct me wrong, was Reagan. Back during his first term, he was shot with 22, I believe. I don't think there's been one since then. I mean,
Yeah. Reagan was all like, "This little punk bitch tried to kill me with a 22. You're going down." Reagan smash. Dude, if somebody tries to like go after Trump, Trump's just gonna be like freaking, "Your ass mine."
Oh, so you got one, dude. Huh?
Finally came in. Yeah, I got 2 of them, dude. I had to wait forever to get these because I got them custom made.
when are you going to Comic-Con?
There's one coming up in Phoenix at the end of February.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, one day I'm gonna go as a Aliens Colonial Marine, and the next one I'm going like as a Sith Jedi, whatever.
I've seen a troop of people where I live in Florida. I went to a smaller one. They went as bounty hunters, like all dressed up like Boba Fett, which is pretty cool.
Oh, the Fett? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Heavy.
Yo.
Chicky and I are actually working things out, dude.
Really?
Yeah, after 5 months of not talking to each other.
Is this a good thing?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm excited.
As long as you're happy, brother. Hopefully it works out.
Me too. Yeah, it was kind of like I mean, we had a long talk, dude. The hell, the purge? Hold on, guys.
The missiles have been launched. The codes. Sorry.
Yo, when I heard that shit, I was looking around my room. What the fuck is going on?
DEFCON 5. Red alert. Raise the terror level threat. So did any of you guys hunt at all, or?
You mean like today?
I mean, just on like not as private property, but because I've done private property, but I am thinking getting my hunting license for the state of Florida, being able to use pay the extra for wildlife management, mainly for boar hunting, because there's no restrictions in the state of Florida, and it's all year. Still need to take the class. I think if you're born after 72, you have to take the class. It's like 8-hour a day. Then you have to pay $15 a year, then another $26 to hunt in on state wildlife management areas, which is cheaper than going on private property, but it is more work. But still much cheaper.
Well, private property, you have to get permission to go hunting on. So there's that too.
A lot of the places that advertise on private property, they want you there though. But it's like a couple $100 usually just for one hog. I've done it. Found a place actually is closer to me since I live in South Florida. I was looking at that's in Lake Okeechobee. It's like $175 a hog. Let you go around these huge SWAT mobiles and chase after the hogs with dogs and whatnot. Seems pretty crazy, but yeah, I don't know. Probably do wildlife management area. I go with friend though because I'd never skinned one before, and it's a lot of work field dressing. So you guys hear about the U.S. military? They switch the are going to switch the primary sidearm to the SIG. I think it's the P320.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about it as soon as it hit the social media. I mean, it's still. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of police agencies decided to go with these single / double action striker fire guns, and their advantages and disadvantages. They're simpler. The only thing that I think they really lack from the Beretta 92 is if you have a light primer strike, you can't just pull the trigger a second time. To kind of like about double action autos, but other than that, I've heard a lot of good stuff about 320. It's modular, and so you can just remove the firing control group and put it in another frame with the frame crack. So as a tool, it's pretty good.
I haven't heard anything about the frames cracking on them.
Oh, I don't mean cracking, but like it is a polymer frame. So if what I mean is in the event that you really drop it and it like gets run over by a truck or something like that, or something horrible, all I have to do is take the slide off the firing control unit, pop in another pop in another polymer frame, and then it's back in action. That's what I think is really unique thing about it.
You can do the same thing with a Glock too. You could also do the same thing with like the Beretta Apex, freaking M&P. You can do that with pretty much any of them. I mean, the only real reason it's so it's so cool for us is because the fire control unit's the actual firearm. So we can do all sorts of crazy shit with the gun and not affect serial number. You only have to register or do a 4473 on the trigger group, the fire control group. Everything else, it's probably same. I mean, it might take a little more work, but you can still do it.
Yeah. But that's the nice thing about the SIG. It doesn't take a little more work. So you can have one gun be a full-sized, a semi-compact, and a compact just by buying different frames for it. You take out the control group, that's the register part.
Well, it make no difference. You'd have to buy, like, if you wanted to go from a full size to a compact, you'd have to get a new slide and barrel too, like a whole upper receiver part of the gun. Because if you took a full size slide and barrel and put it on a compact frame, you might have some kind of like when you take a 17 and put it on a 19, or you put a 19 slide on a 26. You got that gap in the front that allows for materials to get in through the dust cover.
That's true.
So I mean, it's not just like just because you take the full size slide and barrel off and you put it on a compact, it doesn't magically shrink that. You'd have to replace those as well. But I think for the point of modularity is that they can just, because it's probably cheaper to buy slides and barrels and tons of those polymer lowers and just keep the trigger groups, the fire control groups, and use those in different forms. That way you can have a firearm built to the individual person who's going to be issued it. So it's not like everybody carries a full-size M9. Like if you're a smaller statured person, they can put together a compact. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and because the trigger group is a serialized part, it's a lot less paperwork.
Yo, Heavy.
Yo.
Yo, February is the rainiest month, right?
What?
Is February the rainiest month in California?
It's supposed to be. I really haven't noticed. I know that we finally actually are starting to have some kind of winter. Um, that's about it.
What do you mean by winter?
Where it's cold and rainy for Southern California.
So cold's probably what, 60, 70 degrees?
Yeah. Where I'm at, that's regular weather. But where it's heavy at, I don't know.
Considering it's like low 50s, or high 60s, or low 50s, high 40s right now. Yeah. So, I mean, and it's decent. It's really windy out though. We get all that wind coming out of the Cajon Pass. Just acts like a funnel in the north end.
See, now I still call that nice weather.
Yeah, well, I had a boss from Arkansas, from Deep Woods, Arkansas, so we're, like up close to the Ozarks where they got snow and stuff like that. And he was like, "Oh yeah, it gets freezing down here. It don't get cold in California." Halfway through our winter, he had pneumonia, and he was freezing his ass off. So, hey, just saying.
That's like, over the holidays, I spent 3 weeks in Florida. And of course, it was 80 to 85 every day there and humid. And I about sweat my ass to death. When we're back down in the 20s again.
'20 is pretty cold.
It's about 20, 22 or 23 right now, and it's snowing pretty good. So,
Snow? What snow? I'm in Florida.
yeah, snow. We're used to that.
I thought cold was 70.
Yeah, I heard you say earlier you was in Florida also.
Well, I'm from New York originally, but that was a long time ago since I've been there.
Hey, that FedEx guy who stopped those people from burning American flags, and kept his job. So,
Yeah, and I think that's great.
Do you have a link to that story?
It's on Instagram.
Oh, cool.
It's do you follow the Tactical Defender? Because that's one of their latest posts.
Not on Instagram. I probably should be in Twitter. I
read it earlier on Facebook also. So
there you go. I mean, they just, I guess, reposted it or whatever, but
I have a problem with that. When they made that not a crime, I was upset, and I still think somebody that burns a flag should be arrested right away.
Yeah, the problem with that is the First Amendment, brother. That would be hypocritical.
I know.
I mean, we want them to respect the Second Amendment. We have to respect the First Amendment. Now, do I agree with it? No, I don't think you should burn the American flag. And in my opinion, people who burn the American flag because they want to protest freedom, I guess, they're burning the symbol of the freedom that gives them the right to burn the American flag. So, fuck them.
Well,
but still, millions of people have fought and died, so people have the right to be assholes.
I don't always agree with Sean Hannity because it's a lot of times he just repeats party line. But he did say one brilliant thing, and he said the First Amendment means that people say things or do things to me not always like, and it's a two-way street. And in that, I actually do find that very true. and it's a good thing.
Well, it's just like Madonna saying she wanted to blow up the White House. To me, that's a offense.
That's a bit different. You can't threaten. That's borderline threatening the president. That's what she did. That's a little different.
They got a petition.
You say you don't like someone, you could say that I wish they weren't live, but you cannot say I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to your person because that becomes a threat. And threats are not protected speech.
But I don't think she got anything out of it, did she?
No. I mean, CNN did something similar, but it was a lot more not quite frontal. They ran a news story on the 19th saying, what if President-elect Trump is assassinated, and because some of his cabinet positions haven't been appointed by Congress yet, then it's possible an Obama appointee could become president, and they ran this story a day before he was supposed to be inaugurated. That right there that's borderline. That's something that should have been investigated if it wasn't.
Well, they was trying to excite violence.
Yeah. I don't think Fox News ever said anything like that about Obama in 2008. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, it's like you said earlier, we're living in different times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. It is like the Twilight Zone. Definitely. But it's getting better. Getting a little better every day.
Now, what was the executive order he signed also? They had to do with one of Obama's gun regulations this week. Does anybody know?
I'm not sure. I did hear that Obama signed a executive order, was about to, in regards to banning lead ammunition on federal wildlife management properties, like national parks and stuff like that. He was referring
Well, Trump was supposed to sign. He was supposed to have signed one this week that reversed one of Obama's gun legislative orders.
Maybe banning lead ammunition, hard cast lead ammunition.
I thought it had to do something with buying and selling guns. But I'll have to research that a little bit more.
Yeah.
As long as he keeps doing it, I won't be upset if he keeps reversing all the orders he made. Foreign guns back in this country again.
Oh, let's see, Trump versus Obama gun executive order. I see one thing here. It's on January 3rd saying Donald Trump will unsign Obama's executive action on gun control. But I don't see any stories indicating that he's done anything yet in regards to that. Yeah, I do see it though. What you're talking about, moment. There's a news article from the Daily Caller that talks about the FedEx driver saves an American flag protest try to burn.
And basically, what it said is FedEx is going to support their driver.
That's cool. Oh yeah, speaking about crazy stuff and crazy people, have you heard about the people trolling Shia LaBeouf? We will not divide us, or whatever. Just like told Jim Jones zombies, the people that were protesting with them. A couple of people trolled him. Apparently, I think he goes in New York.
Do you know what it was about?
He was just protesting Trump, but what really like the story is focusing on that he was so much of a dick that his own supporters abandoned him, started arguing with him. They punched one of them in the face or something like that and got arrested. Shia LaBeouf.
Well, you know, it's always nice to see them beating each other up.
I think the craziest thing I saw actually so far is that these women's rights protests that are forming, a lot of the people they actually be infiltrated by actual Sharia law supporting jihadists. They're having these actually brain I think they are brain damage, like feminists actually saying Allah Akbar. I'm not even making this up. Like you can find videos of this on YouTube. This crazy Islamist feminist leader leading all these feminists. A lot of them young, some of them, but a lot of them look at their whites and they're like chanting Allah Akbar. Like I can't even make this up. And they were like in DC. So you have people who are calling for women's liberation actually cooperating with the most repressive culture against women possible in the same fold. Just this is like extreme case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To have any celebrities left the USA like they said they would if Trump became president? I don't think I think I only heard of like one actually leave.
I haven't heard of any.
I heard of one comedian, I can't remember his name, that actually did leave.
Earlier, the chat was talking about California elite trying to leave, so fueled from.
I think the only fucking comedian that, or the person that left, was Rosie O'Donnell, right? I don't even know if she really left.
Maybe she
Which I
got
won't
home.
miss her.
It's Rosie O'Donnell or whatever. Roseanne Barr's okay, and she's friends with Rosie, but yeah, Rosie, yeah. Not exactly a good example of a healthy role model.
That's a beluga whale right there.
Well, she'd been odds with Trump way back till the beauty pageants and stuff. They had battled for years, so that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. It is Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, she like wants us to give up our guns, but not her security guards' guns. So it's just another one of these hypocrites. Oh right, yeah, about California succeeding. Right, I want to say something. I used to think jokingly, like everyone else. A lot, I don't want to say everyone else. That's wrong. Like a lot of other people said that. Let's just go ahead and cut them off from the map, let them float off the Pacific Ocean. But I think it's a really bad idea. And I was very foolish and ignorant of me to say that because it's a poor part country, and there are a lot of good people in California. They're just being outvoted by San Francisco and Los Angeles, and the fact that they don't have voter ID laws. It taken a lot of third world legally, not necessarily legally, sorry, and giving them driver's license. If they have driver's license and they can vote. And people who've been there who are working hard and paying taxes being overran. And actually, the better solution is to just shut down sanctuary cities and use the courts to overrule any unconstitutional laws in the state of California, like anything related to legal gun laws, such as magazine restrictions and not being able to carry and stuff like that. That's the better solution, because if we divide as a nation, ultimately make us weaker, especially if we lose China's foothold. What happens if then they were to ally themselves with China, for example, and now, if you could be part of China or something like that, if we were to lose California, then we have a foreign dignitary that's very powerful, doesn't like us, having control of a large body of land on our continent. So for the sake of the union, I actually think it's better we keep California and just try to fight them through the courts and defund the sanctuary cities and cause the corrupt politicians like Jerry Brown who came to power because of these sanctuary cities just bleed them dry.
Yeah, if I could move me and my family out of here and my friends, I would definitely kick freaking California off into the ocean and let it go away.
I don't think they could ever leave. And then we should
They
treat
can't.
them like Mexico. You know, if we said, okay, we're going to put a tariff on anything you ship into the United States, that would wipe California out, because then they would have no industry unless they shipped it over the lake.
Well, for one, we have a lot of ports in California for goods coming in from overseas, which would, like, if
That would hurt the
California,
United States.
that would hurt us bad, because especially if there's a 20% tax on things coming through, then that's money we're not making anymore. And California could work a deal, and they'd probably do it like 10% or whatever. But still, then we have the military bases, you know. So, and then you have the people in California. So yeah, this shit ain't gonna work.
What may be a good solution is to split it into 2 different states, because northern and southern are California very different. Do something like the state of Jefferson solution, so that way people feel like they're better represented because the districts being redrawn.
Draw the line north to south, split it east and west, make East California and West California, or I should say, free California and left California.
That's awesome. I think the only state that can legally succeed is Texas, and that's it.
Texas ain't going nowhere. Not
Nah.
right now. They got no reason to.
Not now, but there's talk of it the last 8 years of Texas seceding multiple times.
There's been talk of a lot of places seceding. Whenever the liberals are winning, a conservative state talks about seceding. Whenever the conservatives or the right wing is winning, then the other side talks about seceding. So, I mean, it's all bullshit. They're ranting and raving and hooting and hollering and showing people that they're standing for them because their voter base says so. And it's all bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, what I've read so far, they're circulating a petition. They've got to get, I don't know how many million signatures on it. And if they get all those signatures, then it can be put up for a ballot in the state of California. And then the rest of the people have to vote on it. So it's a process. It's not anything that's going to happen overnight.
Yeah, I mean, even if it does pass, like, it's still, you got the legal problems of it. Like the California Constitution stating that it is an inseparable part of the United States. So you have to go through the whole process of that. You got to get 3/4 of the Senate and the Assembly to agree on it. You got to get the fucking governor to sign off on it because he said he would, and I bet he would. But then it's automatically going to go to litigation. Then you got to have court battles forever as it climbs up the chain. So it's all bullshit, dude. It's just bullshit. That's all it is. It's like the people started a petition when Trump got elected to have the electorate vote differently. You know, I mean, it's it's fucking stupid. It's all a bunch of nonsense. You can start a petition to fucking be able to have dog shit in your front yard and get people to. Doesn't mean anybody's going to allow this shit to happen.
And I know it takes money, but it's just like you not being able to have the guns you want. To me, that seems like that should be a court case that could be challenged. People want to spend the money to challenge that court case.
That may happen with Jeff Sessions as Attorney General. I believe he was confirmed. I'll need to double check.
But really, I've always been taught a state law cannot override a federal law.
That's true. A lot of these magazine bans and naming weapons that specifically are banned and approval lists, it's against shall not infringe. It really is. And
But the problem is something like that, it takes money. And it must be there's no money in California that even some of our major gun groups aren't willing to spend the money in California.
it's true, but with the new attorney general, things may change, but we'll have to wait and see.
But in all honesty, that's where our gun dollars should be spent. We should be fighting everything there. Even though we don't worry about it in our states, we should be fighting for them.
It's true. Because what happens in California seems to seep its way out to the rest of the nation in time. I think even Colorado now, they're not as bad as California, but they have magazine capacity bans. They're trying to do that in Florida too after the nightclub shooting in the Fort Lauderdale, but it's not going to happen. They don't have the support. So, talking about SHOT Show, did you guys see that Arsenal's going to have a Bulgarian AK under $1,000 for sale soon? I think it's like $850 the retail.
I can't help on that one. I never seen it though.
Looks pretty good. It's a stamped Bulgarian AK with 90-degree gas block. But it's an AK, and it's cold hammer forged barrel and forged trunnions, bolt carrier group, just with a really terrible finish. But getting all the other stuff right.
I've never really gotten into AKs. I have a couple AR-15s, but I've never owned an AK yet.
That's cool. I'm the opposite. I have 2 AKs, but I haven't owned an AR yet.
And then this past fall, I built an AR-15 with the 450 Bushner in it, which is what I used for my deer rifle this fall. And that was awesome. Which I imagine would be a good hog gun also.
What caliber?
Bushmaster.
Bushmaster?
Basically, you're shooting basically a 45 bullet out of an AR. Bushmaster.
I've heard of that caliber. That sounds pretty cool.
Turned out to be a very effective deer rifle.
Is it a Spitzer style bullet that it uses, or is it more like a round nose?
I guess I would call it a Spitzer. It has a poly insert in the tip of it, so it really flattens out.
That's good. That's the only thing I worry about bigger rifle calibers like that. I think like the Old West, we have these really big solid lead rounds that are rounded and they just fall like a rock out after a certain point.
I know the deer I shot, the entrance hole was probably as round as my finger. The hole was probably round enough that I could stick 2 fingers in it.
That's pretty good.
And that deer bled out quick.
I believe that. Did find though sometimes you can have too much power. The one time I went hog hunting successfully on private property, I shot a boar, a 308 Winchester, using 308 Winchester soft points. Shot the first boar, then it went through that boar and hit the boar that was behind it in the pack. Like, I ain't making this up. It actually took 2 boar down with 1 308 round. It wasn't full metal jacket. It was soft point that was meant for antelope and wild boar and deer.
I've never, of course, we don't have any wild boars in our area here, but I've raised tame hogs and I've shot quite a few of those before. But typically with those, I'd take a 22 short and I'd hit them in the forehead, and then I'd take my knife and go across their throat. 22 was just to stun them long enough that I could cut their throat.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, when you're going to butcher an animal, the faster they bleed out, the better the meat you're going to eat is. So I always wanted to bleed out quick.
That's true. The place I went to, it was a hog pen. They put you in the pen. They did all the field dressing. They get it out. They put it on ATV after safe's been called and all the hunters are done, and they drain so fast. So yeah, but you're right. We were saying you want to drain all that as fast as you can, string them from a tree, do what you got to do.
So you actually go on commercial hunts then?
This one was the place called Two Guys in the Hog. They're in North Florida. They have their own private property. They go out to farmers and ranchers and catch their boar, trap them, and they put them on their property in this 50 to 100 acre lot. I think that's how big it is. And they let you put you in the pen, and you just sit in a treehouse until one of them comes by, and it's guaranteed. It's like, it's boring. It's like
the reason I ask is I've been considering. We've just spent 3 weeks in Florida, and I loved it. And I've been considering on moving, but the one hold I have on moving is whether I like hunting in Florida, which is what I do all the time here. And there's asking questions.
Oh, that's good, because I'm looking at getting my hunting license now. In the state of Florida, it's private property. As long as the landowner is okay, it's fine. There are no shortages of places to do guided hunts in Florida. South Florida, not so much. As long as you're talking Lake Okeechobee north, there's a lot of places to do guided hunts. Boar is by far the cheapest. For a boar for a guided hunt, you're looking usually between $150 and $400, usually averaging somewhere $200 to $300 for 200 to 300 pound size boar on a guided hunt, or one of these places where they already got him captured and they just letting you in this huge hog pen and you just wait for him to run by.
Now, what about wild turkey? Do you hunt turkey?
No, we do have turkey hunting down here. It is a thing, and there's a season for that. Just like we have black powder and deer. The only thing, deer in Florida, it's very restricted because it's not a nuisance down here like it is other parts of the country. So we do limit people to 5-round magazines, and you have to use soft points or hollow points.
Then the other thing I wondered about, you go walk around some of those areas, do you run into alligators?
Only if you're in
I'm
the
scared to
Everglades.
death.
It's a problem in the Everglades. Otherwise, you shouldn't. That's you
I'd
only
be scared to death of those.
only in wetlands should you find it. Should you find them? If
Okay.
you're not in the wetlands where they got Everglades, then it shouldn't be an issue. I live in South Florida, in Broward. It's north, just south of Palm Beach. But I like being down here, and I don't. It's just, it wasn't so bad a couple years ago, but it's just like the housing prices are ridiculous in South Florida. If I were to do it again, probably live in Central Florida. Maybe not. I don't know. There are places that are really expensive, but there are a lot of jobs in the area. Maybe the West Coast would be better, like Sarasota, Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton. That's probably where I go. Because you can still find...
My mom used to live in Bradenton, and so I've been to that area before, but my sister lives in Claremont, and I really like that area.
I don't have
But you're
experience
just-
in Claremont.
Well, it's just Claremont's really a suburb of Orlando.
Orlando's nice. It has a lot of the same problems South Florida being very metropolitan, which is nice to visit, but then you live there and it's a big city. It really is Orlando. That's really always a bad thing. You got the amusement parks right next to you, Disney World, Universal Studios, SeaWorld. I think there's a few others also.
This is what we just did. We just hit all of them. So, and then my mom lives in a place called the Villages, which is a little bit north of that yet. But it's basically a retirement community. But it was neat.
Here in Arizona are the places a lot of people choose to retire. So that's not surprising.
Well, she has a place in Florida for the winter, and she has a place here in Michigan for the summer. She travels back and forth between the two.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of Canadians do that also down here. Snowbirds are very common down here.
That's what it's kind of funny. We was at Disney one night, and I guess it cooled down to about 65, 70 degrees or something. And I got in line with behind this guy, and he goes, "You're from Michigan, aren't you?" I go, "Yeah, how did you know that?" He says, "Because you got a t-shirt on." He said, "Everybody else in this line has a sweatshirt on." I mean, it cooled down, and I was comfortable, and he was cold.
Yeah, I do see that a lot, especially in the suburban areas. See a lot of people that never been in cold, like 65. They all put on the winter jackets, just running around in shorts, just looking at people like they're crazy. And think I'm crazy. Yeah, people down here don't know what cold is. The summer, though, oh my god, it's bad.
But we was over there over Christmas, and every day it was 85, and we had high humidity every day. And I soaked a t-shirt every day we were there, I think.
Oh, just imagine that in the middle of July or August. That's when it's bad.
Well, and that's what my sister said. She said the summers are very humid here.
You have no idea. It's really bad. Florida summers. People just stay inside. Usually, just make sure your air conditioner works. Your air conditioner is necessary in the state of Florida. It's actually like so bad. Like they use air conditioners. And some of these offices and buildings people work. During the summer, they run them so cold that you'll see people bringing coats just so that way they don't freeze to death inside the office because how heavily the air conditioners run. Yeah. It's a good state, though. The only thing that we don't do right, there's no open carry in Florida except while hunting and fishing, which is kind of dumb, but it'll probably change someday. But
Well, you know,
carry-
that was a problem I had when I got there. I wasn't really sure of the gun laws because, of course, traveling, I always carry a gun. Then we got there, I got to my sister's house, and I got thinking, you know, maybe I shouldn't leave my gun. You know, I knew I was going to Disney, so I knew I couldn't carry it at Disney. Maybe I shouldn't leave this gun in my sister's house, so I ended up locking it up in the vehicle all the time.
That's fine. Yeah, for amusement park you can't. But Florida is reciprocal carry if you have a concealed handgun permit or concealed weapon permit for another state. We do reciprocate for other states.
Well, I'd read that before I left, but then I got thinking, well, okay, the gun's legal on me, but what if I leave it in my sister's house and they have no gun permits?
Nah, wouldn't be an issue. There are no permits to own a gun in the state of Florida. None. The only thing that that there is, if you don't have a Florida carry permit, you have to wait 5 days before you can take it home. That's it.
Okay. So that probably wouldn't have been an issue then if her house and found my gun in it.
Yeah.
See, now the state of Michigan, that's kind of like here in Michigan, I can loan my gun to anybody that has a CPL permit, but if they don't have a concealed carry permit, I can't loan my gun to them.
No, that's not a problem in the state of Florida. There'll only be an issue if they're trying to actively carry it on them, on the person, and it's not their private property. But if it's staying inside their house or inside their vehicle, inside a holster, inside a glove box or some other steel container, that'd be fine. But just for someone to have a gun or to own, you don't need a carry permit. Carry permit just makes it easier because you don't have to wait 5 days to take it home.
Yeah, so you guys are more lax than Michigan is even then.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The gun laws of Florida, NFA items are allowed. I don't think there's any restrictions on NFA.
How often do you have to renew your permit?
7 years.
Yeah. See, ours are every 4, so.
Mine is coming up next year. I think it's like $110 for 7 years. I forget.
That's about what ours is for 4 years because I just did mine last March.
No, every state's different. That's one thing that Sequist Trump, you say you want to do some kind of standardized concealed carry act. I'm just wondering how this affects states with constitutional carriers and give them less rights. It's the only thing that I'm a little worried about. But so you got actually no, not necessarily. Just other states have if you can accept the driver's license from New York and California, you should be able to do that for a carrier permit. I think it's all he's trying to say in the idea behind the bill.
But you guys cannot open carry other than hunting, you said?
Hunting or fishing. That is
hunting or fishing.
Correct. On your own property, like I see people like in gun stores all the time, their employees open carry. So if it's your property, whatever, but in public, no. Unless you're hunting and fishing. Which is dumb. We tried to overturn it a couple times and it came close, but I mean anything could happen. The medical marijuana constitutional amendment failed a couple of years back, but it was passed last election cycle. So Who knows?
Now, was you in favor of Jeb Bush?
No. I mean, he's kind of meh. He's governor. But no. This is. I just don't want any more Bushes or Clintons in office. They're both criminals. They vacation each other. Just no. And they don't really care about us. And I'm not saying Trump's perfect, but he's definitely less connected to the bigger national banks in a way than actually he's not owned by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, stuff like that. He's financially independent, whereas people like Jeb or Hillary, they're a lot more subservient to those international banks, and that's the thing I want to see in a president.
Well, he's really not a politician. He's never been a politician, and so he doesn't have all that baggage with him.
Yep. I don't want to say Jeb was terrible, but I don't know. Dude's better than Charlie Crist. That's not saying a whole lot. Now we have
Things started though. I thought he would be our nominee for this year. I was shocked that he got beat out as quick as he did.
Well, that's what the Rhinos want. I'm glad the Rhinos had their freaking, shamed so badly this election cycle. It just destroyed this whole you got to appeal to the middle narrative that most of us knew was false to begin with. This whole illusion of this centrist ideology that really doesn't exist. It's just that's what the argument is for people like Jeb. Like you just need someone that you can't have someone that actually will bring real change. You got to have someone that follows the MO and is politically correct and everything. Vote for that person like Jeb or Hillary. These are your pre-selected choices. Either way, it'll make the people. I'm sorry, I mean the international banks happy. I meant the people, not the international banks and so forth. But yeah, I'm glad Jeb lost the primary, and he wasn't enthusiastic. He couldn't get people rallied behind him. Sometimes you need more than just a name.
Yeah, I agree with that too. He was running on his brother's name, but his brother had kind of left a bad taste to a lot of people. So,
well, that was why I think Trump did so well, because he's the one candidate on the field that really had not only financial backing, because be able to be self-financed, but was not a Clinton or a Bush pointy or related to any of them, and had the wherewithal to run actually a pretty decent campaign. The only other person came somewhat close is maybe Ted Cruz towards the end, but he's not financially independent and wealthy like Trump is. None of the other candidates were, except for maybe Jeb to a certain extent, but he made all that money through corrupt politics through his family. Whereas Trump,
on the side of the coin is, okay, Trump has 4 years. Depends on what he does his first 2 years and whether, to see what we have 4 years from now.
Yeah, if they run things like they did in 2002, sorry, early 2000s, I think it was like 2002, that Republicans lost the House and Senate, where they just do stupid things like bridges to nowhere, and it gets involved in more unnecessary wars. And yeah, I agree with that. That could happen, but I don't know. I mean, a lot has happened in 1 week. Sadly, through executive fiat, they get a lot of these. I mean, the president has the ability through Department of Immigration to control who comes to this country or not. You can choose to not allow people in. Just that's the only thing that really bothers me. Trump being too much of an executive president and circumventing the division of power is supposed to be legislative, judicial, and executive. But I think it would do pretty good. His heart is definitely in the right place, but he's not executive in the sense of being able to run a company. Government has division of power, and that's something that I'm sure he may understand, but as it got used to, that's okay, because we need new blood. He's one of the president that we haven't had in a long time. That's one that actually is an executive and thinks and acts like one. We haven't had someone like that since Reagan, and that part is definitely very good.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm optimistic, but yet I'm scared too. So
there's gonna be no perfect president. There really isn't.
We've dug such a deep hole that it's going to be hard to find daylight from the hole we're in too. So
that's true, and that's another reason that I actually like having Trump is that he is familiar with going through Chapter 13 bankruptcies and so forth, and he is seriously thinking about restructuring the national debt and slowly allowing interest rates to rise, but it may not be enough. We may have to do structured default as a nation. It's going to be very hard and difficult, but most of the U.S. government debt's in short-term treasury bonds, which are adjustable. So if interest rates go up, debt servicing goes up. So if you contain the cost, maybe, but eventually it's just going to get to the point where we're left to restructure the debt somehow through some sort of debt default.
Well, I agree there too. There's no way we can carry that kind of debt. If I ran my business like we run this country, I'd be on bankrupt already myself. So
that's more than just that. It's the fiat. It's the monetary system we use. The fiat money. It's got to be reset every couple of years, and this is not just the United States. Every country has gone and used fiat money eventually as doing some kind of restructuring, whether they just try to borrow the way in infinity through hyperinflation, or they actually do go through a debt default restructuring. It's necessary every couple of decades.
Well, and that's the thing that's kind of saved us is our dollar has been strong. Even though we are so far in debt, our dollar is still worth more than the rest of the world.
That could change, though, at any time because of the petrodollar, which we have, which is backed largely by people's faith and confidence in the U.S. dollar, our U.S. military, particularly, and operates do overseas for better or worse. And also the fact that Europe is doing so terribly. People see America safe for investment, but with things that are going on, although necessary, renegotiating national trade agreements, such as Trump, which I'm really proud of. He said, heck no, we're not doing Trans-Pacific Partnership. And just rescinded that. But it could also have the cost of people now looking to China more and more as a global leader. But China, although very wealthy and sitting on assets, has a different problem, that its social construct is screwed up in China with one-child policy, too many men, not enough women, huge pollution problems because they don't do any kind of regulation on particulate matter there. It's causing huge air quality problems. And they also have a growing middle class. And that's not something the Communist Chinese Party wants. They want everyone to be poor and subservient so they can maintain power. And in my opinion, I think China is ripe for civil war over the conditions that they created over the one-party system, the rising middle class, and the pollution problem they have.
And of course, my income is very dependent on China, our number one buyer of grains from, the United States. So
Yeah.
when they come into the commodity markets, they make the markets jump very big. And that's kind of the problem that's been lately, buying grain right now.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's a good point. That's another reason why I think it'd be bad to give it California, because a lot of the food comes from there in our country, U.S.
But as of, the last few years, the United States produces more corn and soybeans than we need. If we have no exports on it, it's about next to nothing. But
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't
which
know.
is what I do. I produce corn and soybeans. So that's where my income comes from. So
Good to
I'm a
be-
big commodity markets a lot.
Now, I want to tell you, markets come and go. Even if the market does slow down, it could pick up and may have other buyers. Just, I don't know. I mean, things are definitely going to shape up a lot in the Far East next couple of years, and in the U.S. also. It's hard to say exactly when and what's going to happen and what shape that takes. Some tariffs may not be such a bad idea, as well as what I think Trump really should push through Congress. What he was talking about is drastically lowering the corporate income tax rate to 16% and not punishing people for trying to take money home, because a lot of American companies will have their headquarters overseas so that they don't have to pay taxes on it. But if you could actually make it cheaper for them to just pay taxes from home and have their headquarters inside the U.S., not in the Cayman Islands somewhere, then it's better for us because that's money that we see in the U.S. in our reserves.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm kind of optimistic, but I'm skepticistic too.
Tariffs can work, but they can also backfire and start trade wars. A lot of big reasons we had the American Civil War was something similar situation you're discussing, where the North was upset that the South wasn't buying the finished textile goods, and the South instead was buying it largely from Europe, where they were exporting a lot of their raw cotton from. So they put tariffs on finished textile goods coming from Europe, and then they put tariff goods on our goods for raw cotton going to Europe, and a lot of that came from that in the American Civil War. So if that's the problem with tariffs, when applied properly, it is a good thing. Other times, you just lead yourself to where you end up starting a trade war, and then it turns into hot war.
And that's really one thing that's bothered me. You go to buy anything, and you do not buy a product from the United States very often. And so if we put tariffs on everything, what are we going to buy? More expensive.
It won't be that much more expensive. Maybe $1 or $2. I mean,
And they're bringing a lot of those manufacturing jobs home. Even if a lot of it's done by robots and machines, it's still going to require a good number of people to run a factory. Really, what I think more than tariffs, what we should do, as much as I hate the UN, we should actually force China to agree to some kind of Clean Air Act where they monitor their particulate matter, because it actually would help their citizens a lot, and it would actually bring up their factory standards we have to deal with, therefore making manufacturing there much more expensive, probably the same level with the United States. They actually did put the scrubbers on their stacks in a lot of their chemical plants.
Oh yeah, if you're in the United States, we live to a higher standard than the rest of the world as far as that goes. Even like something simple as a diesel motor that I run on a tractor. We have to control motor now. The rest of the world doesn't.
It's true. Even Europe, diesel's much less strict. And, it's more efficient. For heavy machinery, diesel's way better because and gas can't do what diesel can do in terms of efficiency. For something that needs to have a lot of low end torque and it be efficient, it's hard to beat unless you start dealing with electric motors. But that's a whole other host of problems when you're dealing with all electric.
But in the United States, we have to be at a class 4 admission motors, unless it's a piece of equipment made before, I don't remember what the date was, but any new piece of equipment, like if I'd go out and buy a brand new tractor right now, that would have to be a tier 4 diesel, which basically is putting no emissions into the air. Of course, all that makes it more expensive. You end up adding nitrogen to your fuel. It burns your exhaust out and cleans your exhaust every so often. But all those little things add to cost of production.
They do. I'll think I do with this like urethra filters that trap a lot of the sulfur emissions. You have to clean it out, and it's I heard a lot of diesel cars.
Pickup truck. I have to add. I can't think what it's called right now, but I added an additive to the diesel fuel. Well, it actually has a separate tank. I pour that into, and then I fill the tank with diesel. And when it's cleaning the exhaust, that truck stinks something terrible.
No. I do want to get a diesel, not a big one. I was thinking because GM actually has the exact truck I want. I like compact trucks, and they have a 4-cylinder turbo Chevy Colorado diesel. Actually looks pretty cool, but thinking about a lot of this stuff, like if it's a small vehicle, if I'm going to have to go through like a lot of stuff you're talking about, it's just a compact truck because it's a diesel. I don't know.
Yes, but that you have to think about too, a diesel motor has about 3 times the life of a gas motor. You are not running the head temperatures that you are in a gas motor. So, even on that same pickup, was going to get 100,000 with a gas motor, you'd probably get 300,000 with a diesel motor in it.
That itself might be worth it, and at least the 4-cylinder I was looking at, Chevy's numbers, they say it gets something like 19 in city and 28 in highway, which is absolutely insane for a compact pickup like that. Way better than my V6 Ranger. I'm lucky if it get above 18 miles per gallon.
But it's also a $5,000 to $7,000 option on that truck to get the diesel motor in it.
It is. It's about $35,000. Probably get it for like $32,000 out the door, but the difference you save on fuel should pay for itself in a couple of years.
Depends on the price of fuel, because my wife's job, she's on the road every day. She drives probably 200 miles a day. And we started looking at one of those Prius, the Toyota Priuses, because they had such good gas mileage. And by the time we got all said and done, we decided that a regular car was just as cheap for her, because if you figured the extra cost she was going to pay in gas, it didn't pay for the extra cost of that car.
Yeah, I suppose. But it just maybe it's better just get a 4-cylinder economy car. It's not the hybrid. Well, it's not the only hybrid option now. There's a lot of options for hybrids.
There is, and like now some of these electric cars are coming out if you do a lot of city driving, but that doesn't work real well for us.
No. Yeah.
And then we bought a Chevy Suburban, and it's a flex fuel vehicle. which I raise soybeans, so I thought it would be great to run E85 in a vehicle. Well, then after we bought it and I started figuring it up, I get better mileage on regular gas than I do E85, and the extra mileage pays for the cost of the regular gas.
Yeah, that's the problem I heard with a lot of soy or corn-based fuel, unfortunately.
You know, for me, I thought, okay, I'm using my product. That'd be a great deal. But it really doesn't turn out to be any big savings.
Well, diesel's better because diesel fuel you can make from just about anything. And I don't think it really changes the efficiency much if you use biodiesel versus actual oil.
Not much, other than in the winter here, you have a lot more problems with biodiesel. It tends to gel a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I heard you need like warmers for the tank and the engine.
It looks like we lost Heavy.
No, maybe just having internet problems. Who knows?
We've been kind of dominating the chat, so.
Well, there's nothing that says he can't speak up at any time. So yeah.
We haven't heard from Brandon for a while.
Yeah, that's true. He's doing some. He's showing us the cool lightsabers that he has.
Yeah. And of course, it's about my bedtime too, so I should go soon. But I've been enjoying myself here, so.
I'll probably be for like another hour. I gotta wake up semi early, but that's like 8 a.m. and it's only midnight where I am. So I probably be up until like 1 or so.
You're about on the same time. You're in the same time zone I am. That's the problem I run into on these chats. You get talking to somebody like Heavy that's out on the East Coast, West Coast there, and it's only 8 or 9 o'clock out there for them. And then I find myself here till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning here talking with those guys.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before when I've been here in the past. I see some people like they'll be up until dawn talking.
Yeah. I've done that with, I don't know if you've ever talked with Dead Horse, but I've gotten on visiting with him before and realized it was almost daylight by the time I got done talking. And
oh yeah. That's so cool though. I like gun channels and I like general chat more than the radio shows because of stuff like this. As long as you don't be like Cleatel Dick or something, you just hang out, chat, whatever.
yeah, and I've had fun on these too. I enjoy getting on it. And first night I've ran into you though, that's kind of different, but
Oh, sorry. I only come on occasion every couple months. Just I've been going a lot of stuff in my personal life, so problem is finding the time. But today, I thought like, yeah, I've been on since November, December, so I figured I want to hang out with you guys, see what's up, see if anyone still shows up here, and it's pretty cool. I think I see you before though, Fuss. I think I have. I changed my avatar tonight. Used to be something different, but wanted to change something like more gun related, so I put two of my handguns, a pocket Constitution, and U.S. flag there because it's America. Fuck yeah, I don't know.
well, and that's like when I set mine up, I go, well, what do I use? Favorite gun. So that's what mine is. It's a Car P9, and I love that gun.
I was wondering about that. It looks like it looks kind of like the same sort of setup as it looks like an AK front sight post because it's got the little pin for the flash hider. to
Yeah.
lock it in.
And this gun, the gun I've got pictured there, I actually sent it back to Carr. I had the comes with a flat slide. I had the slide polished. I had a trigger job done on it, and money in that gun. But I love the gun.
Oh, sorry. Let's look at Fuss. Yeah, Carr. That definitely is Carr. Yeah, I heard good stuff about Carr. I don't think I ever had a chance to handle one. I like one of their K9 series, the all stainless. That'd be cool to get someday.
Well, the K9 series was really designed as a training gun to train people to shoot a gun. The P9 come from the K9 series, actually.
Yeah.
The reason I go to Carr is because I have tiny hands, and I cannot, like a double stack pistol, I could not shoot a double stack pistol because if I get my hand around the grip, I don't reach the trigger.
That'd
But
be
a
held
carb
to
typically. Excuse me.
I know. I agree with you. I have problems with a lot of double stacks because my hands aren't that big, but some double stacks aren't too bad, like CZ75s, Browning High Powers. It depends if you have the right hump. Like a CZ75 has a hump just like the Browning High Power, so it matches a palm swell of your hand. If it's done right, double stack can be comfortable. But you're right, though. Single stacks are more comfortable, but then again, you're not holding as much. But there are double stacks that can even fit a small hand fairly well.
And that's like I have a Springfield loaded for my 1911, and I just sent it off and had a smaller trigger put in it, just so I could get my finger on the trigger better on it. So a lot of guns I buy, I end up having to modify them to make them fit my hand.
Yeah, I thought they had to do something like that. I've changed grip panels. But I never had to do short reset trigger before anything like that. I don't have that big of hands. I mean, they're not like baby size, but they're like borderline small, medium. I don't know. I mean,
Well, I've heard the comment before that small feet, small hands, 6 shoe. So my hands must fit my size 6 shoe.
and if you're shorter, it's extra, whatever, it's okay. I'm not gonna like berate you for that. I mean, I'm not. I have a size 10 or 9.5, 10 between.
And let me tell you, it's no fun having feet that small because buy work boots, because most people that age do not wear work boots.
Yeah, that's true. Probably kids that wear that size the most. But yeah, I get what you're saying, man. I don't know.
Size 6 is a kid's size.
Yeah, I saw where you're going with that. It's all good. Yeah. I don't know. The reason the K9, right? I'm just a sucker for all metal guns. I know Polymer. I don't know. I mean, if it's inexpensive, yeah. But the K9 just, I like being able to add custom side panels, whether it's wood or like some kind of special, like these really fancy plastic ones. I forget what they're called. That's why I like the K9 because it has a kind of classic all metal, like 70s, early 80s type Wonder 9 look to it that I really appreciate. And they have second strike capability, which is pretty cool. So if the round has a light primer strike, you can just pull the trigger again. It'll probably go off.
Sounds like a Smith & Wesson 4506.
If it's double action only, though. Cars are double action only.
Well, now the one I have pictured is double action, single action.
Aha, I didn't know they did that. That's pretty cool. So how do you decock it then?
Man, I miss the old metal guns. When guns were made out of metal.
It still exists. It's gotta look more, and they could still be had for reasonable prices.
True. I just picked up a Smith & Wesson, I think it's a 392.
I've spoken with you before. I remember you showed me a couple of the older third gens you have.
Yeah, this is first gen.
That's first? Oh, never mind. That's awesome. I had a 3904. I sold it, unfortunately. It was nice just with the whole grips I had on there, which I really liked. It was just too bulky, and I didn't like the original plastic grips it came with. So I ended up getting a CZ 2075 round meter to replace it, which even though it's 2 less rounds, it's decocker only, and it fits my hand perfectly.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Not. I want to say that the Ramy's not accurate. I mean, it is a 3-inch barrel. It's actually not even 3 inch. It's like 2.9. So it's tough, but you can hit stuff pretty well at 15 to 20 feet, even 25. But makes you try for it, like really try.
I was just watching the trailer for that movie Chips, and even though it looks like a fucking movie, one of the officers had a 4006, and the other one had a 4506, which was a lot of the CHP used to carry those.
They were popular police guns, the Smith & Wesson third gens. A lot of departments kept them years after Smith & Wesson went to Sigmas and M&Ps.
Yeah, from what I heard from Smith & Wesson, they said the reason they don't make them anymore is because they were too heavy. A lot of officers didn't want to carry those.
I don't think the weight on the aluminum frame ones was bad at all. It's just that the grip sucked. I don't like I don't like that they had the plastic grips also be the mainspring housing. So if you drop the gun on the plastic grips and it cracks and you lose the mainspring housing. That's the only thing I really didn't like about them. And the mag disconnect, but it didn't really affect the trigger that much. The mag disconnect, at least on the way Smith & Wesson designed it.
True. I like double actions.
Yeah, the stainless models I can understand being too heavy, but like the 3904 was 1.5 pounds, which for a gun of that size is fine. 24 ounces for 12 rounds. It's not bad. It's a little heavier in polymer. You're talking like 3 ounces or so, maybe 4, if that.
Yeah, my dad carried the 4506 for, I want to say, 10 years when he was a detective. Then he sold it, not knowing they were going to be a collector's item.
I do want the 4506 for a 45. Those are single stack, right?
Yeah, single stack. I think it's 8-round plus.
No, it's like a double action 1911 kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should get one.
They're not.
Sorry.
Oh, the same. They're nice.
Yeah. Ruger made something similar. The P series. They're bulkier. They have a 45 version. I don't remember which bottle it is. It's like the P93 or something. I saw one at the local gun shop for $200, and I was like, I should buy that. A month later, it was gone. It's like, oh well.
It's always a way, man.
Yeah. Well, actually, I have a story to tell. Actually, something like that happened to me, but it was opposite. I went into a local gun store, and I wanted to get a good bolt action for a while, and they had this beat up. So I don't want to say it's beat. It wasn't that bad. It was distressed. Distressed would be a better word. 8mm Mauser that someone had started to sports dries. They removed the rear sight and replaced it with a optic mount and a cheapo NC Star scope.
Oh
And I came back around Christmas / New Year's, and they still had it. And I had a coupon on my cell phone that said, "Hey, look, you guys say you have 10% off and use guns, so does it apply to that?" They're like, "Yeah, well, I'm buying it then." So it sat there for like 4 months. I got it for like $40-50 off just by showing a 10% discount. It's like $360 instead of $400.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Czech Mauser. It's a VZ24. I removed the scope mount and put rear sights on it. Shoots good for his old. I mean, it's his old actually. Shoots well, period. It's just those sights and Mauser suck. But when you get it lined up and everything's aligned properly, it can really hit its target.
Do you like the Czech Mausers over the Germans?
I never used a K98, so I can't. It's not fair for me to say. But the thing is about with the Czechoslovakian and the Yugoslav Mausers. I haven't experienced Yugo, but it's for the experience here. It's pretty similar. Is that you're getting a gun that's very similar, if not equal, to the K98 in quality, without paying K98 prices. So you're getting for like half what you pay for an authentic German K98 or less.
True.
That's where they really are awesome. And it's pretty much the same platform. The only differences are small, like on the Czech and VZ. Sorry, same thing. On the Yugo and Czech Mausers, they usually have a full wood upper handguard, where the Germans didn't do that. They removed that, so that way it had better heat ventilation. But other than that, and some minor differences with the bolt, they're pretty much all the same thing.
I had a chance to get a German K98, and for whatever reason, I just didn't buy it. Then when I went back to purchase it, it was gone. Seems to be the way.
Oh, those are more collectible. You could still find them. I just checked the bore on them. I did that. A flashlight with me. The bore looked good. The bluing was pretty much wasn't all white, but it was pretty close. But I didn't see any major rust. But I didn't take the stock off, so what I see on the outside might be fine. But I never took the stock off, so I really don't know what it looks like on the inside. But shoots good. But yeah, I mean, if you look at like arms list, you should be able to find like a Czech or Yugo Mauser for around the $300 to $500 mark, maybe less, depending on the person.
I was lucky enough to find a Walther P38, pretty good condition, all matching serial numbers.
That's cool gun, P38.
Yeah, it's all stamped and everything, so it's got some value.
Does it have any like German proof marks on it?
Does it have any what?
German proof marks, like those World War II. You actually prove that.
It's got the swastikas on it.
Oh shit, dude, that's gotta be worth money.
Well, from what I know, I think they're worth around like $600.
I'll stay closer to 1,000.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe a PO1 is $600. That's the aluminum frame version that came afterwards in the 50s and 60s. It was like the first modern double action 9, if you think about it. But I think Walther actually created the double action auto with the PP series.
And there's the see if I can, it's hard to see, but there's a swastika and the eagle.
What? That's awesome, dude.
It's got the bake lights.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
Definitely.
man. It's not bad.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, it shoots so nice though. It's such a pleasure to shoot these. And it's really comfortable. It feels like a Beretta.
I'm not sure who developed the idea first of the exposed barrel slide, because Beretta had similar designs around the same time with the falling locking block like the P38 has. I don't know if it was concurrent or if they borrowed it from the P38, but it's a good design either way, the falling locking block. And I see why people like it because the barrel doesn't tilt, but it does make the slide kind of fatter.
I don't mind the exposed barrel or open barrel design. I kind of prefer, like, the Beretta is my favorite gun.
92 is not bad. Just a little. It depends on which grips you're using. I had some pretty fat wood grips in mine that I sold to my friend. It didn't fit my hand right, and it was pretty good to shoot, but it had a lot of muzzle flip. At least mine did, because the slide mass is just. It's heavy, the slide mass on 92. But it's a good gun, though.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a little heavy, but I mean, again, like, I love all the metal guns, so I will take a heavy gun.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of lesser known stuff that you can still get for all metal guns. I actually picked up something recently, a Zastava CZ999. It's not a Tokarov. It's kind of a mix between a Walther P88 and a P226. I can bring it out of my safe, but it's a decocker only, but the slide release is also the decocker as well as the slide lock, so it's all one device.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. They're pretty cheap too. They're like $350 when you find them. Sometimes less, sometimes more. The mags where they get you though, because they still produce them new in Serbia, but they don't export them anymore for whatever reason. So mags can get a little pricey. But the nice thing is, the mag body is exactly the same as a Sig Sauer P226 or Beretta. You just have to make a notch for it up front because it locks up front. So you can use 92 mag and just Dremel out a hole for it to lock in. I didn't have to do that, thankfully. I found additional 2 mags and Gunbroker for it for like $40 to $45 each. So I have 4 mags for it, which is fine for me.
You would think that metal mags would be more expensive than plastic ones, except like when you buy, excuse me, except when you buy like H&K.
Depends. I usually find they're like similar in price. Depends on the gun, really. That's really dependent on what the gun is, as far as dictates the price of magazines or the materials. From what I've seen. I don't really see too many polymer magazines for handguns, though. It's usually for rifles.
Yeah, true.
I guess like AKs. I mean, a lot of polymer magazines about $10 to $15, but that's about the same price you can get a surplus steel mag for.
I guess like the AK mags are the Magpul ones. I guess they have a lot of problems with those.
I have a Magpul. I'm sure it's Magpul or Tapco. I'll have to check. They're pretty much all polymer. Some of them, though, the better ones have steel locking lugs and feed lips. Like the Bulgarian Circle 10s. I don't have any of those, though. I have some South Korean steel mags, and some, I don't know where they're from, but I have 3 Eastern European steel mags, and I think it's either Tapco or PMag. The one I have that's Palmer that came with one of the AKs I purchased.
Do you like them? I mean, are they?
I only shot it with the steel mags. Although the Palmer one's not bad. I just wish because of the way the AK works, it rocks in. It makes me a little nervous long term using a polymer mag because everything's dependent on a plastic locking lug, which could shear off if you drop the rifle enough times or whatever. Where if they're made out of steel, it would be a problem. I like a AR platform. It doesn't matter because it locks like a pistol mag, where the AK doesn't. It rocks in, and it's dependent on a front lug and a rear lug.
Good point.
But again, I've seen. I think Robsky. He has a lot of videos doing drop tests on AK Operator Union. I'm pretty sure he used polymer mags for those tests, and they usually seem to survive.
I actually probably one of the only gun owners that has never had much experience with an AK. I had one, and then I just couldn't get into it, and I sold it.
I hear you. The AK is not my favorite platform, but I like that the parts and accessories in the rifle are generally pretty expensive. I really love 7.62 by 39, and that's why I own 2. I did have the first AK I have. I don't have anymore. I had a Century Arms parts kit built. It was a milled receiver, not the C39, but it was a limited run of an underfolder they made using a Hungarian parts kit. But it had never had problems with the magazine well, that the magazine sat too low, so it didn't feed right. And I didn't think it'd make it happen, but I actually found a guy about 300 to 400 miles away from me in Florida, in North Florida. He traded me his Wasser 10 for that milled AK. It wasn't like it wasn't working. The AK I had, it was working. It's just it was too heavy, and I didn't want to deal with it anymore. And I hadn't spent too much time messing with the magazine. Something that didn't fix right in the factory, and part was my fault because I was playing around some different mags, a US Palm and some steel mags, but I don't know. All I know is the Wasser 10 is way better.
I had a Wasser. I think I had a Zastava.
I thought about the Zastava. I wanted an OPAP though, but you can't get them anymore. Only the ends. They're pretty good. But they have some like silly issues that I've heard. Like you can lose the retention pin for the dust cover; it just unscrews itself. If you're not careful, yeah. That happened when they did the 5,000 round test on AK Operator Union. Somewhere like around the 4,000 mark, it unscrewed itself and they just lost it. Everything else about the rifle seems pretty good. The stock that Century puts on them is really terrible in the wood cracks, but it's not Zastava's fault. It's the wood that Century uses, and they put that same wood in all their new guns, apparently, for even the Wassers. The Wasser I have is not super old, but it's not fresh off the assembly line either. Oh, none of them really are. It's not freshly assembled. That'd be better way of describing it. It's made, I had to guess, sometime around 2008 to 2011. It has Romanian hardwood furniture with a little door in the back for cleaning kit. It came with a welded muzzle thread protector. when I removed the thread protector, thankfully it had the threads intact, so I was able to just screw on a standard AK slant brake on it, and I put a cleaning rod on it.
Yeah, I've just never had like that much experience with the AK. Everybody on gun channels loves them, man. They're like, "You're a weird guy," and I was like, "Yeah, I know. I guess I'm that odd guy now."
It's okay. It's personal preference. Like I've fired ARs. I never owned an AR. I understand the like for the platform. I think it seriously maybe in the near future do an AR-10 build. Because I like 308 and I like some of the AR-10 options, but it's just certain things like I don't like. It's the nice thing about an AK versus an AR is that the recoil spring is captured in such a way that you don't need to use a buffer tube. So you can never do like a true side folder with an AR because that's where the bolt carrier is traveling through when it cycles.
And you like the side folder?
Yeah, I like a lot of side folders. I do like having that as an option. And although you can have pretty good adjustable stock system with the M4 AR, it doesn't collapse quite as much as I like. But you can't because it needs a buffer tube because that's where the bolt carrier is traveling through when it's cycling. So
Right.
you can't do that. And the charging handle in the AR, like, it's not too bad, but it never creates having to go all the way to back. But I can see advantages for it too. If you have a situation where you want to be completely ambidextrous, that is the best place. But I don't know if I really need fully ambidextrous. I kind of like having a side charging handle more, but all small stuff. Still a good platform.
Oh man, like aesthetics is everything to people. Sometimes I'm purely an aesthetics type guy. If whatever it looks like, if it looks cool, I'm buying it. Like I've bought the most like freaking impractical guns just because of like how they look.
Yeah, some people in chat are mentioning some interesting stuff, but like there are some AR derivatives. Like there's one called the AR-AX, made by Ferex, I think that's the name of it, where it has more of a AK type arrangement where the recoil spring is captured by the dust cover, but most piston ARs, I believe, still require the buffer tube because that's not what that has to deal with. That's just the recoil spring for the bolt carrier groups. That way it has somewhere to travel and something to push it back. That's really what it's for, from my understanding. Whether it's direct impingement or has a piston, that's just has to deal with the front of the gun, not what's pushing the bolt carrier back where it's traveling. But yeah, there's like there's other guys here like Dead Horse. Yeah, there's other options like the Scar. It's not an AR, but yeah, there are other options too that I like that. Not all piston ARs require buffer tube. That's cool. I know that. Well, I wanted to know about like the AR-AX Ferex. That's a very different gun. It's not even really. It's a rifle. It just happens to take an AR lower. Totally different upper. More like an AK.
What do you think of the Scar?
I think it's cool, but I don't know if I want to spend $3,500 on a rifle.
I hear you on that.
I do like a lot of FM products. I want to buy a FAL someday also. That's as another 308 rifle, which I like a little bit more than the Scar 17, but the FAL has a tilting bolt, which I don't know. I mean, I never heard any real reliability problems with FAL except in Israel, where they use it in Yom Kippur War. it had problems in sand because of tolerances, I believe. But other than that, it's been pretty popular. And the reasons why most countries abandoned it in time was because it's just so heavy. I mean, it's a 308 battle rifle. Even an AR-10 is going to be at least 8 pounds or close to 8 pounds naked. And I think the FAL is 9 pounds naked. Could be wrong. It's a heavy rifle, but they tend to work.
Oh hell yeah, that thing's a beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to find a FAL, but the problem is like they're so hard to find, and then the ones that you find, like it's probably a copy.
Well, in regards to, I was looking at Deerslayer Arms, and all the stuff I read about is positive. And actually, a lot of places in South America that are still running FALs are actually contacting Deerslayer Arms for replacement parts. So that says good things about them to me. And they have some that called the Voyager series that they cast lower receiver, and they're only like $1,000. When considering it's a 308 rifle, it's actually not so bad. Dead Horse is talking about pistol carbine ARs because they don't require buffer tubes, but I was thinking more something along the lines of rifle caliber, not. I mean, I like pistol caliber carbines too, but I was thinking more something that's actually shooting a rifle caliber.
I had a Scar 16.
Yeah.
It was okay. It just the rate of fire was really slow. It was a bulky gun.
Maybe for that money, it should be like awesome for as much as it costs. Should be way better than AAR for like $2,000 to $3,000. Should blow them all out of the water.
One would think, right?
Yeah. Although, the FAL does something similar to the AR, where it has the recoil spring built partially into the stock, but not quite the same. It has a rat tail on it as a guide. Part of it does go into stock, but it's just the tail section with the spring. HK does that also, though, where they build the recoil spring into the stock, but it doesn't go into the stock. It's just attached on the older ones, not the modern HKs, but the older roller lock rifles are like that.
Is that like the same rolling lock like the HKs have?
No, I know. Well, I'm talking about HKs. So yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. On the HKs on the roller lock, like on the G3, the HK 91 pattern I have, the recoil spring is attached to the buttstock. But the bolt doesn't travel inside the stock. It's just attached to the stock, the captive recoil spring. And it actually does have a buffer on it, but it's not the same. It's in the middle of the stock, and it's got a little spring in there to cushion the impact from the bolt carrier. So it's like a recoil spring, then it hits another recoil spring at the very end, just to soften the blow when it hits the buttstock.
Huh.
No, it makes sense. The Deadhorse is telling me some cool stuff though in chat about ARs that are piston driven, don't require any kind of buffer tube. They have side folding stocks, and so that's pretty cool.
How come Deadhorse hasn't joined the chat?
I don't know. It should. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Here. I'll invite him. Guess everyone else fell asleep. I don't know. There. I think I posted the link.
Yeah, Deadhorse hit me up on Instagram the other day. He was like, dude, where's Brandon been?
I've been listening to you. I just don't have anything to add to your conversation.
It's all good, man. So that's something else, since you like all metal guns. It's one of the guns I have in my picture. So that this is my webcam ever does turn on. May take a moment. There it is. Yeah, this is a. Let's change the camera. This is another metal gun. It's pretty cool. This is a high power clone, Arcus 94. It's made in Bulgaria. It's a little different in the size, but takes high power grips, trigger, hammer. A lot of the springs are the same. It's pretty much the same as high power.
Looks like
Same.
Axel Foley's gun. Isn't that what he used?
Axel who?
Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
God, I mean, this is a Bulgarian gun. This is the first handgun I think Bulgaria made after the fall of communism for their police. They're like, we need a new gun. What shall we do? Copy the Browning High Power. We'll change it just enough so that way the Belgian waffle people won't sue us. So yeah. Takes Browning High Power magazines. This drops free because I removed the dreaded mag disconnect. And yeah. Haven't shot in a while. Just shoots very well though. I bought it from Buds for like $250 before shipping. Had some kind of weird painted finish that was chipped off. I just scraped it and cold blued it, and
Keep moving that around. Let me see that muzzle.
That's empty. I know.
What was that?
There's the muzzle. Takes down like a standard high power, where you just lock the slide back to the safety notch, then you tip up the magazine catch, sorry, the slide catch, pull it out, carefully remove the safety, and then it's pretty much standard Browning high power. Nothing really special. And then put it back together. Lock it back. If I can do this for the other side, I can. And then just gotta be a little careful when you're doing this part here. And I think I messed up somehow. Yeah, something definitely went wrong. That's weird. It's like I didn't insert the slide stop all the way. Ah, there it went. Yeah, I did it from the other angle so I could show it on camera, but that I didn't think I put the slide stop in all the way. That's why it wouldn't drop the slide and go forward, but it's fine now. See ya. Comes with rubber wraparound grips. These are high power grips they put on here. And if I can get to it, it also fit most Browning high power holsters. Not that much different shape. It's a little square.
Sounds like Rick is rolling around in the closet.
I'm rolling around the reloading room. Making up some purple bullets.
Nice.
Working on loading some Eggleston munitions, actually. I don't know if you guys, I'll turn my cam on, maybe. So, like, that's just a couple, but I have a box down there. So that's what I'm working on right now.
I probably should have got reloading.
What's that?
I probably should have got into reloading.
Oh yeah, definitely. I use a lot of ammo, but lately I've been using a lot of factory loads because usually when I shoot reloads, I like to shoot my reload. I like to have the reloads that I make be shot by me, meaning, you know, if something goes wrong with it, I'm gonna feel really bad if there's an issue with some of my reloads that caused it. And so when I see people shooting like that, yeah, the factory stuff there. All right. So, are any of you guys out in the Carolina area? Like, either the Carolinas?
No, I'm in Florida.
Okay.
This is the Sava I was telling you about a little bit earlier. So what's really cool is the slide stop / slide release is also the hammer drop. It's pretty cool. This standard double single actions is, again, not chambered. Push it down, fire it, and chambers, and pretty much like SIG, just less money, and it's got a painted finish instead of fancy nitron coated.
I was going to say, if you asked what that was without telling, I would have said it was a SIG.
Nope, not a SIG. Zastava.
So what is it?
This is Zastava, Serbian-made CZ 999. This does not stand for Česká Zadruga. Stands for Crvena Zastava, which is the name of the company, a red flag. It was Serbia's first. Well, this is the second generation of it, but this was designed to replace the Tokarov in service in Serbia as the Soviet Union was falling apart. They knew that they wanted to go to 9mm Luger, so they copied a mixture of the 6-hour P226 and the Walther P88, and they came up with something that's a bit of a mix of both. The magazine locks up front, so when you push it in, you can push the magazine to the left, the disconnect, or to the right. It doesn't matter, it drops out. And it's got some pretty good service history. The first gen, the 99, served in the Yugoslav wars when it was breaking up in several different countries with the anti-Serbs and the Bosnians and so forth. That conflict saw some very heavy use. They're also sold to other countries in Israel. I think they produced this one under license, or at least bought them quite a bit of numbers from Serbia, and South Africa had their own version they built under license. Shoots pretty well. I did have one failure to extract from it. Actually, two. One was reload ammo. Other times, to let a new shooter shoot it. I think he lip bristed the gun. I haven't really tested it enough. It seems good. Run a lot of loads through it. Reloads, factory full metal jackets, just 115 grain hollow point defensive ammo. Seems to work for the most part, but I need to run it more just to be sure, see how reliable it is. But I like it. They're cheap too. If when you find them, they're like $350
Nice.
for the Alloy ring gun. The sides sort of blued, or no, it's painted carbon steel. Sorry. And I think it's a stainless steel barrel. Takedown's pretty easy. Lock it back on this side. There's a little lever. You just flip that forward, and comes off. And kind of interesting, like some of the older SIGs, actually, the extractor is internal. I don't know if you can see it in the webcam, but it's an internal extractor. I put it back together, which is pretty standard. And like that, it's got a hollow recoil spring. So, yeah, and this is a nice part though when you put it back. All you have to do, you don't even need to mess with the takedown lever once you get on the rails. It could be hard to do sometimes on camera, not off camera. You just all the way back. You just do it fast. That doesn't want to do it on camera. Usually, the lever will come up on its own if you do it fast enough when you put it back on. But didn't want to do it on camera. But oh well. But it's still pretty simple and straightforward. Yeah. I didn't shoot my ceiling. It's okay. At least not today, anyway. Always check to make sure it's unloaded first.
You got people above you?
No, single family home. So it wouldn't matter anyway. That was the one in chat's like, don't shoot the ceiling of your house. What kind of high power is that? I don't know. Just responding to that, that's all.
Yeah, I got a bunch of guns to clean, and I'm like, I have no motivation to do it. It's funny because when I first started really getting into shooting, I was always adamant about cleaning all my guns. And now I'm just like, I just don't have energy to clean all these things. Fuck. Well, I started counting out my collection. It's getting substantial.
I've actually been selling a lot of my guns.
Yeah, I may do that. I'm really against selling them, but I'm probably gonna be moving. Or it's very possible that I could be moving, I should say.
I sold my 249 saw. I sold my 416. My H&K MR55. Let's see what else I sell. Sold my Daniel Defense. Sold one of my Desert Eagles, my Glocks.
Have his ARs and a few other miscellaneous things, some pistols. But I'm still.
Let's see, I had like 20 guns, and now I have like 3. The only ones I'm not going to get rid of are like a couple of my pistols, my main battle rifle, and my SWAT 12.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's always the core, few that you're not going to want to sell.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's guns out there with my name on it, literally, waiting to get sent to me. But that's really for the 50 States AR-15 project, so I don't really view that as like mine necessarily. Even though it is, it's more has a purpose than being mine.
I was traded a lot. There's things that I wasn't so happy with. I traded it for something else.
Yeah, I probably should do that with some stuff. Like, I have a P250 and a 45, and I really don't like it. And the funny thing is, I probably want to get a 1911 just to add one to my collection. Not that I'm a super fan, and not that I'm not. I don't really dislike them, but there's other pistols that fit my hands better. But I do want one just to put it in my collection to collect it. And ironically, I have like a shit ton of mags for a 1911, a single stack.
Have you tried Arms List?
I have not. I've seen it. I haven't really bought or sold anything yet there.
I've made so many deals on Arms List. Just if you put that up, like a couple pictures, just some ground rules that like gotta have concealed carry permit, stuff like that, blah blah. You could sell that one in a day, or maybe even find someone. Hey, I want a SIG P250. I'll trade you my 1911 some cash.
Oh, I'm sure I could do that. I'm not sure if I'm ready to do it yet. I've not sold a firearm that I bought. And I've only purchased, I want to say, one used pistol and a Mosin Nagant, which was obviously going to be used because it's a military surplus.
You don't like buying used guns?
What's that?
You don't like buying used guns?
I wouldn't say that. I haven't really had the opportunity so much, other than I got a killer deal on my T26 from my friend. I bought my P226. I think I paid like $600 or $650 for it with the 2 factory mags, all the original box, the owner's manual, all that stuff, plus 4 18-round mags that were like brand new because he just bought them and barely shot to them.
Well, that's a deal.
It was. I had to jump on it. It was one of those super best friend offers that I couldn't pass up.
Oh yeah,
And-
dude.
Yeah, and I was married at the time. My ex-wife, who was really kind of bitchy about anything I spent money on, she was like, "Yeah, you have to get this." So I'm like, "Okay."
Hey, wife approves, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know the deal. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. I still like it. I had an issue with it recently though, where it was very strange. I was shooting it, and the trigger didn't reset, and I couldn't get the trigger to reset, and it was just stuck all the way towards the rear, and the hammer was stuck back. Excuse me. Like I fired I think it was the last round of the magazine. Maybe I'm not really 100% sure on that one. And so I dropped the mag out, cleared it, pulled the slide off. Couldn't like unstick it for anything at the range. And I couldn't really see real well in the range because it was indoor range. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll deal with it when I get home. So I took the grip off, looked at it, the trigger bar. I don't know what the correct terminology is for it. It's basically like the link that goes from like the trigger to like the sear or whatever in the back. It was like stuck in a weird position, and the spring, everything else was all intact. Nothing was damaged or broken. A little bit of wear on it, but nothing like drastic. And then I just took it, cleaned it, put it back together, and then couldn't get it to fail again. At least dry firing, I couldn't get it to fail. So I got to go take it out and try it out and find out. But I've used the thing for a long time, so it's not like my friend sold it to me and it was broken or something like that. I've had it and used it for competition and stuff and everything else, and it was pretty much my only go-to pistol at the time when I bought it.
That's weird. Was it like the striker was following the slide home or something like that?
Well, it's not striker fired; it's a hammer fired.
Wait, which Springfield?
No. Sig Sauer P226.
Oh, okay.
That's one hell of a nice pistol.
Yeah, it is.
It's the Dark Elite, so it just has or Elite Dark, whatever. It's basically just has the night sights on it, and I bought the magwell grips for it to put on it. Other than that, short reset trigger from the factory, of course. I really do like it a lot. Ironically, Laura was looking at when we went to the SHOT Show. Went to Springfield Armory's booth at Range Day, and I forgot what it was she shot. Something like the EMP-9 concealed carry. It's like a small version of like a 1911 9mm, something like that. She shot it, and she shot pretty well with it, and she's like loved the thing. And so we went to Springfield Armory at their booth later on and looked at it, and we got home, started looking at it some more, and I'm like, yeah, let's see what this thing goes for. And like the MSRP is like $1,200 or more or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's about right.
What kind of rifle was this from Springfield or?
It was a Springfield Armory EMP or something like that. I forget the exact name of it.
AR build or?
No, it would be an EMP.
Yeah, EMP. It's a pistol.
Oh, EMP. Okay. Yeah.
It's a two-tone. I think it's a two-tone frame or something like that. Like I don't know if it's a nickel or what. Not nickel, but like some type of silver finish, maybe stainless. I'm not sure.
1911.
It's like I think it's just like a scaled down version of 1911.
That's cool.
I think that's what it is, but it's in 9mm as far as I can remember.
Yeah, it's probably 8/10 or 9/10 the size of a 1911.
Something like that. Yeah, it sounds about right. She wrote down all the notes on it because she liked it so much. She like literally wrote down exactly what it was, typed it all on her phone, made herself some notes because she wanted to go look at it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure this is not one we can afford right now, but it's always good to know what she likes because it is what it is.
Kimber makes something similar. I see what you're saying now, where they have the Kimber micros. Some of them are 9.
Yeah.
That's a SIG. SIG has her own micro 1911s. Some of them are 9mm also.
True. Man, I've got like tons and tons of 9mm I can load up here. I'm like wanting to just get through this. I have like a box of, I don't know how many are left anymore. I want to say I'm probably getting down to about 800 or 900 left to reload in this one package. And this was like my sponsorship package from last year that I'm trying to finish up. And then I still have like 2 boxes of Barry's bullets that they sent me. I won some giveaway they were doing a while back. And it's like 500 projectiles. I got to reload that stuff yet.
Well, if you shoot that much, probably do save a lot of money reloading.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you can't accept rifle reloading. It's almost a wash, really.
Depends on the caliber, I guess, when it comes to rifles.
No, yeah, it's true. I'm speaking of 223. Sorry. You're absolutely right about that one for sure. Like 223, I still have like 4,000 projectile. I mean, that's not all the projectiles I have, but I have like 4,000 projectiles of Wolf 55 grainers that I want to load up for like blinking purposes. And those, I think those projectiles came out to about like 5 cents or something like that. So I figure I have like less than 19 cents a round in it. I think when you figure in just the powder and primer and bullet. But what I really want to get into this year, and I got lists of stuff, but I'm working with another company that sounds like they're going to sponsor my show, not with money, but with some product. And I want to build a pistol caliber carbine. That's on my list. It's something that's very hot right now, especially for competition. And for me, it's something I've wanted for some time because realistically, it's a lot less expensive to shoot, a pistol caliber, like shooting 9mm from my rifle. So something I want to get into, but I've got a long list of wants. Right now, my main focus is trying to finish up the Arizona rifle. I'm trying to find a company to work with me, or a couple companies to work with me on the last couple components I need to wrap that up. And one is a barrel and one's a bolt carrier group, actually, from Arizona, so I'm looking for that I can finish that rifle out. And also looking for a couple things to finish out the 50 States of 1022 rifle. That's pretty close. I ended up just ordering a stock for that now. I guess the last thing's gonna really be a barrel, and then I can build it. And then I've got a local company that I might be working with on that project to do something kind of unique or whatever. Because the 50 States of 1022 is like a scaled down version of the 50 States of AR-15. Basically just one rifle build and maybe some accessories, just a couple of different videos and stuff like that. Because I don't have the energy to try to do a 1022 for every state, and that probably won't happen. Try to find receivers for that. I mean, there's a lot of options, but there's not that many options. So that's why I figured I narrowed down to like doing one rifle build and kind of talking about a few different companies from across the country for it. Just something kind of like a small micro version. 50 States of AR-15 has been very, very busy, but as far as the amount of work that's required for it. And like I said, I'm trying to get the Arizona rifle done next, and then possibly the Illinois or the Georgia rifle might follow the Arizona rifle at that point. I also have a few other receiver sets from a couple other states and things too that we got to work on getting remainder of the parts for. Washington could be another one that's coming up. Depends on a few things with that. What else we got? We'll see. This week from like today, I have a meeting with another local company here in Illinois. It's probably going to chip in some components for the Illinois rifle. So that might push that one even above the Georgia rifle.
What is the purpose behind the 50 states of ARs? It sounds very interesting.
Okay, so the basic synopsis of what it is. First off, the idea is to show you have American manufacturing is alive and well across the country. Show some of the people behind the products and the companies. Tell the stories of the companies when possible. Some companies are just like, they don't really want to get into their history so much. Some companies just don't want to do an interview, but they want to be part of the project. I have ran into that. Like GunTech USA, they didn't really have much interest in doing a interview video about the company, but they wanted to get their products in it. So we did that. And how I'm doing this is through a series of videos through YouTube, of course, like do a rifle build video for, broken out by each state, of course. So we do a rifle build, like I did a couple builds already. Wisconsin, for example. Build a Wisconsin rifle. Here's some of the components. Here's where they came from. Here's the companies. Then do have separate videos with interviews where possible with the companies, owners, and reps and so forth to tell their stories. And just kind of give people a breakdown of, some of the small companies they haven't heard of, in addition to some of the bigger companies that are out there, all based around the AR-15, America's rifle. And that's kind of the synopsis of it. And what I'm working on next too, as time is available to do it, is I'm putting together probably a new WordPress site. I've got the domain names. I haven't quite launched it into its own separate site yet, but that's coming. And it's going to be all broken down by state. So you want to see what's available in your home state. Maybe you don't know what's there, or maybe you want to see what's available in a different state. It's kind of like a directory, so to speak, in some sense, but it's not a full directory because it's mainly the components that went into building the rifle and so forth. And the cool thing is it's very flexible too. So in some respects, some states don't have a manufacturer for certain components, and we have to be flexible and creative with that. And sometimes the components that are available don't really match the build that we're working on for the rifle. So, example, Massachusetts. I believe when they had their laws, before the laws changed or whatever, because I'm not an expert on that, they had a rule or restriction about a fixed stock. Well, I was building a precision style rifle, right? 20-inch barrel. It's a different caliber too. It's a 6mm Hager. Excuse me. And the idea was, I could find a fixed A2 stock, but I didn't find a fixed stock that would really fit the build that was made in Massachusetts. So I ended up just going with a Luth AR stock because it's really matched the build properly. Now, if someone comes up and says, hey, there's such company that makes this precision stock in Massachusetts, blah, blah, blah. Why don't we try that? Sure, we can change it out. We can update a new video and say, hey, there's this new product here, that matches our build much better than what we have on here, blah, blah, blah. We can update it. So that's the cool thing about it. That's basically the gist of it, though. It's just to search out all these companies from across the U.S., especially when I like challenges. Someone says, good luck finding a AR manufacturer in Hawaii. I found a company that makes low receivers in Hawaii. He's probably
I sent you a link to that, Rick. I sent you a link to a company that makes lowers in Hawaii and a one that makes them in Alaska.
You probably did. Yeah. I know it was a while back that we talked about it. So yeah, there's some people will say that, and they'll say oh, good luck finding one in North Dakota or South Dakota or whatever it is. But if you look around, you can find these things. If you go to the ATF to look to see who's a manufacturer and this and that, for those who don't know this, you can find out by state, but it's not going to tell you what they make. And that book or a guide or whatever you want to call it, the listing, doesn't list companies that just manufacture components. That's only for companies that are actually manufacturing receivers and so forth. So that's the basic gist of the project, and just something I kind of took on as a personal challenge to build and to make into something and to share information with people. And like I said, it's going pretty well, and just that it does take a lot of time and effort and everything to do. And then what else? Let me say, for those who don't know too, it was just there's an article that was just written on NRA Shooting Illustrated, and they published it in January 2017 edition. And then they also, when we were at SHOT Show, they decided to publish it online as well and sent me a link to it.
That's really cool, though. And definitely with AR, you can do that because it's so modular and just with the patents and expiring and so forth, everyone makes one. And there probably is an AR maker in every state. Well, you really come down to think of it because it's popular, it's modular. Most of it fits together from one company's parts to another company's parts. It's so standardized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's one of the coolest things about it. The modularity and the options are so almost endless. And just, you know, a lot of it, like my friend said, is like the hamster wheel reinvented. But at the same note, it's neat to see all these little different variations and just different styling of how people do things. And it also shows we have American manufacturing is actually alive and well. Of course, there's going to be some companies that are reselling stuff that's from overseas too. That's going to happen. You know, like Strick Industries, a lot of their products are made overseas. And they don't hide that. I mean, they'll tell you.
It's still a veteran-owned company.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. It's a veteran-owned company. Also has many veterans employed. So I have a lot of respect for that. And I have a lot of respect
And
for
that money, granted, yeah, they're paying for labor and stuff like that, right, from overseas and some materials from overseas. But a lot of their products that are even made overseas, some of that material actually comes from the United States.
I didn't know that.
And the money is mainly staying in the United States.
That's a good point.
Industry.
Speaking of AR, since you're in chat, Dead Horse, you're telling me searching stuff because I always thought they need the buffer tube. Maybe there's some.
Oh no, there's guys, you can literally cut a bolt carrier in half, okay, and then you can weld your own piston on a bolt carrier, right? And you can make your own AR-15 and 5.56 or 300 blackout that does, and you can literally make it. You can literally basically find plans online and make your own AR-15 that does not need a buffer tube at all, let alone all the manufacturers like LWRC, SIG, HK, who make AR-15 variant rifles. And I'm not talking like Kel-Tec variant where none of the parts interchange, where still most of the parts still interchange, same fire control group, same everything, but that do not need a buffer tube at all. And that have a true side folding stock, just like an AK. So it's basically, you know, the whole recoil system and recoil springs. They'll usually have 2 recoil springs inside of them. Some systems have 3 or 4, and they all sit above the bolt carrier group in the upper. And that's why a lot of them will, the upper won't be, you know, compatible. That's not like a mil spec upper. They're a little bit taller, but you know, unless the ones you make your own. But if you can do everything. There's like that L300. I mean, that system's fucking awesome, and you can make that yourself. There's plans online to make that L300 all yourself from scratch, and you can make your own true piston system. Captured bolt carrier with no buffer whatsoever, and then they even have plugs that'll screw into the end of your tower to cap it off, so you just don't have a hole back there.
That's true.
And that's been around since like the 90s. Guys have been doing that, so it's not like anything new either.
Let me ask you a question too for you guys. Outside of the 5.56, 223, and like the pistol caliber carbine type stuff with 9mm and 300 blackout. Outside of those, what other calibers do you think are kind of interesting to see?
6.5 Grendel. I'll be building one of those here shortly, and then the new 22 Nosler. I already have a barrel on order from Northtech for that. But they won't come in until April, I guess. So,
cool.
but
The
But
22.
definitely the 6.5 Grendel. There's a guy here who's made cold bore hits with the 6.5 Grendel at 1,000 yards, 1,200 yards, and 1,500 yards, and he's currently working on the mile shot with the 6.5 Grendel out of the AR-15 platform.
Right, and I have
So
I have the notion to probably build one for the Colorado rifle, possibly.
So when you're talking about, a platform as small and as light as an AR-15, making 1 mile shots, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is.
And granted, that guy's a real good shooter too, but that shows you a lot about, that cartridge is definitely capable of it. Shooting a 77 grain pill at 3,500 plus feet per second. That looks like a very interesting round. I'm very excited about that. Very flat shooting. I don't think you're not going to be able to stretch that out like the 6.5 Grendel, but from 0 to 300 yards, I mean, yeah, that thing's supposed to be a laser beam. And then 6.8 SPC2. That is, for like hog hunting, stuff like that, or other hunting, I can see that. I don't really see that being like a good, match or bullseye type caliber or a practical, like self-defense caliber or anything like that. But that's still a pretty interesting caliber.
I
think a 6.5 Grendel has a lot of advantages over the 6.8.
That's cool. I would like to actually build one of the like a 458 SOCOM, one of the big bores.
Yeah, I didn't build mine. I just bought my 458 SOCOM upper from Radical Firearms, and so I just bought a complete upper. Because I figured that I had never even shot one before when I got my upper. So, but the 458 SOCOM, it's super expensive, and it's not like it's fun to shoot, but it's just kind of a it's just like an oddball thing. It's like, if aliens or the dinosaurs ever come back and land in their spaceship and start to take over the world, it'll be a great, caliber for hunting dinosaurs and stuff. But, or like if you absolutely need to stop like a car and shut that engine block down or something. Yeah. I can see that.
I know on my list, I still want a 50 cal.
A 50 Beowulf?
No, well, that too, but I mean a 50 cal in general, not Barrett.
See, when I wanted the big bore, I researched pretty heavily between like the 450 Bushmaster, 50 Beowulf, 458 SOCOM. And then from my personal research, I know there's a lot of people who disagree with me. The 458 SOCOM just seemed the most practical. Ammo seemed to be more readily available for it, and it just seemed the way to go. It really did. So, but they have a lot of big bore pistol cartridge AR-15s. Like 50 AE, 44, 357 Magnum. I actually have a list of every AR-15 that's ever been built in different calibers.
Oh, cool.
So, you wouldn't believe all the different calibers, especially all the Wildcat calibers. That you've never even heard of before. They actually have a caliber called the 15 AR caliber, which is basically a 223 case neck down to 15 caliber. So it's even smaller. It shoots a smaller projectile than the 17 HMR.
Oh, that's crazy.
So it's smaller than a pellet. It's.
Yeah. That is crazy.
Do you have any ballistics on top of your head on that? That sounds wicked.
Well, it shoots a solid copper projectile. It's a solid copper. It has to be solid copper, because if it's not, I guess it rips itself apart in the barrel, and because it's shooting at 4,400 feet per second.
44.
And I guess that's a medium load, and so. Yeah, but there's so many awesome Wildcat calibers out there for the AR-15. You can basically make your own, and buy a barrel blank and then have a gunsmith. I mean, the sky's the limit. If you have the money and the imagination, the sky's the limit with the AR-15 platform. It is. It's
What about 30-06?
No. The 30-06, it can't handle it. Not even in an AR-10 receiver set. So that's why you got to step up to the Petra rifles and stuff, like a completely different receiver set. Because a 30-06 won't even fit in the AR-10 platform, and that's a much larger receivers than an AR-15. So, but they do make them. They do make that style, but it's a completely different receiver set. It's completely different, and it's pretty much all proprietary.
Would the 458 you're talking about need to be built on an AR-10? Those other big bores you're talking about earlier?
Nope. AR-15. You know, you do have to use a heavy recoil spring and definitely a heavy. I have pictures. I posted pictures. I have a picture on my Instagram of what a 458 SOCOM does to a regular 3-ounce carbine buffer. Basic buffer in the tube, like almost in half. So you have to use a quality heavy-weighted buffer and spring for the 458 SOCOM.
I'd love to see an AR-10 chambered at 7.5 by 55 Swiss.
Oh, it's a Mauser cartridge. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Not Mauser, it's a K31.
Okay, 31. Oh, I was thinking of the Swedish Mauser.
Yeah, again, that wouldn't be in the AR-10 platform. That would be proprietary, like a Petra rifle. So that's going to be a much larger receiver set than an AR-10. So you could probably buy, like from Petra or someone. There's a couple companies that make them now, but you could probably buy that receiver set and get a custom barrel made, and you know, sky's the limit, man. But that would not be on the AR-10 platform.
308 is.
Yeah, it's a 3.0 projectile, but with a little more kick.
Yeah.
It's length that matters.
Same problem as 30-06.
It's not the diameter of the projectile. It's the length that matters.
So
there's only the length is what limits you. It's not so much the diameter. It's the length of the cartridge is what's limiting you in both the AR-15 and AR-10. You can only have so long of a bullet that'll fit in those receiver sets. You know, so the cartridge can only be so long.
Yeah. What if anyone tried to do 7.6254R in an AR-10? I don't know why, but
It's rimmed,
yeah, pretty much.
not center fire.
I thought their center fire just rimmed.
Yeah, it's center fire, but it's as a rimmed cartridge.
Yeah.
Center fires are in line with the casing of the projectile.
Sure. But I heard 357 Magnum though in an AR that's rimmed.
See that? Or, when I think of pistol, I know it's getting more popular pistol calibers and ARs and these cool builds, but I think of 357 in particular. I think of like a lever action.
Yeah, because it's rimmed. I agree with that. I was being a little facetious about that. The Gaunt ammo suggestion, but guess it ain't caliber. You can do it. I don't know, but really, ARs do have the widest variety of caliber. So
they're like it's like Dad was saying, you can realistically, if you got the money, you pay somebody all kinds of money and say, I want this custom, whatever it is, somebody will build it. There's that cat out of Arizona, I believe it was Arizona or New Mexico, that he started rebuilding the Lugers in 45, the $1 million Luger, and they're like $2,000, $3,000 a pop, whatever it is, and but
I was gonna say, like, if they make a 44 mag and a 50 AE, like 44 mags rimmed, right? 357's rimmed, and they have conversions that use modified Desert Eagle mags. So if and those are rimmed and those run, so I don't see why a larger rimmed case, you couldn't make a custom mag that would run that. I don't think the rim necessarily rimmed is the drawback, or I don't think it's impossible. Is what I'm saying, like, because there's other rimmed cases they run an AR-15 platform. So
I think I heard somebody making one at 22 TCM,
and I don't think a 7.62 by 54R would fit in an AR-10 platform. I want to say that's like, I don't know, but off the top of my head, I want to say that cartridge, because I own a Mosin, but I own a 308, and I want to say those are like a 1/4 inch longer, and that 1/4 inch is all the difference, right? So if it, I mean, even an 1/8 of an inch longer might not work. So I mean, like, so you're limited by the length. That's what's limiting you, is the length of the cartridge. So I don't think a 7.62 by 54R would work in an AR-10 receiver set. I could be wrong, but I don't think it would work. I think you would have to have a custom receiver set like a Petra.
I forget what a company, because I remember one guy was, I was ignorant at the time to that situation. He was telling me that there's a guy, company makes 308 Win Mag AR platform rifles.
Yeah, that's like a Petra.
Mm.
So like a 300 Win Mag, like Petra, 30-06 Petra, like, yeah, and it's not on an AR-10 receiver set. It's bigger, a lot bigger than an AR-10 receiver set, because it's the length that holds you back there.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And 300 Win Mag has a little kick to it, so I think I saw people shooting that rifle. It looked a little more, not as harsh.
They even have mag fed and single shot that, snap onto an AR-15 lower. And, and so, and I've seen some of the Shytacs, right? So like the 416 Shytac and stuff, they have those uppers that will, that this clip, and granted, those are all mag fed bolt action, but, so they're not semi-auto, but still, like, I mean, really the sky is the limit, man. There's really nothing you can't do with that. The only thing that limits you is the size of your receiver set. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
For semi-auto function. But if you're willing to go bolt action, I mean, like, the sky's the limit, dude. You could contact any of those companies if you have the money that make a 50 BMG bolt action and be like, oh, like, I'd rather have a 338 Lapua instead, or I'd rather, or just buy that 50 BMG and then rebarrel it. I mean, really, the sky's the limit. If you want something in that platform, you can find a way to get it to work.
Well, for the AR-10, 243, when that work, it's a neck down 308. I think there's other cartridges of that length that.
Yeah, no, they've already made a 243 AR, so.
Yeah. On an AR-10, can you also get away without having to use a buffer tube if it's piston driven? Or is it too much recoil impulse?
I think it's too much.
Yeah.
Because those springs, you don't have those springs are real small, so that's why they usually have a minimum of 2 in there. And like I said, some companies will have 3 or 4 recoil springs and guide rods basically that are sitting up above or even below the bolt carrier in some instances, just depending on the company. So, I mean, and you're just dealing with so much more pressure there. Like, I don't know. I've never seen a AR-10 platform without a buffer tube, but I bet you there's some guy out there who's made a prototype or who has made one, or because there's all sorts of cool companies and cool guys out there that are doing shit like that, and it might not take off, it might not be popular, they might not be selling that shit, but that doesn't mean someone hasn't made it. So just because it's not everyone has it, doesn't mean it hasn't been made.
What do you think about the ballistics on comparing a 308 standard 308 round, the traditional 308 with 7.62 by 39, as far as a hunting rifle?
A 308 versus a 7.62 by 39.
Mm-hmm.
Night and day. The 308 is going to outperform it. Like, I mean, you can make 1,000-yard shots with a 308. I don't see anyone making 1,000-yard shots with a 7.62 by 39.
Oh.
You have how much more case volume in a 308 compared to 7.62? And granted, yeah, they might be the same, the same diameter projectile, or even the same weight, but look at the case volume of the two. It's going to be night. You can't compare those two. That's like saying let me compare a 22 long rifle with 22 mag or something like this. You can't. Like they're two different levels. For a hunting rifle, either one of them will kill a deer. I think people overthink that whole this is going to be better for killing a deer or that. Like, fuck, people kill deer at 22. So I mean, I know people talk shit about it, but shot placement's the thing. I mean, 30-30 is like how popular of a hunting cartridge, and how long has that been a popular hunting cartridge, and how many deer has a fucking 30-30 taken? So
my buddy at work. My buddy at work.
7.62 by 39 basically is 30-30.
My buddy at work's an average hunter, and he was telling me, I'm not much of a hunter, but I think about maybe putting some money into the hunting rifle. He's like, dude, here in Texas, we're at South Texas. We're not up on mountains. We're not up on, we're not making 300, 400 yard shots. 30-30 with a decent scope. That's all you need, to take down any deer in South Texas, realistically.
Dude, I
agree with that. I think a 30-30 is an excellent hunting cartridge. It basically has very similar ballistics to a 7.62 by 39 or a 300 blackout. And I'm not worried about taking any deer with a 300 blackout. Because I know it's going to be shot placement. And if everyone's so worried about this caliber is going to be so much better for deer, then they should just be all having 50 BMGs. So, that's where do you stop? This 243 isn't good enough. I got to have a 270. Well, the 270 is not good enough. I got to have a 30-06. Where does it stop? There's always something bigger, better, and badder out there. So, guys who say, a 30-30 ain't good for deer. That's not going to work. Well, get a 50 BMG, dude.
You can overdo it though. I mean, with the bigger, more powerful calibers, you can actually have it where it flies through and it doesn't stop, and then they bleed out 20, 30 feet away.
30 feet away.
How much meat are you going to ruin, or or just, I don't know, how heavy is that ammo? How much heavier is that rifle going to be? Stuff like that. So just a regular 30-30 lever action, great fucking deer gun. There you go. That's all you need. 0 to 200 yards with open sights. That's all you need.
My goal is to knock the horns off them on the first shot. Headshot, knock the horns off, so I don't have to cut them off. Hey, just fucking with you. But yeah, that's the next rifle I ever buy is probably a 30-30. I'm trying to look for a classic Marlin.
If you search used gun racks, you should be able to find one for $350, maybe less.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks that inherit guns that just don't really care for them, so it's all timing. It's a good pricing.
I don't know. I mean, with lever guns, they can't use the Spitzer style bullet. It was the only thing not crazy about, because they're fed in a tube. They set each other off if you did that. So, there's one thing I like more about bolts and box-free magazines. All lever guns are cool. You can use a more aerodynamically shaped projectile, which is a little nicer.
Yep.
Lever's still cool, though.
I guess just what I grew up watching. The reason I got a hard on for 1911 is, growing up in the early 80s and late 70s, always watching Magnum PI, and guess what he had? 1911.
Yeah.
Shit you watch, and watching Dad watch a Bonanza all fucking day, or Gunsmoke, and they always had lever actions.
Levers are cool. I had a 336A years back. I ended up selling it to a friend of mine. It wasn't bad, but I don't know. It was something different. I remember what it was.
Yeah, I mean, they sell still lever actions at Walmart, but I just, the new Marlins, I hear the quality controls is not not there anymore.
Go look for a used one.
Mhm.
You should have no problem finding a used Marlin 336A. I think that's basically what you're describing, 336A 3030 with a scope, without a scope.
Yep. I have a scope for it. A little inexpensive scope, but it'll do the job.
I don't know. And if you want, you also get something like a Spanish Mauser. That may not be a bad idea in 7mm Mauser. They're pretty cheap usually.
Yeah, my buddy Murphy was telling me that they're popping up Cabela's periodically in Buda. I live in South Texas, and it's outside of Austin. It's about a little 1 hour drive, but they're popping up there periodically, and he told me they look really good. Some houses are popping up.
The Spanish ones, the small rings, a lot of them you find are thrash, but they still work. I had one, but I bought it thinking it was 308. Turns out it wasn't. I couldn't figure out what dang caliber it was, so I ended up selling it for like rock bottom prices. It was embarrassing, actually. And I did buy another Mauser to replace. I bought an 8mm, but that 8mm is pretty stout round. It's heavy, but it's moving fast. Like 196 grain projectile, moving at 2,500 feet per second.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Dead Horse, I was checking out some photos I saw and of SHOT Show, and Rainier Arms makes a lower. It's QD mounts on it and ambidextrous bolt release and all that stuff. What do you think of that? You talk about snowed over. Excuse me. You hear that, Horse?
What's that?
Rainier Arms makes a lower. It has QD attachments built into it and ambidextrous bolt release and so on. It's kind of modded out right from the get-go. Have you seen that one?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm not familiar with it right off the top of my head. I know of Rainier Arms. I've bought shit from them.
Yeah, I've never.
What is it, like a POF lower?
I don't know, dude. I don't have that kind of background to identify. I just saw it and I was like, all these bells and whistles on it, and like I said, it has QD attachment points built into the receiver. It has ambidextrous bolt release. Without having to do like a bad lever or any of that shit. And mag release as well. All kinds of neat stuff on it. And then, some people say the more bells and whistles you put on, the more shit will break. But I haven't. I looked into it. Rainier isn't inexpensive, so just before I look at ever buying a lower from them. If they even sell lowers. I know they're pretty proud of their rifles, and they like this. And, I see them at Bass Pro, and they're not cheap.
Rainier Arms Ultra Match Billet Ambi Lower Receiver Mod 3.
That's probably it. Are they selling a la carte?
So it's 240. Got the Ambi mag release. Let's take a look at the other side here. Looks an awfully lot like the Gen 4 POFs, but without the QD. It's like, looks like they took a lot of the POF design elements and some of the CAC design elements. So, yeah, like everyone and their dog's doing that kind of shit. You know, like there's a lot of companies that have built-in QDs and putting out ambi receivers and stuff. So I have no problem with it. Like a lot of these companies are pretty good companies, and you know they're putting their shit through a lot of R&D and then a lot of testing, and you know they're going out and shooting 10, 20,000 rounds, which is more than the average guy will ever shoot through their shit. So Rainier Arms is kind of a American gun success story. That's a company that started like literally out of a fucking garage, out of a guy's garage. So I wouldn't have a problem trusting it or buying that.
Where are they from? What state?
Well, I can't remember. I just remember reading their whole little success story thing. How they like literally like it was like two guys like started out of like a garage,
Well, it's all about timing, and sometimes that stuff when you get in the market.
I don't know, Rainier. I don't know. Like I'm thinking of like Mount Rainier. Like where's that? Like Washington State. So I don't know that and their little logo is a mountain, I think. So probably Washington State.
Yeah, I remember I was talking to Kyle Lamb at the 511 store in San Antonio. He was there when they opened it up. And he's telling me he's been with 511 for so long that he remembers back when they only had like, a page full of products, if that at all, and that was it. And the way they blew up, he's been with them from a long haul.
I don't know. They still make some decent stuff. I know, like they're kind of like they're not considered as like maybe as good as they once were, just because like everyone and their dog buys that shit, right? But like I still buy their T-shirts because their T-shirts are pretty thick and comfy. They're not like all thin and like cheap like a lot of the other companies. So their T-shirts I think are still pretty good quality. I've never been a big fan of their pants and shit, but
I like their pants.
I like the 511 T-shirts.
I like their pants. I think they're they usually.
I've never been into like tactical pants shit, dude. I wear fucking blue jeans, so that's just me though. I have nothing against guys who wear their pants, but I've just never been into it. But I love their T-shirts.
Well,
I wait till
where
like it's called like.
I'm sorry, man.
I wait for Field. I think it's called Field Sports Authority. They have sales on 511 shit all the time, and I wait for them to have their $5 sales on 511 T-shirts, and then I'll order like 8 at a time or something for me and for the kids.
I don't know. Well, where I work, I have the choice of you have to wear pants, and they can't be blue jeans unless you want to wear black blue jeans. I don't like black blue jeans. You can wear blue jeans on Friday only, so it's a choice between wearing slacks or tech pants. And when you're under a fucking desk, running wires and shit and doing all kinds of shit, I don't want to be wearing fucking $70 pants. Well, 511 pants are around that price too, but I want something that's gonna last. So that's why typically I'll go between them and True Spec, for work. And the more pockets, the better, because you always got shit you want to carry. I wish you wore blue jeans. Would be nice all day.
I just clicked off their webpage. Currently, Rainier's in Auburn, Washington.
Oh. So what's going on? Our Trump's raising hell.
I saw that in the chat area on here somewhere.
Well, no, they were. I saw on Facebook. We were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is not the country." I'm like, the guy said he's going to do some shit, and I'm not his cheerleader or anything, but he said he's going to do shit, and I'm kind of impressed the way he's, kicking ass, taking names.
He's done a lot in 1 week. More than most presidents done their entire terms.
Yeah, and they're criticizing for it. Like, whoa. I've heard some negative stuff from vets about his hiring freeze. It's gonna fuck over the VA, and the VA has been fucked for a long time. But it's gonna really impede, the way they operate.
Lots of things are changing. A lot of the people have been in the State Department for years have been resigning. I think it was Robert Kennedy who resigned recently. A couple other people. We're seeing a lot of hands change.
Well, I mean, good, because when I hear people talk, shit, they're like, this that. Like, dude, every politician that's gone that's become president, has always said they're gonna do this, and first thing they do is they get sit down by the fucking Fed chairman, and they tell them, okay, promise people all this shit, but here's how it works. We do this, we do that, so we'll run, the money in this government, and you have to work the parameters of this, or you're gonna fuck yourself and fuck all your supporters next time you try to get elected. So be wise on what you deliver on your campaign promises, because people are used to being disappointed, and if you try to go on this, fucking, tirade of trying to change things, or whatever you want to call it, or just really challenge things, you're going to be lone and an outcast, The Fed has a lot of control over the policies of presidents, usually as far as finance and trade and everything. They tend to have a great deal of influence, which is pretty fucked up.
The Fed is the source, the creation of our currency for what we use in the U.S. But since Trump is self-funded and is not reliant on any of those Wall Street backers, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Rockefeller, etc. He's not loyal to him. So and the media didn't build him up. But they're still threatening him as if they did, which is the funny part. And it's like, well, I didn't need you to get elected. Why do I need you now?
There's a lot of pissed off high-end people with a lot of money threw a shitload of money at Hillary that are really pissed that they're not getting any of their money back or any return on their investments in their campaign.
Well, if some princes of Saudi Arabia and Dubai are upset that their Wahhabist supporting queen didn't get elected, well, they can go ahead and pound Sam and go caress some more camels. That's their business. It's not the United States of Saudi Arabia and Gulf states, and about time we start supporting these people.
Yeah, it's not like Trump should actually use that song as his theme music in the background, Rock the Casbah for the Clash.
It's pretty funny. I'm glad that we have a president that's actively making fun of countries like Saudi Arabia and Dubai. And so if we're saying, hey, yours take all these immigrants, you got all these tents set up, yet you don't take any of these refugees. What's going on with that? They all seriously ask that question.
Or the Canadian Prime Minister, he's like 2 years older than me, I'm 40. He's saying that he's going to take any of the people that are in gridlock, dumbing the states down because of Trump's executive orders. He'll take them in. I'm like, well, have fun with that, because you won't take Americans that want to get cross over to America to Canada. They want to leave this country.
That's absolutely true. My best friend, his wife's Native American from from Canada, is where their tribe lives. They're Iroquois, but for him to become a citizen, dude, couldn't get a work permit, couldn't get a residency permit, even though he was there for like half a year to a year, and he's married to someone who's Native American who's from Canada. But
yeah, there are many countries like that. I mean, not just Canada. I remember people were saying like, "Oh, well, I'll just move to these other countries." Even before the election, way back in the day, people were, saying that this, U.S. falling to shit. The policies, healthcare, and this and that. I'm gonna think about moving to Sweden. They're like, they won't take you. They don't want Americans. They have enough with their program, their system as they operate. They're not just willingly taking foreigners that don't like their atmosphere.
yeah, so here Canada is taking a lot of Chinese and primarily Muslim immigrants, what I heard, and it's a huge dynamic shift. Ethnic makeup shift, really.
I mean, if it's your work and they send you over to do a job and it's all kind of, you get a free pass, but it's not work oriented. It's just more of your personal politics or beliefs, and it's all like, okay, well, sorry, we don't need another person over here with grievances.
So, I mean, you need immigration, but you gotta be from countries of people who are willing to respect Western democracy, republicanism, and understand the free will, capitalism, and due process. If they are willing to do that, I'm gonna try to bring their culture to us and turn us to the third world rather than elevating them into the first world, and that's when you are in a problem with immigration.
I agree, because I mean, if like, a lot of people go to those gigs and like running cable or whatever the hell's plumbing, and in Iraq or all these other places where they pay you like sometimes 2 times, even 3 times your salary in the States, tax free. When you go, the first thing they brief you is like, okay, here's the culture here. You can't be doing this, can't do that. You can't, and basically they tell you, it's like, you have to blend in. They're not really keen on Christians and, or your beliefs. And so, try to blend as much as you can, even though you're on the installation that's, secure and in general. And I would not go if I was ever even willing to move there without a profession or a job that dragged me over there. Of course, you accept to absorb their culture. It's just ignorant not to. And that's why, I agree with what you said right now, that people come over here and they're like, okay, well, I want to bring Iran over here. Well, fine, bring your culture, bring your beliefs, and bring your traditions, but keep them within your family. The rest of the continent doesn't need to absorb it.
Yeah.
Anyway, politics.
It's life.
So you got a big branding high power guy?
I do like it. That's actually, I showed it off earlier. It's Bulgarian Arcus 94, which is a unofficial clone. I was just trying to put together a cool picture, and they look pretty. The other one's a CZ75 compact. But yeah, that is a high power clone. It's not a real one. It's squared off. It takes high power parts, and it's the exact same fire control group as a high power. It's even got the little teeter totter in the side that attenuates the steer, just like that's high power, but it's not high power. But it takes high power.
You guys have nothing wrong with that. My buddy bought a Pakistani Ordnance POF HK 308 clone, and he redid all the internals with HK parts, and that is a freaking awesome rifle. Shot over, last time we were at the range. 308 in the MP5 style rifle. Fucking, it rocks. It's fucking accurate as shit, just with regular sights.
Oh yeah, but those were built under license, though. HK sold so many countries the tooling, like the Pakistani Ordnance, Turkey, Zenith, they have actually HK tooling also built under license. The Arcus, though, was not built at all with FN's approval or tooling. They just copied it, made it look different enough that they didn't get sued by them.
Yeah, that's what Norco used to do. They used to reverse engineer everything they got from 1911s to other guns as well. And one guy's and I went to this one gun shop. He's like, in my opinion, maybe they even did a better job. And I was like, I don't know about all that, but they use good steel in the original 1911s that Norco made.
I got right here. Just put it away earlier, but yeah, this is it's a little different than the high power. It's got extended beaver tail, slightly different hammer. The slide is all squared off. The milling's not as nice, but it's a quality gun. It's just not as nicely finished. But
it's reliable.
Yeah, I haven't had any problems with it.
Like that trigger guard too.
Yeah, squared off. It's like modernized high power. Israel had something similar in the 80s. I don't know if Arcus in Bulgaria built it for Israel, the Kareem. I don't believe so. I believe they were made in Israel, but they made something similar in Israel, Kareem, that had taken the high power design, but made it a little bit beefier with the extended beaver tail and a squared off slide so it could handle plus P rounds and stuff like that.
I mean, I like it. The only thing I mean, on my serrations on the back, white serrations, for all kinds of fingers, people don't always have the, small fingers, big fingers. They can grab that real easily. I'm not a big fan of spurred hammers, but you can always update that as well.
I could deal with both. I have guns that have rounded hammers and guns with spur hammers, so they're both good. I don't mind. Like the CZ Compact, I have spurred hammer. Sorry, not spurred. It's a Commander rounded hammer.
Yep.
This one's custom. Had a KG gun code, and the guy did it. He did okay, but there's some areas that were great, so I tried to fix it up myself, and I don't know. It looks a little dirty. Just the way the gray I bought, I thought would be matching because it was KG gun code, but it didn't quite match. So, but I live with it. It's well applied, with what stuck. So I'm done trying to mess with this gun. It's fine the way it is. And it shoots well.
What negative wood you from?
Sorry?
What part of the country are you from?
I'm from Florida.
You know what? I was going to ask you that. I don't know what it is about those windowsills you got in the back. I was going to ask you if you're from Florida.
Yep, definitely Florida. I do actually have. This is loaded, though. I'll load it before we show it, or not.
You don't have to. Shit, we don't care here. You have a desktop. It's all good.
Yeah, if I can get. Oh God, get this back. PTR 91. These actually built in HK tooling also, but they were built for military contract. They just bought it from Portugal, all their tooling, because they were phasing out the rifles they want to build in America. This one I took more with, this particular rifle. I haven't had any problems with it except for one light primer strike and another ammo failure where the primer was set in. Other than that, this rifle's pretty much perfect.
Looks like a chunk of steel.
It pretty much is a chunk of steel, the G3. This is just a cheap scope. This scope actually came with the Mauser I bought, but works better on here. It's a little NC Star, but for what it is, it's got little red laser target reticle and whatnot, but it's not a 1,000-yard scope, but for 100, maybe 200 yards, should work. Tested out to 40-50, it was fine. And drop that charging handle down. Yeah, this is the GI model with green furniture and the steel trigger guard. The barrel, the only thing I'm not crazy about with this rifle, it's not that big of a deal. But if you want to use this for like real heavy sustained fire, it's a little thin, the profile on the GI model, but it's not that bad. It's still really thick on the chamber area, which is what matters. But it's a little thin. Nothing too bad though. Maybe Sunday I'll get it upgraded to a bull barrel, but it's not that big of a deal. Only tiny big deal if you're trying to shoot off like 50, 60 rounds really fast with maybe a drum mag, but I don't know. It's fine for what it is. Well, the great thing about them is these mags are like $3 to $10 each. The surplus aluminum mags are dirt cheap and they work. Just get a little smack there, and it seats just fine most of the time. It's not quite straight in, but it's not an extreme rock. You just tilt it a little bit and then just slap it from the bottom. It's not as hard as an AK to get right because you could just slap it in there and get it to sit. Yeah, bad. My first 308, think about getting another one. I don't know if I want to get an AR-10 or a FAL. For my
Nice looking rifle. Nice looking rifle.
Sorry? The price.
It's a nice looking.
Thank you. Thank you. There. G3's good, pretty inexpensive pattern, and it's pretty well supported. They run good usually. They can run steel also, which is nice. I shoot mostly steel case ammo out of it.
Oh, that's a must for me. With almost any semi-auto rifle is it has to shoot steel because people I would never shoot steel through my $2,500 AR. I'm like, okay, so you're gonna sit there and just shoot brass all day and it's a range toy, which a lot of ARs realistically are, but you don't. The whole purpose is to build a carbine is to have it, the shit's the fan, you go to town, and it has to eat steel on all my builds. So I always use steel.
This is what I usually fire out at. This is a Russian Silver Bear. So a little different than most other steel case. A little more, not a lot, because this is zinc plated instead of lacquer, so you don't have to worry about it cooking itself and baking itself inside the chamber and sticking because it's zinc plated. I think it's worth extra few pennies for it.
Let's see if I can share something here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hold on a sec here. Let's work that out.
I don't know what he's sharing, but all I hear is a
308.
bunch of misses.
I heard some ring the
See that
steel.
video? Were you able to? Yeah, not the best shot there. 100 yards out. I guess they didn't show up. Anyway. Quiet evening.
Yeah.
Part of Florida you from?
I'm in South Florida, in Broward. It's 1K north of Miami-Dade and 1K south of Palm Beach.
I've been to Orlando, Cocoa Beach.
A little bit north, about 200 or 300 miles. It's good in Central Florida, good area. But I'm much further south. This is South Florida, where I am. Where Fort Lauderdale and Hollandale and Hollywood are.
So you're like one of those bodybuilders that goes on the beach all day.
No, everyone assumes that. Usually there's a lot. Usually tourists are on the beach.
We go to Fort Myers every year.
That's cool. Fort Myers is good. Some people prefer the West Coast more. I like the West Coast. I don't know.
We like it quiet.
No, I agree.
Well, you got blue water in Florida, which is pretty, because you have light sand. Unlike Texas, Texas has blue dark sand, so you get that murky water.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty blue. Some people prefer the West Coast, but I agree. It's just South Florida is just gotten too crowded and expensive and metropolitan. Some parts of Central Florida are like that, especially Orlando. It's just
too many damn Cubans.
Actually, it's more like damn Yankees, if anything, like myself, people from New York and transplants to the Northeast. Hey,
So you don't sound like you're from Florida.
Originally from New York, but I've lived down here most of my life since I was 12.
Could be worse if you're from Canada.
I don't think there's anything Canadian chat, but yeah. It's very funny.
Words like hoose, going back to my hoose, or boot.
Boot. Yeah.
Let me tell you a story of this guy.
Yeah.
Edge, what are you smoking?
Clove cigarettes, clove cigars. I don't really smoke. I don't inhale them. I just kind of use them to smell my beer. You guys are lucky because usually I only wear my cowboy hat, nothing else. But you get to see that.
How many hats you got?
5.
You like a specific brand?
Resistol, Stetson.
Because you're there, or?
No, I mean, I like them because they make good hats. And the other hat I like, the one I'm wearing right now, is an Atwood. They make great hats too.
Do you know where Stetson used to be?
I can't say I do.
St. Joseph, Missouri, home of the Pony Express,
Missouri.
home of Jesse James. My wife used to work at Stetson when they were up here.
Honestly, honestly, the way they present the company and watch the videos, it almost seems like they were always born and bred in Texas. The way they
Resistol has always been a sister company to Stetson. And 94, 95, they shut down the factory in St. Joe and combined Stetson with Resistol in Arlington.
There's somewhere north of me. But yeah, that's I haven't done the research on it, but it's funny because it's the same company, and I didn't know which one bought which one. I thought Resistol bought Stetson. Because Stetson's more of a flashier hat, at least in the public side, and Resistol is considered more of the cowboy hat, the rancher hat, as far as brands are concerned. Stetson's what you wear when you're wearing your Lucchese boots and you're going out, getting fancy, and Resistol is more of a, at least the way it's been, the way I understood it is that Resistol is more of a cowboy hat that you wear on the ranch.
Resistol and Stetson are my two favorite hats, and I don't really see a difference in between them. But
basically, they come out of the same factory, and then they finish them somewhere else because they have two factories. One where they build them, one where they finish them, or something like that.
All my life, I've wore George Strait style hats, and recently I just got into Jason Aldean models.
I got a Jason Aldean I was wearing earlier, black. It's Resistol, made by Resistol hat. My dad gave me the one I'm wearing tonight's an Atwood. That was it's called the Nevada. So
they got good thick straw.
Yep. The Atwoods are good, man. They're great hats. I have no complaints about their hats. I own 3 of them. 2 Resistols, 3 Atwoods, and I own a old hat from Australian hat way back in the day on my musician days. But yeah, I mean, I used to wear a hat and boots when I was younger all the time, and just through raising a family and all this shit, you don't really worry about your style or your this and that. And none of my kids are older. I'm 40 now, and I was like, you know what? I used to wear cowboy boots and hats, and I'm gonna buy it. And I ended up buying 3 pairs of boots and a bunch of hats.
What's your favorite boot company then?
It's hard to say because I like Tony Lama, but then I like Lucchese just as well. They're made in the same area in El Paso. But there's a lot of great boot makers out there that make some really nice stuff. Ariat makes a great boot, and some other Dan Post. A lot of people make some custom boots that are freaking sick.
That really sucks. A lot of the good boot makers moved all their shit out of the States. Carolina. That's more in the work boot area. But.
Well, I don't know. It's North Carolina, South Carolina that does a lot of furniture. And they're known for the furniture. Thomasville's, I don't know, one of those things, South Carolina. They make a lot of stuff there, and I'm known to make trades. They have a lot of old school companies, but yeah, people move on with the companies, other places. But yeah, I'd have to say, my favorite pair is my Lucchese. Those are dancing boots, which I don't really dance much, but and then my Tony Lamas, and I got a pair of Ariats. I'm wearing my Ariats right now.
I
It's funny.
have area out for my walking boots, and then my, I don't know, all my other boots. Well, actually, one of my outdoor boots is I don't double H.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them. A good brand. It makes it
I've
really.
had those for about 10 years, and I've only put heels on them.
The Tony Llamas I got are Buckaroos, and they have riding heels, and they were so tall, man, that I felt like I was walking on high heels. My body was shifting forward, and I took them to a local cobbler, shoe guy that fixed them up for me, and took the heels off. And I took about one of the heels off, or one of the as the heels are built, he took them down a little bit, and it definitely made a difference. I can wear those boots all day now, because those riding boots have that big heel, so you can get in the stirrups. And but it was something that was just so uncomfortable.
This one here is a Jason Aldean by Resistol.
Yeah, I like his hats. The only thing I like about his hats are the sweatbands they have in them, which are kind of comfort.
Yeah, this one is the self-conforming. I like it because whether I just put it on or at the end of the day, it's comfortable all day long.
I like it, but I just think about having if it ever gets that bad, I'm gonna take it to somebody and put a leather sweatband in it.
And then a George Strait Resistol light summer hat.
That's pretty much the hat I wear. The only thing is the hats I like when it comes to cowboy style traditional hats. Like I actually shaped them myself, but other hats like the one you're wearing, I like the Canadian box style top.
Oh, right.
And that's that's the other hat, my felt hat that I wear, or not felt. It's
this one. This is just a Cavender's. Do you have a Cavender's down there, Western store?
Yeah.
This is a super cheap hat, and I don't even wear it because it's 2 years old, and it fits really good, but it smells like cow shit.
I guess you've never been to South Texas then, because when you travel, there's certain parts of the country, like going up here to Laredo, it's 154 miles, and you're going to get that cow shit smell in your car because of the pastures you're going to cross.
Yeah, it won't leave. Like even over my sweat and everything, it just smells like cow shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like the way this one fits and everything.
That's a good looking hat, man. Nice brim. And that's one of my favorable shape of a cowboy hat. This one I shaped myself. It was all flat, and again I tried to go for that they call it buckaroo / gunslinger kind of looking brim that I put on it.
And then I cycle through my daily hats. Like this one here this one here is about 2 years old, but it's my hat.
Got this little wear and tear to it there.
Good old sweat ring on it. I don't know if it's showing up. Then as soon as that one gets wore out, send them the new one. Exact same hat. I love them. That's the Stetson George Straits.
Yep. He's a big Stetson guy. I mean, back I remember in the 80s, he had a hat that was available with his name on it. So I remember my sister bought one for her husband in the late 80s and for Christmas.
It's just not right.
You can have the reshape. Just wet it down and clean it and reshape it.
Nice hat I don't have to worry about.
Where are you from again, Randy?
Kansas City.
Kansas City. St. Louis.
3 hours north of there.
Missouri. Getting the pulled pork. Conversation is always funny. A lot of folks in your neck of the woods wear hats.
Not really. Well, I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of farm. And, people stereotype cowboys and farmers of wearing hats, but when it comes down to it, a good baseball cap is pretty good.
Well, hats are stylish, but they're also functional to keep the freaking sun off your neck, and out of your eyes. If you can't, wearing sunglasses. I have to wear sunglasses everywhere I go because I have real sensitive eyes.
Yeah, sunglasses are a must.
So,
but it really depends on what I'm doing. If I know it's going to be a real windy day, I'll wear a baseball hat.
Oh yeah,
rain.
When I went to the Texas Farm Festival this past year, I had plans to wear my hat, and dude, I know my hats have ropes, to go under your chin. So, dude, again, when it was gusting that day, and outside of Austin and Liberty Hills, and I wanted to wear my hat, but I was like, fuck it, I got to put on the ball cap. I want to be chasing my fucking hat all day. And the only people I saw wearing hats were the ones that had ropes on them that go under their chin, and that had set up.
Right. Or if I know I'm going to be outside all day long, I'll wear a cowboy hat. And if it's going to be windy, I'll stick some toilet paper in the brim.
That's what they did to this one, because this hat, even though it's the right size, he put some foam inserts in there to get it to work right. Don't worry about it.
7.5.
Yeah, I don't have a big ass head.
Big head fucker.
I got a big ass head. Yeah. It's like a triangle, man. It starts here and widens up. I think bless their hearts, all my kids got that big ass head too. Could be worse. I remember I grew up with a kid that his head was so fucking big that he had to have buttons on his shoulder to put on shirts. Really? Yeah, I guess he couldn't fucking. They couldn't buy him T-shirts, that he could take off. He had to have buttons here. Here's your kid in his big ass head. I'm sure the gun channels people are having fun with that, but there you go. Yeah. And luckily, I still got it all. I'm 40.
42. I don't want it.
Oh, it's been my experience. Most people that can grow a decent beard when they're like 17 or 18 tend to thin out real quick. I still got 20/20 vision. My old man told me when you hit 40, it's all downhill, man. Your vision starts going to shit. Yeah, still got it. The only thing about me is I can't stand driving at night with the lights. Just fucking sensitize my eyes. So, the cars coming past you, it just fucks in my head. So what you got in that vape? Strawberry?
Oh, No, I make my own. It's cinnamon, peach, and coconut.
It's like eating ice cream. I have a friend of mine's a strawberry blueberry mix. He's all really crazy about it. Dude, I'm old fashioned. Just want a fucking standard draw and a nice positive draw I can get out of it. He tried turning him on to the e-cigs, the vapes, and everything. And it just, I'm like, all the stuff I got that was clove, it just never worked out.
Let's see, I'm 42. I had my first cigarette in 6th grade.
That sounds about right.
Huh?
Sounds about right, yeah.
I really started smoking in 7th grade and never quit, but I've been vaping for 6 or 7 years. Cigarettes smell all right to me, and I don't know, I've been thinking about them lately, but all it takes is just one drag, and I'm like, yeah, those are fucking nasty.
I'll be right back.
You still with us, Silver?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon though. Gotta wake up a little early tomorrow. But I'm still here, man. That's cool. I don't have any cowboy hats. I have some boots. Old pair of Tyler's. I think they're still made in the U.S. Could be wrong though. Yeah. I don't know. No. I don't think I ever had a cowboy hat. Maybe I should get one. I don't know. Not really a rancher though. Where I live.
Yeah, it's not. It's just something you like, you know. And, you know, like when I wore the last hat I bought, people were like, you know. I guess it fits you or it doesn't, because people can tell that it's more natural to you, and they'll like tell you, "Hey, nice hat you got," you know.
Yeah, they don't comment on the hat itself. If it fits you, they'll comment on
it.
It's like boots too. People, you know, most people never stare at your feet. All of a sudden, they'll see like, "Oh, where'd you get those from?" Got some new boots. And I was talking to you about, he's like, I could never see myself wearing boots like that. There again, it's something you get used to, and once you get a great pair of boots, like combat boots, you're breaking a good pair of combat boots. I never served, but I've had combat boots where you really break them in, and man, they're fucking comfortable as shit. They're like tennis shoes. And that's why a good pair of boots, you know, fit you up if you buy them right.
Yeah, a good pair of boots will do that, though. They will be comfortable.
Yeah, I got 511 ATAC boots. You know, they're like tennis shoes. You know, you strap them up, the zipper release on the side, and they're fucking sick. Man, I love those boots.
Cool.
See, these hats are sitting next to me. I can smell them.
You're smelling yourself. You're talking about it's all your sweat.
It's that cow shit. I smell it.
It's that old saying. You got a lab there? Or you got your, you have that golden retriever?
Got 2 Goldens.
That's cool.
I'm an adopted buddy.
That's a good boy. That's a good boy. It's like, yeah, whatever. Hey, are we done? Because I need a bowl of food. And
He's a good boy, but he got our comforter all tore apart in the living room floor tonight when we got home.
Well,
Good boy. Good boy.
he was all like, poof, guess what? I was just sitting on my pillow and it exploded. But good news, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm lucky with my lab that I have, that 90-pound fucking savage I have, that he's actually not a chewer. The only thing he'll nick on is his own toys that you give him. Other than that, he has no interest in any stuff. He'll smell it, but he won't like other dogs. I mean, I used to have a fucking lab. He might have been lab or pit bull. I don't remember which one it was. Blue heeler combination, and that fucker would chew on everything. He chew your dick, you fall asleep.
Oh.
It's an expression.
Hope so. I don't know. I have a dog. It's not with me right now. He's at my dad's chair. It's not a big dog. It's rat terrier. He's big for rat terrier, though. He's like 25 pounds.
Yeah, we got a little Yorkie poo. I was wondering, like, where are these little paint chips coming from? And I realized when she gets all fucking frustrated, she scratches the door hinges, the jams. And I'm like, you little fucker.
That's strange.
But yeah, she's more destructive than this big ass dog. The only thing this dog he ever does is that big wagger he has knocks down shit. He knocks down beer cans and fucking candles as he's walking around, because he's about as big as a lab gets. Not just his weight, just as far as tall. I used to have a shepherd when I was about 18 or 19, and no, I was younger than that. But he was a giant shepherd, and that fucker also was really tall and very obedient compared to this one. He's obedient, but not like that one. That dog, people thought I was like a fucking dog whisperer with that shepherd, the way he reacted to me and obeyed me. And he goes, but when I was 16 or 17, I had that kind of time to put in that relationship with the dog, the bond with him like that. And it's hard to do when you're raising kids.
Yeah, definitely.
To sit there and come home and, your kids' diapers are full of shit. And you're like, okay. And he just shit on the floor. I'm like, oh, really? It's the last thing you want to deal with.
I've done a lot of obedience training, but I have learned a ton of stuff from Cesar Millan.
He's gotten bit a couple times.
I got another golden here, but she's 7 years old. I completely I still used a shock collar on her for further out training, like off leash. But as far as teaching dominance and everything, we actually growled at her and nipped her in the neck and everything. And
yeah, I never understood when people get that, dog with food aggression, all kinds of shit. I'm like, yeah, I don't need Cesar Millan to fix that shit. You ever fucking bite my hand, guess what's gonna happen to your ass?
Yeah, biting and passing me on the stairs. If you show teeth, they're gonna get an ass whooping.
See,
that's not a light correction. That's
the Yorkie poo. She likes to bite your ankles because she's just having fun. She's a puppy, and she loves to go around and bite the shit out of your ankles. And she won't do it to me, but she'll do it to everybody else in the house. My daughter and my wife. And my wife's all like, she's like, cooking food. Stop biting my fucking pajamas. Well, that does wonders, telling her to do that instead of disciplining her and just or at least talking to her and using a firm tone. I go, no, the fucking dog's gonna do whatever she wants to. It's funny because they're like chasing her all over the fucking house. And I go, get your fucking ass right in your fucking bed right now. And they're like, and you see her run. She's like, yeah. Oh yeah. She don't fuck around with me. She's afraid of you. I'm like, well, give a shit what she is, but she listens to me, and she's in her fucking in her bed right now, and she's not playing the game with you because she thinks it's a game. You know, like, oh, you chase me around and we'll have fun with this. My friend, even this lab I got right now, this bastard, if I let him loose, he'll go run for like 3 hours and come and eventually come home if he's cut loose. Somebody told me, you know, walk around the perimeter of the house, the backyard, and they'll respect the line. This guy, he cuts loose, man. He has so much energy. He'll just like, he'll bell, dude, and he won't come home for like 3 hours. And he'll eventually come home. I learned the hard way that shit. I was worried about him too because I was like, he's gonna get hit by a car or something. And shoot, last time I buried an 80-pound dog, Jesus Christ. It is fucking a big ass dig you gotta make, you know, put him in the backyard. The next day I fucking dug him up.
What'd you do that for?
I didn't do it, the dog did it.
Oh
Next
my
time
God.
Dug him up. And there's a fucking jawbone on the goddamn back porch. I'm like, oh my God. Well, he got to know Pepe.
That's terrible.
They're friends now. He's chewing on his goddamn jawbone. Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow. Sorry to hear that, man. I hadn't put pet down yet, thankfully. Not like that anyway, except for goldfish, but who cares about fish?
Yeah, last year I think I went through 15 betas.
Oh, really?
We live off of lake water here. And sometimes there's too many chemicals in there.
What's going on, these nuts?
Shit is real.
Israel.
Shit is real. The Middle Eastern country.
I like Israel.
I'm calling you from the upside down.
For me to poop on.
I'm in an alternate dimension. Hillary Clinton is president. I'm calling this the upside down.
Is this guy talking in his sleep or something?
He's come.
Are you still Jewish?
Talking crazy.
Or are you?
No, dude.
Are you
seriously,
Catholic?
just past TPP. Muslims are allowed to come here as many times as they want in a day with bombs.
You understand? Deeves is a New Yorker from in Atlanta. He's very confused. The bagels aren't very good in Atlanta.
That's the thing I was to say about biting. Everyone's very peculiar about dogs, and they shouldn't be biting. I agree, but the other furry friends, cats, you just play with them long enough, they'll try to bite you. It's in their instinct.
I've seen some weird. I've seen kittens, like, you know, you would think about a kitten, as small as they are, you know, just leaning off the tit, and they see a dog and they hiss some hiss like right away, like, okay, enemy, and some don't. It's just, I don't know what's in their nature to do it, like to be like that, where they can get along with dogs. I've seen many relationships where I used to have a boxer. Another Laredo, a boxer and a cat. And the boxer, I named her Octon, which is caution in German. And those two would go at it all day, and not meanly. They would tear each other's ears up. The boxer would chew on her head. The fucking cat would chew on the boxer's ears, and they would go at it all day. Man, the boxer's ears all scabbed up from the cat chewing on him, and so on. And they took down the Christmas tree, fucking bastards, one year. And but they were best friends. And it's just weird, the relationship between the two. I'm not a big cat person. You know, or one time we were in a chat once, and this guy seen me in the chat saying Cork. I don't know if you remember. And Cork's a big cat guy. He's like, dogs are just so silly. I mean, they just give away their affection, and a cat makes you earn it. You have to earn their respect. You have to get to, the cat has to get intimate with you. I'm like, okay, and then one guy interrupts him like, okay, first of all, I have a fucking wife, dude, and I deal with that shit all fucking. I have a wife. You're talking about the cat like it's a fucking wife. Fuck that cat. Like, yeah. You know, because there's so many people I know have cats. The only time they ever come is when they shake the fucking the food box. All of a sudden they got all happy. Like, I'm getting fed. Other than that, the cat's like, yeah, don't touch me.
It depends. That person is ridiculous. I have both. I have cat and a dog. Cats. If your person's not home a lot, it's a little easier because all you have to do is change the litter box and feed them. That's it.
Cats
the dogs are better because you can actually teach them things. Cats just are stupid. They're interesting. They're fun.
Cats like to pee in your Cheerio.
On top of that, I mean, not all cats do this, but dogs don't intentionally knock down your shit. They just do because they're rambunctious. Cats are like all day, like, I don't need that fucking thing here. Where's this thing in my way? Knock this fucking dude. This is a candlestick he has. What is this? This looks like it costs a lot of money. Knock this fucker down too. And then they wait for you to put it back. You're like, stop it. Okay, tomorrow we'll see about how I knock that shit down again. Since we have a little game we're running here. And there's so many videos on YouTube about cats just fucking knocking other cats, off ledges and whatnot, and knocking down,
Yeah, they got hours of videos on that shit.
The shit your wife like. I have like my wife puts those conches or whatever the fuck they're called, those fucking big ass candles that I have to fucking remove from this lab because this fucking wagger will knock them all down all day, and he's not doing it intentionally. He's just a happy dog. But yeah, we had a cat in here all day. Fuck that shit. Fuck your conscience. What you can do about that? Guess what? I pissed in the cereal too.
Depends on the cat. The only thing my cat tries to do is he always tries to get at my cell phone. He loves knocking my cell phone off the freaking nightstand. Other than that, doesn't really cause a problem. Just fat and lazy.
I remember this one video was pretty cool about this person. I don't know if you've seen it. It was on Facebook for a lot of people. It's this chick's like trying to like get somebody to adopt her cat. This is a really nice cat I have here, and he wants a nice home. And he's really great with kids. He's like fucking cat's attacking her like half the fucking time in the video. Like, behave! I'm trying to get you a fucking house. You know what? I'm sorry, but he's really great with kids. And no, the whole fucking time the cat's just like attacking her, dude, and not attacking her like softly, like claws and biting the shit out of her, dude. She's at the very end of the video. You know what? Fuck it. Let me just take this fucking cat. He's free, and just take him on my hands, please.
I like both. They're both good for different pets, cats and dogs, different reasons. It depends.
I've had some friends that have really cool cats. You can pet them without them getting irritated or irate, and they're like they like to sing sometimes. I had this one fucking cat that used to come out of the neighborhood, and he'd always let you know he's a neighborhood. He's like, he's fucking okay, I got you. You're here. Let the dog fucking loose on you. Shut you the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't want one, but I like cool cats.
That's the only thing about this dog I got is he loses his shit when he sees a cat. He won't bark at people. He's only barked once at somebody coming up to my garage, and But a fucking cat crosses his path, and he's like fucking going ape shit, dude. I'm like, calm down. It's a fucking cat, dude. You know, they come and go. You know, but he's like, what happened to the fucker that was knocking on my garage door eating catch the other day? Freaking, you know, the Mormons were knocking on the door. You didn't say shit.
Are those your dogs that are in the background barking?
Nah, not mine. He's a. I was surprised. He told me he doesn't bark much. When I adopted him, he only has one good eye. His right eye is bad, so he has on the left eye. I took him to the vet. Checked out.
Around anymore?
There's those dogs across the street. Fucking bastards.
I heard them all night last night.
Yeah, I didn't even notice I tuned them out. Fucking dogs.
Lady across the street, she leaves her dogs outside all the time. Well, she did. They moved in here after we did, and you know, it's a new neighborhood and nice houses, nice neighborhood. They moved in, the grass started growing up. They never cut the yard, and wooden fence started falling apart.
She just lets your dogs like run loose around the fucking neighborhood and shit.
Well, no, because they were mean, so they had to keep their fence up to keep their dogs in. But you know, the color of it and started sagging in places. That's not the way our neighborhood runs.
I have to ask you: is that your bra on the bed?
My what?
Is that your black bra on the bed? And what cup size are you?
They're extra large. They're extra large.
Hey, nothing wrong with some decent sized moves.
It is not a fucking bra. It is called a brosier.
A brosier.
Bruh. Brasier. We're in Missouri. Damn it.
You take the out that chair yet? See, I was guessing they're bra. Now I know I'm right.
38 double D.
Lucky man.
Oh, so these dogs, they barked all the time. And I went over there and I told her about it one day, politely. She said, I'll try harder, and nothing changed at all. Then one day I was rotating the tires, changing the oil in my truck. And I couldn't get the bolts off my wheels. And it was pissing me off, and those dogs were across the street just yelling at me. I threw that four-way down. I yelled. It just made me snap. It's like, shut the fuck up. I ran over there and knocked on the door. And I told her she needs to shut her dogs up or something's going to happen. She said, well, I bought a bark collar for him, but it must not be working or something. And I'm like, you need me to buy fucking batteries for it or something? And then the third time I went over there and I told her, I was like, I'm not going to tell you again, shut your dogs up. She never did anything about it. So I called the police for a noise disturbance. And I was surprised that I thought they would just go over there and tell her to shut her dogs up, write her a noise violation or something. But the cop, he really made me feel like an idiot. He's like, you really want to do this because you'll have to go to court. And I'm like, it's been a year. I've told her 3 times. Nothing's happening. So we went to court, and the judge says, so you want to press charges on this lady? And I'm like, well, my neighbor, I don't know her name or anything. He says, is this, and he says her name. And I'm like I say, I don't know her name. I don't even know what she looks like. I've seen her 3 times in my life. But he said, can you elaborate on what continuous barking is? Like, yeah, sure, this will be fun. Bark, 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 bark. I was going to do that until the judge told me to shut up, and he did. And he said, I get it. I get it. He said, all right, I'm going to charge you, or I'm going to fine you 25 cents plus court charges, but do not let me see you in here again. The outcome will be severely different.
He told you that?
No, her.
Oh, because you said you framed it like he told you. Yeah. And so how did that work out?
I've heard the dog a handful of times. But it was just ridiculous. They didn't pay any attention to their animals. And
well, yeah, because people like that, like those are the same people that do let their dogs run fucking loose. It's like, I want to ask him, are you fucking deaf? Like, do you live in a soundproof fucking room in your house? You're like, I can hear your dogs all the way across the street while I'm in my house, downstairs in my fucking basement, keeping me awake all night. But yet, you don't hear them, and they're like right outside your fucking door. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? You know, like, you better be deaf, or you're the batteries in your hearing aid better be fucking dead or something. You better have a good excuse for this shit, because like, I don't pay my property taxes to listen to your fucking dogs, you know, bark, because you don't give a fuck enough to actually, you know, train them. You know, like, what the fuck? Like, I have a fucking Chihuahua, and I was able to teach my dog not to fucking bark. The only time, and this is very rare because most Chihuahuas are yappy little fucking dogs. The only time my Chihuahua even barks is if someone knocks on the door or rings the doorbell, and that's the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like I've only had my Chihuahua a year, and I was able to teach it that. You know, I was able to teach it that in like 4 months. Like, you know, it's not hard if you care about your fucking dogs to train them. It's not like.
I think what happens with that is that they know those dogs are fucking loud and rowdy, so they fucking keep them intentionally outside so they don't wake them up, and they tune them out after that, so they don't have to deal with them. I had a Chihuahua, and he was peculiar by certain people. I don't know, whatever reason that I didn't raise him to be that way, but he didn't like dark skinned people, and he was just really weird about it, and he just would not service people. Anybody show up a service uniform or was dark complected, all he could do is bite your fucking pant leg. He really couldn't. He was a teacup. He really couldn't fucking do anything to you. But he's just really weird about that.
Now, I don't mind a dog getting a hair up its ass once in a while and barking at something, right? It hears a noise, it sees someone, smells something. But, like, when it's a constant fucking thing every day, every fucking night, like, and the people literally make no attempt whatsoever. I mean, gosh, if worst comes to worst, take that fucking thing in and they can, like, cut its vocal cords and shit. You know, I mean, if that's what you got to do, you know, I mean, to have respect for your neighbors and the people that live around you, that's what you do.
There's a huge difference between a neglected bark and a dog out having fun with its family or.
Yeah. Like, you know, that doesn't bother me. But when it's just a constant, like you were saying, a constant fucking bark, because I've been through that before. And from my experience, like the same people that let their dogs like bark like that will let them just roam around the neighborhood at night, that never have them on a leash. They're not trained. When they call for them, they don't come to it. And like they're completely wild fucking dogs almost, right? The only thing those people do for them is maybe give them food and water, and like that's it. Like, I mean, that's not having a pet. That's like, it's like, you know, that I'm just like, man, I can just imagine what your kids are going to grow up to be like. Fuck, you know, thank you, you know, for, you know, thank you for this.
Now, see, I with small dogs too, just different. I know someone that she never walks her dog, just he always goes on a pee pad. I don't know why. Just,
never agreed with those.
Yeah, stupid. Like my dad has a pee pad when he watches my dog. I share with him, but that's just in case like he has an accident or something. But he still gets walked like 3 to 5 times a day. Even still, I don't know. If you don't want to walk the dog, get a cat. I mean, deal with litter box. I mean, Anyway, I'll see you guys later, man. I get up in a couple hours. You have a good night, man.
Have a good night.
You as well. Later.
I like guns. And big titties.
What'd you do as a musician?
Play guitar.
You know what his stage name is, right? It's Garth Brooks, dude. That's Garth Brooks you're talking to.
Sir, no, sir. I'm Steve Ray John. That was my nickname.
Like Edge was in the chat the other night. He had a black hat on, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like Garth Brooks is on Gun Channels. Like,
I'm right. I represent. One of these, I'm gonna drive up to Utah and meet Dead Horse.
I'll fucking make it down to Texas before you come up here, probably.
More likely.